Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I appreciate you as ever for tuning on in. We've had some incredible growth here this offseason. It's usually a slow period, but we are cooking along here. So also thank you to all the new subscribers to the channel. I appreciate you jumping aboard here at the Hawks Nest. And today we get to kind of start to get our first look here at free agency, our real overview kind of look here at things. Now, this first view of things is not meant to be a final judgment on the period one way or the other. This is certainly still an early part of free agency. The Seahawks do have a little bit more money to play with, a little bit more flexibility to operate within, which can then maybe hopefully bring about still some more players on top of this, and then the plan becomes even more clearer at this point. So what we're going to try to do here at the top of the show from my standpoint of things and looking at these moves is try to decipher a little bit of what they mean about this team and the future of the team. Because I think there is both some good and some bad in this. I believe that in reading a lot of the fan base here, and certainly from within my own subscriber base and comments I see on my videos about these moves, people I think are universally very impressed with this offseason of John Schneider, and I think that they have a reason to be. So I don't want to serve by any measure as being a wet blanket on the celebrations kind of going on within this, but I would just like to maybe put a little bit of my own perspective here from the standpoint of things, and that overall I feel good about this, but there's a couple of things to also take away of this on the other side of it. Let's start out though with the good, because the good's always a good place to begin with, I think. And so let's begin with the good. First off, here's our free agent signings. Jason Myers, Phil Haynes. I know these are just before free agency. I'm going to include them in because it's part of the money that you're spending here. Jason Myers, Phil Haynes, Nick Bellore, Draymond Jones, Jaron Reed, Drew Lock, Devin Bush, Julian Love, and I believe Evan Brown. There's one name I forgot to put on there. In all of these signings, I think on the first and the foremost of this, you're not getting aging veterans, guys that are at the end of the road. Maybe you're getting one last hopeful season from them before they're going to ride off into the sunset. Indeed, on a lot of these guys, as I was characterizing throughout this week in some of my breakdown on these players, you're getting guys that you still hopefully maybe even have a little bit even above the upside of what they have shown, and they've shown you already to be a pretty good player for the most part in these young signings. So in that standpoint of things, I think that that's great. It's always good to go into free agency looking at trying to find a little bit of depressed value. And if you're going to go for depressed value, how about you look for highly talented players that have already played a lot of football, players maybe still with a little bit of room for growth that you're not paying top of the market prices for. I think that that's a solid, good approach on their part of it. I can't necessarily wrangle around on that in one way or the other. You also have not necessarily put a significant amount of money out here. Yes, the Draymond Jones is the biggest signing in team history, but that deal remains only a 3-year deal. A lot of these other deals, even when you're giving some money out, are not on long extended deals. You're not putting a lot of money on the table here. And indeed, many of these deals are prove-it deals where guys are going to have to feel like they've got to stay on their P's and Q's, because if they don't, it's not like they've got a guaranteed spot year in and year out here because of that. So probably good. You're going to get the best out of these guys, the best out of a young group of players for the most part that you're bringing back in here. I think at the forefront of the good as another item within this is that this is going to lead the Seahawks to being able to operate for the most part from a BPA standpoint as they enter the draft. Again, there's some more room moves they can make even on top of this to reinforce this down just a little bit more further. But on the first view of things, it's very clear here in that you've added a lot of bodies here. You've added bodies that you know can be functional if they come out there to play, if you need them to start. And so this is going to lead this team to leading into BPA. And this sounds to maybe some of you, especially folks who might be new to the channel here, is like, well, certainly teams always want to just take best player available. But I've often offered, and I think that it's a little bit like a virus that sweeps the league, where these front offices may start the beginning of their offseason saying, we're going to be at BPA by the draft. But as they go through their off seasons and the ups and downs of the signings and the releases and the savings, the money here, that they end up running into the draft in a place of actually having a lot of needs and then needing to sort of stretch to hit those needs in the draft. And that I think the smart organizations are the ones that don't do that. John Schneider has been on, I think he's done probably like 3 or 4 interviews over the course of this offseason between the Combine and the Bob and Wyman show that they're doing over there. And in all of them, he has spoken at the first and foremost when he's asked about how did you have this great success last year in the draft, he has pointed time and again to having the BPA at the forefront of this, being able to operate from within that, just as he said, trusting our board. And he said it so many times, and he said it with such compunction that I really do believe that it was a change of approach from what we had seen in prior seasons, where there had been more of an application of stretching to need rather than just grabbing the best guy you have on the board, the most talented, most highest upside you got, the guy that you just want the most. That's the guy, regardless of what you have on your roster. So they've put themselves in that position with this offseason and these signings so far. You've not put all the eggs in one basket here, and now you're going to stretch to the draft and have to grab this guy there and that guy there and this guy there, which means that I think we're going to be able to trust all that much more in the fact that John Schneider is going to be able to have a very successful draft this year, that we're going to be walking away with the best players, not the players that are of most need, but the best players on our board. And if you're drafting from best player available and you're doing that as a general mindset as an organization, that does lead you to become an elite team, almost regardless of what you do as far as free agency goes. Because it's just, I think, such a solid outlier to what you see from so many other football teams and what kind of pulls them down like an anchor on their legs as they're trying to swim above the waters towards greatness. So I think these are all good things from that aspect of things. I can't hate any of the signings as far as, again, not a lot of money put into it. There's some good value in certain spots. The Jaron Reed, having the Brown signing for the center. These are all ones where you're not paying insane prices for it at that point. So I feel good about all of these ones overall. That's my good side of it. So, it's not hating these things. There is the flip side for me here, though. There is a little bit of the flip side for me. And this is where we get the bittersweet, the sugar with the salt. And I will say it in this respect of things. First and the foremost part of this is we are back on the road of the 1 and the 2 year deals mainly. You've handed out the 4-year deal to Jason Myers. Yes, the three-year deal was to Draymond Jones, but we're again abstaining from those 4-year deals. And I'm just, again, struck by when you do it this way and in this method and approach that you do just tend to eat up a lot of cap space very, very quickly. This could be happening because they have a purposeful approach here where they feel like, as I was speaking about moments ago, when you have a player who is on their toes and doesn't feel like they can just lay back and be comfortable in the cut, that they don't have to be practicing all the time or be in the best of shape at all moments, then maybe you're not getting the best of that kind of player on a 4-year deal, as opposed to keeping on the 1-year, 2-year deals where they're hungry, they're fighting for it. This organizationally could be just a choice that the team made 3 or 4 years ago to go down this approach and decide that this was the best way to get out the best team. They've not exactly had a lot of proven evidence over these past couple of years that this approach equates out to them getting those kind of returns. So it sounds really great in theory, but it has not worked in application. And when they've spent their money on the free agent market and they've gone for the bargain basement a little bit, they've gone for a little bit of the lower end guys a little bit of times, it hasn't brought about always those kind of returns for them. So it may be an organizational choice that's just not yet found its spark, that we will now see if it finds its spark this offseason, where they just are going to feeling like, well, the fundamentals are there and we're right in how we feel with this. So we'll keep just doing this because eventually it's going to hit. It has to be right. We feel so good about this being the smart approach. Could be that. I think it's more likely that the team is going to possibly be sold here within the next year and a half or so. I think that's really the overriding thing that I'm taking away from some of these signings when it's come so often over the past couple of years. When Paul Allen was here, you had a good long 20 years of history of seeing how he was willing to spend monies and what kind of contracts you saw the team give out. And he was never a guy that was hesitant to give out 4-year deals or give out a lot of money. Now, suddenly upon his passing, the team changes complete approach with this, and we get a lot of 1 and 2 year deals. Okay. It may very well, like I say, be just an institutional strategy from their standpoint now, but it does feel a little bit more likely to me that they're in a point of acknowledgement of we've got to kind of tread water here a little bit until we can get to the sale of the team. And at that point in time, then maybe we'll talk about how they can change their processes up. But until that time, they've got to keep it light and lean. And what you get to do here with the fan base in this kind of approach is you come to the fan base and you say, well, look, the cap is $224 million this year. We're using up every bit of the $224 million. You can't say we're not spending. You can't say we're not spending. But it's, again, a little bit of a magician's trick to me. because when you stack up all the 1 and 2 year deals, you're not spreading the money out at all at that point in time. You're instead now taking a lot of that hit immediately in a way that just, you have to now eat all that on the cap kind of on the front end for the most part. I know the Jaron Reed deal came out and we were able to lower the first year of that hit down, but that wasn't a super substantial deal. It's a take for instance, to give you guys an example of this, the Draymond Jones contract versus the Jaron Reed contract. Okay. Because this is, I think, going to be something that can maybe clearly show exactly what I'm trying to kind of illustrate here. You know, you get Draymond Jones on that $17, $18 million deal a year, right? 3-year contract. And then you have Hargrave over here going to the Niners. He makes a 4-year $20 million on a 4-year $80 million deal. So he's at a $20 million per. So he's at a higher contract than Draymond Jones, right? But because the Niners have put the 4th year in there, even though he's on average more per year, his first year cap hit comes all the way down to $6.5 million. That's it. And now that allows the Niners to go out there and make other moves like bring on Darnold and do this and do that, right? Because they've not just taken all the eatings of that on the front end with it. They'll still be able to get a Nick Bosa deal done this offseason because of that. Now you look at Seattle on the other side for a player that, you know, was probably 2 to the Hargrave 1 this offseason as far as the defensive tackle is concerned. He's going to count $10 million against his first year cap hit for the Hawks because he's on that 3-year deal. Because you don't have that way of extra moving this money out at all. And so it's just a slight worry for me on this, where you have other teams who have this advantage in their back pocket to utilize. You don't. So that's one less thing that you get on the table to use to try to then have to get over on other teams, to make yourself elite, to get yourself up over the top. Because, of course, we are trying to operate from a standpoint of not just simply getting to the playoffs, but how do we get over the top? How do we get to becoming a team that can look and say, we're in our Super Bowl window right now? And so I think it's hard to do that when you leave advantages off the table. You know, defensive schematics, no, we don't need that. You know, utilizing contracts and kind of moving money around in a way so you can build in more contracts. No, we don't really need that either. It's not. Being a highly disciplined team that's not going to be penalized a lot. No, can't have that either. You start taking too many of those advantages off the table and you start really limiting the hope for the upside for success. And again, I don't want to make this sound like all bad, but I just want to fully illustrate what I'm saying on this because I think people can kind of turn things a little bit in a way I'm not trying to mean them in that respect of things. So that's just kind of one of the main things that sort of stands out to me on kind of the maybe a little bit of the negative side. The only other negative I had on this, again, it's overall positive to me. It's not to poo-poo these signings. Is I'm not sure that we're significantly improved from what we were last season. You've spent the money, you brought in these players. As I'm saying, I'm looking at this a little bit like through the viewpoint of what's moving us forward here, right? Not what keeps us treading water. we understand what we need to do to build a team to get a team into the playoffs and one and done, or get a team that maybe is capable of winning like one playoff game. But how do we get it back to, really winning divisions and having a chance to get that number 1 seed, having a chance to be one of the best teams in the NFC and a wide open NFC at that. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You brought a lot of guys back in here. Julian Love, if he goes in and he plays, let's say it's strong safety for you because you're not counting on Jamal Adams to be playing at that point. As I said, we'll be talking, I'm sure, a lot about this with his physical coming up. Well, then, he's good as Julian Love is at what he played last year. Ryan Neal outplayed Julian Love last year, technically. You can come into training camp and find Ryan Neal outplaying it. And then it becomes, well, is Kobe Bryant better than Ryan Neal at this point, than Julian Love at this point in time in the slot? I don't know. I guess you get competition there, which is nice to have, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee at that point that you've taken a huge step forward with that signing on the defense. Draymond Jones and Jaron Reed are good. Those are helpful pieces. But if you're putting those two pieces with just rookies and expecting that to be significantly improved next year, I'm not sure on that. I think, as I said, a lot of these moves at the top of this are more for the future and having that slow roll approach here where you're not trying to speed things up and microwave the situation. You just put it on the slow cooker and you're just give it time and it'll come around. And I'm okay with this. I'm not going to complain or poo-poo it. I do think, though, on my bottom line on this, on my final point on this, is that does mean that it's going to be harder to look at this team next year and say that this is a Super Bowl ready team. There's more moves to be made. There's maybe more money to be spent. Maybe they get uber aggressive here in different ways and other respects of things. And like I said, I'm not holding this to being my final opinion. This is just the initial thoughts through free agency. But you have made through this early offseason point now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 10 signings almost here or something. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You got nine signings here this offseason. So I think a lot of the money is spent. I know many of you have seen the report out there that was published that there was somehow like Seattle was sitting on $30 million of cap space, which was utterly ridiculous, of course, because there's so many. It's not. They've got some space left, but absent them getting aggressive, taking bases to bonuses or putting people on contract extensions and saving money in other places, there's not a lot of other significant spots to save a lot of other money to bring on a lot of extra talent above this. You can maybe add a guy or two here or there, but how substantial they'll be at this point or how big of an impact that kind of player is going to have on this roster, I'm not sure. You bring in Bobby, I think, at this point, and you matched him up with Bush. You feel pretty good about the linebacker core, a little better than you do right now, where you're going, okay, Bush, and then hopefully Brooks gets back on time, or you're throwing the rookie out there with Bush. Whew, okay. But again, I just, the team might be right around, I think maybe they were last year, but the thing we have to remember about last year that you benefited from that were two things that were different than what we had run into in previous years was, number one, your schedule was much, 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 much more easier than it had been in many years, and much more easier than it's probably likely to be next year. That's the first and foremost that might be a regression to the mean kind of situation. The secondary aspect is the injuries. I don't know that we're going to be able to be we're relatively good in health considered other years we've had in recent history where we've been really whittled down as you've gone over the course of the year. So hopefully those two things can maybe maintain going into the future where maybe the schedule isn't going to be as tough for us next year. But if it is a tougher schedule, if we're not able to go against as many teams that are down 4 or 5 offensive playmakers as we did last year in a couple of those games, their main playmakers and offensive personnel at that, I don't know right now if I see a team that's jumping super far ahead on that. But I'm not angry about the approach because the slow roll approach and building this thing organically and doing this is a pathway that, again, that can not only bring you ultimate success in Super Bowls, but it can also allow you to have that run last just a little bit longer, in my opinion of things. We'll see what you guys think on this one, though. I appreciate you guys for checking out the channel as ever here tonight. Please do, if you like what you're listening to, hit that like button for me. Again, appreciate all the two folks who have hopped aboard here at the Hawks Nest. I know I say this often, but tonight will probably be a little bit of a quick show tonight. So if you do have a question get in while the getting's good, so to speak. I've got some other stuff I want to be kind of knocking out tonight that I've got as far as regular work goes. So we'll be rolling along a little bit tonight, but it will be a relatively fast show. We'll see what you guys think of the signing, see if I'm crazy for some of my thoughts on this, but hope everyone's having a good night, and I do appreciate everyone jumping into the chat and checking out the show tonight. G Walker, what's up? Hello, AI. Yo. Danny, what's up? Jonathan, Joe the Whale. Hello, Sea of Mucus. Hey. Hangwoo Lee, what's up? What's up? Mark says, I like this offseason. Mark Nicholson, I think a lot of people do. Here. So I'm seeing a lot of people pretty effusive in their praise right now of what Schneider and Carroll are doing in the front office. Jack says, so how much time are we going to dedicate to Man Boob Carter today? We're not dedicating, hopefully, any time here today. I'm hoping that I posted the video with the hopes that I can, if I get the questions today on anything doing with the free agent signings or Jalen Carter, I've got videos posted now people can definitely check out that have the expansive thoughts there. John of the Whale says, okay, for my final wish is Jalen Carter with the 5th pick. Yes, I'm still in on Will Anderson, but yeah, I think we need Jalen Carter. Dan Henley with the 20th pick or Trenton. I'm not out on him either. Nagasa says, defensive line is still trash. We can only sign one stud. This is my kind of point on this too, Nagasa, being that you made a lot of movement, you signed guys, but are you significantly better and more improved from where you ended the season at this point? No. And again, this is only 1 week into free agency, so there is way more time to make other things done, and I will acknowledge the draft picks are going to come in. But I've kind of been consistent on this too, and I think you would probably agree, Nagasa, where if you're going to rely on it being second-year players and rookies next year to carry the day to taking you to becoming an elite team next year, that's probably not going to happen. That's probably over expectation. But yeah, I agree. Right now, the defensive line still does not look significantly better than where it was. Space is hit, or you're saying to Lee. Sorry, Space. How you doing, Space? Good to see you in the chat. By the way, I've got somebody sent me, I forgot who it was in the chat. Somebody sent me the kitty, a kitty toy you guys are going to have to check out here at some point in the stream. So I'm going to unveil, you guys have been sending me mail now, and I've got, number one, first off, all right, so I got to thank whoever sent this in. First off, I can't be rude about it. So first off, check this out. So I told you during the year, we're going to have the kitties picking my cat's going to officially pick the schedule winners for our Hawks this year. So somebody sent me this. So I'll put it at the end of the hallway. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put treats on the top for every game this week. And we're going to let the cat pick who wins and who loses, creating scientific-like situations in order to make this determination. Because as I've said, cats are obviously psychic. Duh. So thank you to whoever sent that, number one. So we will be utilizing this for the upcoming schedule this year, and that will be a video. First of many cat videos on this channel, no doubt. And then you guys got to check this out. Look at this thing. Look at somebody sent me. Look at this. It's got a Seahawk thing on the side and everything. Isn't that ridiculous? That's so awesome. She's loving it, though. As you can see, she's into it. She's feeling it, so... Thank you, whoever sent this. It's appreciated. I got some video I'll post at the end of the channel here as we're signing off tonight. Of Kitty having a ball with the magical toy there. She's into it. So she's loving that thing. I can't believe they built that though. It's like a scratch pad. The field turf is for the kitty. It's pretty ridiculous. Oh, it's ridiculous. But she was having a ball with it last night. Hope everyone's having a good night tonight, too. Obi-Wan says, do you think the Panthers signing Dalton is an indication they pick Richardson or Levis? Stroud, Young are more likely to start now. I think they take Stroud, but now not sure. Levis might go number one. It's been kind of hard to calibrate exactly what the Panthers are doing on this pick. You know, they've got like... I don't know. I'm trying to find even the right metaphor for it because they trade up and the first thing they do after they trade up is they announce, well, hey, though, the number one pick is open for business. If somebody wants to trade up for the pick that we trade up for, and everybody in the NFL collectively went, what? What are you talking about? What? This isn't Kevin Costner in the draft. What are you talking about? And so then they said, okay, no, we want Stroud. Stroud's definitely our guy. Then you hear about, well, I mean, maybe they're kind of going waffling back and forth between Stroud and now Richardson's in there. And then maybe you hear like, well, but maybe Levis if they're looking for more of the pro-ready guy. I don't know if the signing of Dalton necessarily is an indicator of which way they're leaning on that Obi-Wan one way or another. Because I don't think that there was, number one, a guy they were ever going to really go out there and commit a lot of money to or go after in the market. I don't think they probably liked any of the options. I mean, they knew Darnold. They knew Baker Mayfield already. It was, they probably weren't going to spend the price that Garoppolo was going to get with the Niners. I don't think they were looking to pay that. So I don't think they're looking for some guy that was going to be the specialist behind whoever rookie they take. I think they just wanted a veteran presence in there to help guide whatever young hand is under center. So I'm not sure, Obi-Wan. I wish I could give you an answer on who I think is going to be the dude on that one, but there don't seem to be too many. They don't see, there seems to be some division even within that own front office about what they want to do. WTC says, how do you like free agency so far? So to me, it's a mixed bag to me. Look at the forefront of this, you sign Geno. My theory, and it's just, I'm not saying that I'm trying to be the grand poobah of dictation on what the Seahawks should do here, but you guys want my perspective. I'll give it to you on this, which is this. I signed Geno Smith to the contract I signed him to. Let's go for it. Pedal down. Let's try to make this happen. That means I'm going to start to build in some of the much more 3 and 4 year contracts in my approach in free agency. At that point, then I'm going to be able to fit more players underneath my cap, bring in more guys, tilt this out even a little bit more harder, and go about that process in that way. I get that they don't want to. Maybe there's other more built-in reasons, but in this approach of the 1 and the 2 year situation, we have been down this road recently. We had an offseason that 2 or 3 off seasons ago where we were in essentially Russell Wilson's prime, and what would be feasibly a Super Bowl window, and you had $50 million to spend, and you kind of spent it somewhat similarly to what you're doing in this offseason, just a little bit. You went for a little more age with those spendings. I would acknowledge that. And I don't hate the signings. I don't hate this. It's okay, but it's a lukewarm to me, you know? It's lukewarm. And they could still, look, if they go back and they top this out with Bobby and they bring in this and that to sort of round it all off, you know, and you need the full package all put together to kind of see what it is, you know, that might be it too. That's why I reserve my opinion here to kind of, you know, hold out a final deal. And I haven't hated any signing. I'll say that. There's not been one that I've just cringed at and went, ooh, eesh. No, you know, there's no bad ones. And you got a lot of flexibility into the future off these signings too. Seahawks year to year are going to be able to go in a variety of different ways because of this. They're not for the good part of this, locking them in, you know, locking themselves to a rocket they hope don't explode. Nagasa says it's easy to draft BPA if you need a player in every position. Well, I mean, I don't know, man, Nagasa. I mean, they've got their starting running back. They've got their starting tackles. They're basically set at tight end. They've got their 2 starting wide receivers. You know, you've got at least 1 starting cornerback minimum. I think you feel fairly okay about the other one. I'll give you on the front 7 for sure with that. But I think safety wise, you know, but I hear you. I hear you. Space says, does Jane, you mean Jody, I think, Space, have any say on who gets signed and drafted? I don't think she does. I mean, they'll ask her about, look, we want to do this. Will you allow us to do this? If it's about probably money stuff, but she's not going to be telling them what to do on one player, B or A or B. Yeah, Hungwoo, I don't think the Laramie Tunsil deal was only at 3 years because that's what the team wanted to do with Laramie Tunsil. I think what the team wanted to do with Laramie Tunsil after signing him was get him on a 4-year deal. But Tunsil bet on himself on that contract so that he could get out from under it in 3 years and force them into a place where they're going to have to give him another deal. So that was more about Tunsil being an able negotiator and smart in his approach. And again, trusting on himself that he wasn't going to get a torn ACL. That's a little bit of an outlier situation there, though, for what's what. There's a lot of teams out there, Hungwoo, and again, I provided the Jaron Hargrave signing as an example on this. I can provide more, but there's lots of signings out there for teams handing out multi-year deals. And again, it's whether other teams are doing it or not. If you don't do it, then you are taking the full meal deal of that money and you're allowing it to hit instantaneously, which means that does then reduce down the amount of players that you can bring aboard. Nagasa, CJ Gardner-Johnson got $8 million. Not bad with Detroit. That's a great deal by Detroit, Nagasa. And Detroit's emerging further and further, more and more as a problem next year. Megan, how's it going? It's good to see you in the chat. Mark Hoppercorn says, like and sub for the man that keeps it real on all Seahawks. Do you think we can still draft a center in the late second? Nah, Mark, I think that and I know that I brought this up to Brendan earlier last week, and he's like, yeah, this is just smoke. But I do believe that the Schmitz talk, this connection between the Seahawks and Schmitz, the connection we're hearing about Seahawks and Schmitz at 20, I think that there's a lot to potentially that. You let him, they know watching these drafts through the years, just going through it as far as Mark, you know, how it plays as far as kind of you have these things happen that normally every year happen. And we always get that center going in like the 20s. Sometimes it'll be the teens, like the Ryan Kelly year he went with Indianapolis, but much more often it's the Cesar Ruiz year with him coming out of Michigan, or it's the Linderbaum year last year with the Ravens taking him in the 20s. So the Seahawks will know that if we don't take him here, as much as maybe his combine and all of that stuff should draw us to be able to allow to wait to pick him with the first, second round pick even, that people are going to look at his tape and trust in that so much that there'll be a good team that's a good team for the reason that they don't get stuck up on combine stuff or testing scores, and that they'll look at the tape and he'll be gone off the board by the time we pick early second. And if that's the case, then isn't he just worthy of just then taking it 20? And I think that ends up kind of driving John along, I think, in the logic of that, eventually landing at where he looks at 20 and he says, yeah, that makes sense. Well, we take him there. And people are going to be like, oh, it's an overdraft and you took him way too high. And I won't be one of those people because I'll get it. There's not a lot of players in this draft who you just go, okay, I look at the film and he can tell me what he is. And I see what he is and I love it. You know, Dewan Jones, I think I want to say, the kid, well, I always get him and the other kid out of Ohio State confused for some reason, but the Tennessee right tackle is this way. There's a couple guys you turn on the tape that I think Jaron Reed's this way. You turn on the tape, they're fantastic, and there's just no question in your mind about them being a solid, good upper level pros. May not ever be star, but good upper level pros should hit that mark pretty quickly when they walk in the door. So I think that they are leaning that direction, Mark, because then they do take out that center, and then now, second round, you've got more flourish of other things you can do in and rather than go necessarily center, that they're feeling like, okay, look, if they took that first pick and they addressed the defensive line with that, then they took care of center with the next pick. You know, we're talking about getting to BPA State. Well, now you've really eliminated every need off the board at that point, heading into the second round. You know, you're loose and free, wild and free like a Mustang, you know, running about out there in the meadows. As far as taking any guy you really want to take. Jonathan Magana, Antoine Robinson, Greg Gaines still free agent. I think they are. I'm not sure about Robinson, but I do believe Gaines is still out there. Sooner 7643. Wouldn't this be perfect though? So let's say they sell in 2 years, and what we heard about Washington and how they ain't letting Bezos buy the team. When Seattle sells the team, wouldn't Bezos be the number one to buy it? 100% Sooner. This isn't necessarily a black, and that's why I'm trying to make sure I'm not coming off as being too negative on this stuff. It's not necessarily a bad, horrible, negative thing. It's just kind of a part of the reality of what we're looking at a little bit, I think. But you're right. Yes, you would be setting whoever proverbially comes in and buys it Sooner would walk into a situation where the deck would be set up in a way that if they want to go whole hog at that point, if they want to go buck wild at that point, they could do so. You know, they could absolutely do so. And you, no doubt about it, you get a guy like Bezos coming in there, any of these owners, and they're coming in, they're not going to want to sit and stand pat and wait around patiently for things to go. You know, they're going to be going like the clock is ticking. Look at the Walmart folks. You know, they get through the first year where you already made this aggressive trade for Russell. And then now they're like, rather than being like, okay, well, let's maybe start to try to use your way out of Russell and everything, like, no, sign whoever you can sign, bring him in, get what you can get done. If it fails, it fails. It's only money, you know, just that like, let's go approach kind of thing of it. So yeah, that would be the good upshot to it Sooner. I think that's good. That's a good point on your part. And I do think Bezos would be a guy that would be the guy in line at this point to come here sooner with it not working out in Washington, it would look like. Ernest Johnson still available, Jonathan, too. Yep. Feels like right now maybe the Hawks go for 2 running backs in this draft. Joker says the draft will show if we are a make or break team. A lot's going to be hinging on this draft now. Good point. Yeah. Megan says, sorry you're having a tough day there, Megan. Hawks, we have to sign Ashawn Robinson now and cut Woods and Monet. I'd be with it. I would be with it. Fun says, I kind of agree. I think the draft is going to bring better players than the free agents we signed. Yeah. Which then to me leads to more of we got to wait a little bit. We're then going to need to be a little patient about waiting for this team to, you come off a playoff season like last year. Geno signs the deal he does where he has a $10 million cap hit this year. You have all the money free off the books of the dead money that was weighting you down last year as you had that playoff success. You do start dreaming a little bit bigger. You do start going, well, man, this year, let's go now. And you maybe becoming a little bit impatient on my part and looking at it through that lens of it, where I should be a little bit more of, well, wait, no, the better place is we've got ourselves this gift from the gods with these draft picks, and off that trade of Russ, let's divinely let it play out. I can get that. Hangwoo Lee says, I like Draymond better than Hargrave. Yeah. I mean, I think that, there's a reason Hargrave got more money than he did on a longer deal. But I mean, as I said, I think they're pretty close in players. The point wasn't to illustrate which one was really better there, Hangwoo. The point was to illustrate the fact that you have almost the double the cap hit you're spending on Draymond Jones. So if you're getting stuck up on which player, I wasn't trying to say which one was better. I was trying to say which one, why you have, it's double the cap hit on Draymond Jones from Hargrave's cost. You could have signed it a Hargrave's cost and then still gone out and got another player at $5 million a year. You know, that's kind of more of the point of what I was trying to say there with that. What's up, Yui? Hope you're doing well, man. Yeah, Sooner, I've been one of those people not anti-Bezos open the team. I know he's got some people out there that would be big on it, but that would not be me. I think he'd be on them trying to win. Orthodox says Bezos would have to sell off his shares in Prime before he could own a team, right? That would seem like a conflict of interest of being an owner while games are on Prime. I think he would probably, but I think Orthodox, simply the fact that he's gone so aggressively into this Washington situation probably spells the fact that he's willing to make that, he's willing to do that, I would say. That'd be the indicator of me. Red Ace says, far as Seahawks free agency this year has been one of the most active in 15 years. Feeling good with how they set themselves up for the draft. They definitely have set themselves up well for the draft, no doubt. AI says, we are 2 years away. Hopefully we can get to divisional game. NFC Championship would be fantastic. That would be good. That would be good. I'm a little behind on my donos. Sorry, my guys. My bad. Pandemonium Bad. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, breaking Gardner Johnson to Detroit. I'm telling you, man, Detroit is going to be a problem. And Pandemonium, I'm sorry, a little late on acknowledging the donos. I get a little sharper here today. I'm a little slow on the beat here. That's a great signing for them, Pandemonium. I think they've done a really good job this offseason in the signings they've made. They didn't go back to Jamal Adams. They understood Jamal Williams. They knew what he was. Freudian slip there. But they've been really good. And let's acknowledge they've got, I think, at least 3 picks in the first 2 rounds. I think they might have another second round pick too, if I'm not mistaken on that. So they are loaded for bear this draft. And with those, we're going to benefit from all these quarterbacks taken up ahead of us to have a really good positional player than Fald was, who in other years might have been taken. Detroit's going to be landing in that same spot where they're sitting at 6 and they're going to be able to benefit. You know, we get the first pick, but then they're going to get the secondary pick. And boy, if Detroit walks out of this offseason and they begin things off with a Jalen Carter they add to that defensive line and Johnson and just they're a problem, Pandemonium. They're a problem. They aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Would not be surprised if that's a team really pushing to not only get in the playoffs next year, but to make some noise in the playoffs next year. They got that division on lock right now. Appreciate the dono. Robbie Red, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, always a long way to week 1. Hype for the draft. Oh, it is. The tough period, Robbie Red, is the period right after the draft, because that's when everything goes silent and we truly then just have to sit and wait. And wait and wait. So that's the tough time of year, no doubt about it. But we get at least this draft, and this is one of the most monumental drafts we've had in Seahawks history. Should be one that should have the fan bases connected to it as any that we've ever seen, because just having this many picks, having a team that's pretty well put together, you're not building it from scratch here with this draft, but building upon, and that makes it all that much more important. So I'm hyped too, man. It's good to see. Thank you for the donation. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I think it's been a decent offseason. Nothing wows me, but think we've upgraded things slightly. Seemed the trend in free agency been the 1 to 2 years across the league? Not really. I mean, I can go through and look at some of the signings on these, but I might have it right here. Let's see here. I think it's this one. Let me see here. So, I mean, let's just take the Falcons alone. 5-year deal to Chris Lindstrom, 3-year deal to David Onamena. They gave a 3-year deal to their punter, 4-year deal to Jesse Bates, 3-year deal to Caleb McGrary, 3-year deal to Caden Ellen. So not with them. I suppose with the Cardinals, that's the case. Cardinals still have a lot of money to spend, and I don't know if there's a lot of free agents looking to go there. Von Bell with the Panthers signed a 3-year deal. Shai Tuttle signs a 3-year deal. Dalton on a 2-year. Bears, we've got 4-year deal here to Tremaine Edmonds, 3-year deal to TJ Edwards, DeMarcus Ware, 2-year, 3-year to Nate Davis. Davin Tomlinson got a 4-year deal. Posick got a 3-year deal. Obi Akwarowski got a 3-year deal. Jermaine Pratt with a 3-year deal. I mean, Mike McGlinchey with a 5-year deal. Ben Powers gets a 4-year deal. I don't know, man. I think on that, Randall, I think that there's a good amount of 1 and 2-year deals, but there's a good amount of 3 and 4-year deals out there as well. And so, I don't think that everybody had always a lot of money to spend. And I think a lot of the guys that had money to spend haven't necessarily gone through all of their spendings as of yet. But I don't think that this is, in my opinion, Randall, on this, I don't think that this is an indicator or something that's more of a league-wide thing. They've been doing the 1 and 2-year contract things now for a couple of years now. And as I said, I think on this began with, I think, Paul Allen's death. And you can make of that what you will with that. Is that meaning that they don't have money because she's got to liquidate everything and eventually get the team around to sold when she decides she wants to do it? But to me, that's what it indicates. There's a staunch difference in how Paul Allen was handing out contracts prior to how the team's handing out contracts since his passing. And it's this year has been more proof of that. It's been more in the same, kind of lane of it. And I'm not saying it from a complaining standpoint, of course, Randall, just from it is kind of what it is, standpoint of things. But yeah, I think they're marginally forward, half step maybe forward overall in the signings and additions. There's not been any bad signings, I don't think. Appreciate the donation. Pandemonium, another $2 thought. Thank you for the donation. Another $2 donation. Says, thoughts on Benton or Ika Baylor in the second. I'll tell you, as Pandemonium bad, I'm very, very low on Sika Ika. I think I've got a more 4th, 5th round range. He had a bad combine. He already had questions on tape that were matched up to what you saw in the combine from him with the lack of explosion, lack of speed, lack of ability to coverage any kind of space. He's big and not a lot else to me, and he's got short arms. Benton, on the other hand, now, I think Benton is your second best zero tech in this draft. Some don't think that he's got enough size to play zero tech at the NFL level at 6'3", and he's not the 330, 340. He's more like 310, 315. But I think he can. I think he's very strong, and he actually offers you a zero tech with some ability to really kind of actually flash as a pass rusher. Normally, those zero techs are going to be a lot like who would be my number 1 zero tech in this draft, Maze Smith, they're just going to be space eaters that are going to be locked up underneath there, and you can't move them from their point of spot. But with Benton, he's a guy that can do a little bit of a gap and a halfing like we do in our defense. And I like that as a fit for this defense uniquely because of that. So Benton's really a really nice player, good first step quickness, great job every time he gets off the snap of really winning at the leverage war and finding a way not only win the leverage war, but he really stands out to me as he does a great job of attacking half a man as you would ideally want these guys to do as a pass rusher. He's going to pick to that half of a man of body, attack it, beat it, and get around it from that way. So providing you that quickness while still giving you the power that you need from the zero tech at the point of attack. I like Benton a lot. I do. Maze's just so freakish in what he does as a zero tech. He's so much of the run stuffer, so much of you just can't go at him at all at that point in the field that he's just a little bit above Benton for me. But they're both second round guys for me, Pandemonium bad. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. And Garth, here we go. Garth, I got this as well. So I got to get the, the things I could put on the wall behind me. I got to get them encased because they came as the pack in like that, Garth. So got the Kurt Warner card here from you. Thank you for sending that my way. Folks are being real kind, and Garth's being kind, sending that my way here. But I'm going to get that behind me, Garth. I just need to get them into the closings, right? So I got them all taken care of and not protected. You know what I mean? I got to get them protected. But thank you for sending that my way. I appreciate that, Garth. I'll definitely begin that up behind me here shortly. So you're awesome for sending that, man. God bless. Garth says, Brando, I seen the orange cat and her roommates. I sent the orange cat and her roommates some salmon skins. If they like them, I suggest you reward that magical cat based on whether a pick is good. I got the salmon too, Garth. So that's coming out. I'm going to try to maybe unveil that tonight for them. She was all over it. She smelt that right through the pack. She was like, oh yeah, it's time. But I know I got to get it all ready and they're going to lose their mind when I do it. So but I think I'm going to have to do it. It's going to have to be a salmon, but we did get the salmon too. So yeah, Garth, did you send all that? I think you were the, yeah. So Yeah, I think Garth, you sent the other stuff too. So, thank you though for that, Garth. You're awesome for sending that stuff. And she loved it. If this is you on the toy there, she loved the toy. I got video of it too of her playing with it. So I'll post that tonight as we sign off. We'll get a little bit of the cat video on to close things off here at the Hawks Nest tonight. But thank you, Garth. You're awesome for sending that through. And yeah, it'll be a salmon night tonight. So we'll let them lick their chops on that tonight and see what they think of the fresh salmon, of the good stuff. Appreciate you, Garth, though. Thank you for the $5. Pandemonium Bad, thank you for another $2 donation. Appreciate the triple dono, bro. He says, which running backs are you interested in us going after? I got to be honest with you, Pandemonium Bad. There's really not a lot of guys on the open free agent market that really interest me at this point. D'Ernest Johnson, I suppose, would be a guy who runs hard, and he'd be kind of a fit for what we need. He'd be okay. I think with the depth of this draft and Pandemonium Bad, I'd put cornerback first. I would probably put defensive edge second, and then I would put running back third as far as the strength of this draft. That being the case, I think there's a lot of strength. There's a lot of depth in this draft to get it in a variety of different places. You could go 4th in the 6th round, right? You go 4th in the 5th round, and you're going to get a couple of good ball carriers that can handle the rock out of those rounds. It's probably fairly, I would say, Pandemonium Bad, equivalent to what you would be getting on the open market right now at much less a cost, much less a price. And I think that would be my preference to go more that route with it this year. I like the guys at the top of the draft as well. But there's no, there's no guys out there in free agency that really stand out to me. And obviously if we're going by rounds, as far as just a couple guys in rounds that you would look at, I mean, I'd still take Bijan at 20 if we're going first round. In the second round, Jahmyr Gibbs, I know we need more of a hammer, but I think he's too good to pass on if the Hawks really liked him. Let me take a look at my horizontal board here. Yeah, if we're in the second round and Gibbs is there, Zach Charbonnet's there, I would be tempted in the second round, but if they're in the third round, I'd look at them there too. Is Chase Brown, Kendry Miller, and Sean Tucker. Then if you're going third round, I'd look at Israel Abakanda. He'd be the guy that of the third round cats, he's the guy I probably would like the most. Fourth round, two guys that you could look at in there would be Roshan Johnson and Chris Rodriguez. Those guys will go anywhere 4th or 5th round. Both those guys I think are pretty good players in there. Maybe Tank Bigsby as well. But the thing with the two on this Pandemonium is I've liked a lot of the running back film this year. There's a reason it's such a deep class is these guys are so much better than they've been in recent years. And deeply so, where it's not just a drop-off point. You get through the second round and you're done. Last year, you got through the first two running backs. Not a lot of excitement beyond that point. I know Pierce with the Texans had a pretty good year, and Pachenko did okay with the Kansas City Chiefs. A little bit here, a little bit there, but there wasn't really a lot in last year's draft in the running back situation. I think it's a lot better this year. There's guys that can come out in the field and really be plus players for you at the position, and not just guys that you draft high there, Pandemonium Bad. But I wouldn't look anywhere in the free agent period at this point. I just don't see a lot there that's worthwhile. Appreciate all the donos though, man. You're very kind for doing so. Pandemonium says, I absolutely agree that the moves we made make us still competitive, but who on our defense currently makes the fans confident that we can take on the Chiefs or Bengals defense? Woolen? No, I agree with you, man. I'm in the same place. This is why I say we're not in that place, I think, yet of competing for Super Bowls with this team next year, even on the heels of having an amazing draft. You could replicate last year's draft, this year's draft. Again, that's not going to be enough to put you over the top as a Super Bowl team, in my opinion. I just can't believe that you're going to get rookies that are going to give you that kind of place. Maybe if you had last year's performance, I guess, maybe. But even that, I just don't think you're quite there. There needed to be more done here. I mean, and Carroll and Schneider acknowledged at the end of the year. They said there's a gap between us and the Niners. It's tangible. It's there. It's real. Can't run from it. It's true. It's the real thing. And I'm way behind on my chat. Sorry, guys. Javen Malone says, is Carter still an option? Javen, he is for me. I think it's a complicated question, though. It's a hard one to unpack. And Javen, I just did a video 2 days ago kind of going through all the A to Z on this one. So definitely check out that video kind of for all my thoughts on it. I think it's going to be relying on whether or not he has a clean character background with John Schneider when he opens up his file. And if it's not clean enough, if it's as bad as some people think it might be or whatnot, then I think that's going to cause them to pass on him. But I've also been hearing and trying to dive into this as much as sources and information you can pull out from all this, that there's still a general belief out there in the NFL that he's going to be taken in the top 10. All Pro Seahawks, Hawks Nest. I feel like if we sign Bobby and draft a rookie and they hit on the draft, I do feel like this team would be a contender. O-line's going to be better. D-line's better. I don't know what's about Super Bowl contender, though. That's kind of my place on this. You might be marginally better. And so like last year, you kind of barely got in the playoffs with a little bit of luck at the end, right? With a little bit of turn of the screw with the Lions getting you in. And then you got kind of boat raced into the second half by the Niners in that game on the road. So, this year, do you win one playoff game and get a little bit further, take a little bit more of a step further? Sure, I could see that. Does that, I think, as you say, though, within your comments, it doesn't, I think, put you into that Super Bowl contending mode. I think there could have been an approach they took this offseason to say, let's try to get into a Super Bowl contending mode. I think that they've chosen to not necessarily take that close approach in favor of taking the patient approach. As I say, this is all in the approach of taking more of the, let's let this organically grow. And I understand that. I get that on that old Pro Seahawks. So I'm not necessarily, aggravated by it or anything, but I what it'll come down to for me and why I'm trying to be kind of upfront with this is not, again, to be the wet blanket or anything on that. It's just that as I go through future shows, people are going to start asking me about what's your prediction for the team this? What's your prediction for the team that? How do you see the team going this way? And I just want to make sure I'm being consistent with where my feelings are on it. And if it kind of stays course a little bit of saying, okay, well, I'm going to have a little bit of tempered expectations this year, but it's not coming from an emotional place. It just seems to be a little bit rot within how the organization has chosen to go and take their path, which is the patient, a little bit more of the slow roll approach. Fun P, Psychic Pumpkin. Psychic Pumpkin, that's right. Psychic Pumpkin is undefeated. Space, I did get the Wonka bar. I will eat some Wonka bar tonight, my man. And I've got Space. I got the video for you on Pumpkin. So I got her playing with the toy and everything. So I'll get you. I'll show you. See at the end. I got a little bit of a thing cut together there for you. Check out. Oh, Jonathan Magana, but Dupree would be a cheap 2-year deal. Oh yeah, he doesn't do a lot for me. He doesn't do a lot for me, and I don't think that he tore his ACL with the Titans. Don't think he's been a particularly good player for them there. He's been all right. Maybe I haven't paid as close attention to him, but I remember tracking him early on there after they signed with that contract, and he wasn't doing particularly well. Sooner says, hey, you think the Colts would pick Jalen Carter or Will Anderson instead of Richardson if he falls to him? So it goes 2 quarterbacks, 2 defense. Would the Seahawks pick Richardson, you think? I don't think the Colts are going to pass in that way sooner. They need a quarterback. So they would, if they passed in that way, that means that they'd be going with basically Gardner Minshew as their starter next year in a division that's pretty open, quite frankly. So I don't see them going with, they seem a team very unlikely at this point to go with the defensive player. If they did do that and you have quarterbacks at that point, I think the Drew Lock signing indicates that the team is not looking to select a quarterback early on in this draft. And at that point, I would assess that they were probably going to then trade back if that were to play out that way sooner. Even if it plays out to where Will Anderson is off the board sooner, and then, you've got Jalen Carter there, but they don't like Jalen Carter's character background, well, then they would probably still look to, try to trade back at that point. Jonathan Magana, Denzel Perryman, and Miles Jack could be a couple other options they add into this, for sure. Stephen Coleman says, hey, Brandon, I love what we did in first week of free agency. Indeed, man. There's a lot of folks over the moon on this right now, very happy about what they've done. WCC says, what do I think the Cardinals will do in the draft? Well, I think one of two things. I think they're a little like us. It's like they'd like to trade back, but they might pick. I think they want to try to trade back. Will they get anywhere near the offering of what the Bears got? I'm not sure, but I think they're going to try. And I think there's going to be probably a team that's going to be willing to do it at that point, because they'll have a quarterback there, and it just takes the one quarterback hungry team. And I think this year you got a lot of teams that are salivating for those quarterbacks. It's dripping out like, you ever see Turner and Hooch? That's an old movie reference for you kids, but they're dogging that to just constantly drooling. And that's what teams are doing right now for the quarterbacks in this upcoming draft. They're just like, it's just constant. They've stopped even dabbing it away. They're just letting it build as a puddle beneath their chin. So I think that's the likely option, which way they would go with it. If not that WTC, I think they go with Will Anderson and look to bring in a guy that they like the talent, but then you also love his leadership and him being a guy that can maybe instrumentally start to set a tone there with that defense as they start to need to turn that around. They hired a defensive-minded coach. I think it's a likelihood. Jonathan says, Brandon, I like what we have done this far this offseason. If we can't get Bobby, should we go after Denzel Perryman? I'd like to see it. Yeah. I don't think it'll cost a lot, and I think he's a solid player. Solid player. Kyle Mulkey, Brando, what do you think about this? Trade Darrell Taylor or Fant for Elijah Moore in a fourth or fifth? Elijah was already upset last year with the Jets, and the drama this year could be worse. Go Hawks. I like where your head's at with it, man. I could probably do something like that. I think the one issue with it here, Kyle, that's the problematic point of bringing in Elijah Moore is he doesn't like the fact that he's not getting enough touches already with the New York Jets in a balanced offense. Now he comes here as the third option and serves as that third wheel where there's not going to be a lot of targets in this offense either. Doesn't he just kind of go from the frying pan to the bubbling pot? I don't know. Isn't he going to be probably just as angry about coming here at that point because he's not going to get those targets here either. But I think that I'd be okay with either of those two moves, looking to try and move those guys for some value. AI says there's only so much money. We've got an O-lineman who plays center and a guard, 2 new defensive linemen and a linebacker. Brendan says we have $17 million yet to spend. Maybe Bobby and another linebacker or guard. Still some more room here to do some stuff. Certainly. For sure. Megan says the Hawks Nest a little distracted today. More than usual. I just found out that my mother's elder sister is in the ICU sepsis, so she's doing much better than yesterday and am scrambled. No worries. I understand, Megan. Hope she's doing okay. Hope she's better. But it's all good. We're not doing a super long one here today anyway, so it's going to be a fairly quicker up. It's going to go quick. Space, thank you for the $20 donation. Yes, Space. We do have, I thank you for the $20 donation, Space. We do have the kitty toy here, and I will promise I did get some video for you, Space. So I will be, I got some cute pictures and video for you to show you at the end of this, of her playing with it, because she loved the hell out of it. She was on it for about, I opened it up yesterday. I had her on it for about 2 or 3 hours last night, Space. So she was just like laying next to it. Then when she'd get tired, because she gets tired quick. She's a big girl. Okay. She gets out of breath fast. So she get out of breath and she got to lay down. Then she get back up and start playing with it. And then, then go back at it again. But I got everything that black Bach amps. Thank you for that, man. You're awesome for sending that way. And she's going to have a ton of fun with that. I'm definitely going to get some more videos I'm going to try to play. So we'll see if it's, I'll get maybe a background. I'll get a green screen behind it and get her like she's King Kong attacking the stadium or something if I can pull it off. But that thing is too cool. The fact the NFL has put that together is ridiculous. It's so awesome. But she loves that ball toy. That's her joint. She can spend all day there just knocking that ball thing around, man. So thank you so much, bro. You're very kind for sending that my way, man. And Kitty Kitty thanks you too. Say thank you. Say thank you. See? She said thank you. There you go. She gave you a nice thank you on that one. Appreciate you, brother. Pandemonium Bad, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, will you be at the draft in Kansas City? Have you been before? Oh, no, I've never been before, man. Pandemonium Bad. I don't know that I would want to necessarily be at the draft. You know, you're kind of just sitting in the crowd and you're like, what, who'd they pick? What, who? What? They traded what? My phone doesn't work. There's too many cell phones out here. I can't get any what? Yeah, I feel like you'd be a little bit of that, you know, on it. So, yeah, I'd only want to be covering if I was covering it like media covering it, because then you're like in the action on it a little bit on that. But I like covering it from home. I like being kind of like just got my multiple monitors up, checking what's going on here, what's going on there, you know, finger and pulse on everything happening, Twitter popping, chat telling me what's up from their sources. It's kind of almost more funner to be being on the scene on that one. But if they ever had it in Seattle, I might go down there, I guess. They're going to probably move it around now, you know, Pandemonium. So if they do that, then I'd be on that. I'd be with that. WGC says, do you like the Brandon Cook trade to the Cowboys? I like it from the Cowboys move side of it. I think he's been kind of an undervalued guy in recent years because he's been able to seemingly kind of get past some of that concussion stuff. Yet that reputation still sort of follows him, maybe a little unfairly so. And then I like the fact the Cowboys got the Texans to eat some of the salary. So the Cowboys are really, I'm not going to say only on the hook for, I wouldn't have wanted our Seattle Seahawks to be on the hook for $12 million for Cooks this year. But the Cowboys are a different team than us, where they're at and what they need and where they're needing to go with it. So they didn't give up anything in draft capital. They got him to pay a portion, a third of Cook's salary. I think that's a very good deal for the Cowboys. Sometimes these receiver costs too, boy, aging receivers do not go for much as far as draft capital goes. Eli Montoya, total 2023-2024 dead cap charges would add up to $24 million for cutting Adams. They would be expensive. They would be expensive. It would be a lot. You can spread it out though. That's the good side of it. That's the plus side. Space HawksNest, do I think we'll sign B-Wags? I don't know, man. I've been searching and Googling and looking for rumors, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of real intense connection between B-Wags camp and Seattle. So I don't know what to make of that. BP, you might be right. 1989 center, third round could also be an option there as well. They've been circling around Schmitz just a little bit with the interview process on him, with some of the links on it, but maybe it's all just cloak and dagger, smoke and fire. Or smoke, no fire, is how I should put that. Yeah, that could be the way it is. Oh, Gaines signed with Tampa Bay. How does Tampa Bay got any money? How in the hell did that happen? And yeah, BP, the guards in free agency were mid. Big mid. Eric Turner, I don't understand why guard hasn't been addressed more. Lewis, Haynes, and Curhan are decent, but one injury and we are screwed. I think in Brown, you do have a little bit of a guy that can play both, Eric, though he's a better center than he is a guard. I think that it's very likely they look to address this in the draft once or twice somewhere else. I think that it is, as BP says right below your comment on that is, Eric, as well, where it was just a bad free agent class for guards. It's weird, Eric, too, because usually every year at least right guard is good. Left guard's always weak. There's never any really good left guards, but there's always like 4 or 5 like league average right guards on the open market, not for that much money. This year, I don't know why, there just wasn't. Jonathan, I like Zavala in the 4th round, man. That'd be good. Robbie Red, is Devin Bush better than Kobe Barton? He hasn't played better than Kobe Barton so far. He has more ability than Barton does, theoretically, if his leg's okay. But I don't know where his leg's at. And Kyle Likens has taken heading into the 3rd. I think that they could still look to quarterback later. But I think in the first 2 rounds, it's definitely out the door now. Power. Also, a lot of the players we picked up are young and unproven. Don't necessarily want the 3 to 4 year deal. We don't want to look and tie ourselves to unknown quantities. Certainly gives them a lot of flexibility in the future, and they have not done that. Agreed. Greg, I think we need 3 second-round picks. We should trade down from 20 a few spots and pick up that third second rounder. I'd love to see it, Greg, and I approve of that message. I'd like to see that too. I would like to see that too. All Pro Seahawks is Hawks Nest. Our first 4 picks will most likely be starters week 1. They will. They will indeed. Yes. How good a performance are you going to get from a rookie guy playing at that point? We will see, where they're at and all that. Again, I think that it does make the team marginally better. I was looking through the beginning of this offseason of seeing whether or not the team was going to, try to really push for the Super Bowl next year, which would have been being aggressive in free agency and then topping that off with what you do in the draft. It's more now at the head of this of what we do in the draft. And that's okay. I'm not, as I said, I'm not super angry about it. It is kind of what it is. It is what it is. Greener says, Brendan says he thinks the defensive line is so bad right now we have to draft Carter and Breezy to start the draft. Thoughts? I think it's the one place that you leave the BPA aspect of coming into this draft, Green Earth, where you're trying to operate from BPA, but it's probably the one place you're going to diverge from it in this draft, where I would say that within the first 4 picks, you're coming away with 2 defensive linemen by hook or crook. So Brendan's probably on point with that one. Obi-Wan Niners signing Hargrave was smart, even though they lost a ton of edge at depth. I think they're betting that their draft edge hit rate in the draft is higher than their history with defensive tackles. Yeah, that's a good move for them. Mark says Detroit will not be the same team. It'll be tougher. It'll be tougher. Mark says the last few games, Detroit proved it to me. They are fighters. Me too, Mark. The light bulb was going on for them, it felt like. And not in the way of a young guy, and the young boy becomes a man. No, not like that. In the way of like Campbell's gotten them to buy in there and get them playing a rugged style of ball it's very hard to get modern NFL teams to buy into kind of being all in that way. And they play with the loose freedom. They're playing to win. They're playing in a way I think these young players would respond to. And you now give them the more added talent that they're going to have on the end of this offseason. And yeah, they're different. It's different. Megan says, Hawks Nest, what is the one position that you want to be taken at pick 5 in the draft and why? Well, I suppose Megan, because obviously my preference is to move back if we can, Megan. But I think at the end of the day, especially with this free agent period, you need to get more talented on the defensive line, and you're almost kind of driven a little bit by that 5th pick at that point to go with the most talented guy on the defensive line. Because if you're going to do the whole BPA thing at that point, and whether Carter's off, obviously Carter with his talent level there, you maybe remove him off or don't. But okay, so it's Tyree Wilson and Miles Murphy and Brian Breezy and Kalijah Cansey that you have to measure up of who your best player is available on the board at that point. I think you have to just almost go to grab those guys, almost one of those at that spot, because you need to get not only more bodies on deck here for the defensive line, Megan, you need to get more talented on this defensive line. And that's not going to come out by looking at secondhand parts in the late second and third rounds. You're going to have to kind of make especially in this draft, because this draft has good defensive linemen in it, but once you get to the depths of the second round, once you get past Benton, now you're in more of a territory of like, maybe. It's a little bit more risky at that point, Megan. That's why I say that they're going to also leave their BPA probably out of that. If not that 5th pick, then 20th pick. Like a defensive lineman is going to be one of your first 2 picks in the first round. Like lay money down on that right now, because that is going to be a reality. And maybe 2, maybe both of them will be defensive linemen. So it'll be more for me, Megan. They've got to address that spot. That was a supreme weakness of this team last season. You haven't really upgraded it this year, and it was a huge weakness of the team. It wasn't just a minor little issue. It was a big weakness of the team. Steve Sefstrom, tight ends look hood in this draft. Oh, Steve, there's tight ends all over the place in this draft, and they're varied, and they're interesting for kind of a variety of ways. You have the freakishness of Darnell Washington. You got the steadiness of Michael Mayer. You got the pass-catching abilities of Dalton Kincaid. You got Lucas Musgrave, who might be the freakish of the freak show of them all in his upside and his ability with how he can move for how big he is. You got Sam Laporta, who's built like a refrigerator, who can actually move pretty well, not just stuck in place, so to speak. But it's been a lot of years of bad tight end drafts, Steve. There's been some bad tight ends in recent years. It's fun to be excited about some of these guys coming out. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. Appreciate you. Says, is the Orange Cat's roommates a zero tech as well? She's more of the Orange Cat's definitely a zero tech. She's more 3 tech. She's a little more 3 tech. She's the aging 3 tech that comes in rotationally, Garth. She's not your starting 3 tech. She's like, but she can do some outside work if you need, right? You got to pop her out to end. She's got just enough twitchiness left to still do that. But she's like, she's late career Michael Bennett at this point. You know what I mean? She's picking her spots. Yeah. But she's got a little bit more short area burst. But that's just because, the orange one's carrying probably an extra 8 or 9 pounds. Oh, thank you, Garth. Appreciate the dono, man. Chase, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I think we are still signing Bobby. What do you think? I would love to see it. I would feel better about this offseason, about coming up into this draft, having Bobby on the roster. I've liked the move for a variety of reasons that go beyond just what Bobby brings to the field from my standpoint of things. I'm not just paying for past sentimental approach of stuff. I've looked at the all 22 of tape of Bobby last year, my assessment that other people seem to have that, bop, he somehow, in some people's minds, like they're talking about like he's a bad player. I don't quite get it. But no, I would be in favor of them signing Bobby. I don't have a prediction to say whether or not we are at this point, Chase, because usually when I make a prediction, I'm going to have something to base it off the back of it. To like, well, I've read into this, I've heard enough on this, I'm seeing this in enough places, I have enough of a feel for that this is where this is going. But with the Bobby thing, it does seem to be one of like, there's interest, but like Bobby's also kind of seeing what he can go get out there. And then now you're looking at the middle linebacker market and costs are really starting to go down fast for these guys. And, can he get even the Levante David deal at this point almost a little bit? And probably, but the longer Bobby waits on this, I'm kind of confused by that point. I would have thought, I know he's his own agent, but I would have thought some kind of deal would have been done by this point somewhere. So I'm not sure on this, Chase. I don't have a good feel for it at all, man. I usually do, but on this one, I just don't. They had that whole weird way they termed it where, remember when Bobby met with the team, where Bobby and the team have met and they both know where each other stands. Like, what does that mean? Right? Well, what does that mean? When they both know each other's stands. Why aren't you? Bobby and the team met. The team really wants to bring him back and let it be known. Now, that's what you want to hear, right? And they had a very good casual meeting where they nodded at each other and walked past one another, and nothing more was said. Pandemonium, Bad, thank you for another $2 donation. I appreciate all the donos tonight, man. It says, when will we finally cut Dwayne Eskridge and LJ Collier? Well, I've got some good news for you, because LJ Collier is a street free agent because the Seahawks did not, shocker, activate his 5th-year option on his first-round deal. So he is a free agent right now. A shocker as well. No one has signed Mr. Collier. Eskridge, on the other hand, is a horse of another killer. And I don't know that he's going to get cut pandemonium bad. In fact, I think they're going to try to reclaim a little bit more, give him one last ride, one last Eskridge ride. So he'll come back next offseason. They'll try to run him out there again. He'll probably get injured in like the second practice of training camp, and then they'll probably just release him at that point. All Pro Seahawks, Benton reminds me of Cam Hayward. I like that comp. Yeah. Athletic for their size. Still bringing the power when they need it. That's a great comp, bro. Big Country Awesome Kurt Warner card. Well, I'm guessing there might be a Largent in here. I don't know. Garth is going to have to tell us on this one. But if you can see, I've got actually there's a stack of cards in here. I don't want to take them out and get my grubby little fingers on them until I got the, I need the protector pack things on them so that they look good still. I don't get them all smudged. So, I'm going to get those on. We'll put them in the background behind me once I get the carrier things for the cards. But we might have dare I say, maybe there's a Largent in there. Dare I wonder, dare I dream. Tank Dell's good, Luis. I love Tank Dell. Fun player. And boy, is he explosive. BP says Drew Locks deals 1 year, $4 million, $1.75 million signing bonus, salary 1.74, $30K per game active roster bonus, $3.5 million playing time, wins, passing yards, Pro Bowl touchdowns, incentives. There you go. Pro Bowl lock. The Pro Bowl lock. Pro Block. Do you want some Pro Block? No? Why not? Snow Tiger says, all signs point to Carter off the board. I am more nervous now and hope we don't fumble this draft. This is the most important draft for the future of the franchise. Well said. Agreed. Tom Norris says, trade number 5 to Philly for number 10 and number 30. What do you think? Yeah, I like that, Tom. I like that deal. I'm with it. That's about the right value. I'd probably be okay with that. Robert, my brother's in the house. What's up, Rob? Says, what draft could make you think that we are capable of going all the way? I don't believe that the roster that's built really solely upon the back of second and rookie players has any possibility of getting you taken all the way. You come out of this draft with Will Anderson and Jalen Carter, both. Maybe. Absent that, I don't really see any other way that you come out of this draft getting that point. You're going to be potentially getting there with that many young guys. It's just too hard with that much youth. Now, like I said, there's a good shot to that on that, Rob, where it's the distance on this is that you have the elongated time with a Super Bowl window, and you're building more of a conscientious, organic approach to team building, which is fine for the long future and sustaining, which is the good side of that. But I just can't see how that you pull yourself there this year with this team. Can't quite get there with it. Love you, bro. Micah YT says, when are we going to make another M's content? When are we going to make another M's content again, B? Alt's been kind of a while now. It has, man. I know it has indeed. Part of the tough part here, Micah YT, on this is that, a lot of what I'm doing with this channel right now is kind of almost like a full-time job. So I've got to put enough time in this channel that I can generate what I can generate off the channel to make enough money to do this, so I don't have to do other work like I kind of have to do on the side. And so when I do the Mariners work, I love doing it, and I'm going to try to get more uploads done. But, it's for all intents and purposes, that's not even a monetized really channel at this point. So I have to kind of give up just extra. I have to pull away from work that pays me to do the free stuff, and I can't afford to do that right now. So that's the bottom line on that. Is I'd love to do it, but I gotta do what pays the bills right now a little bit. But I'll try, man. I'm trying. Definitely we'll be going live opening day for sure, and we'll try to kind of build some content out and around that. I might have to bring somebody on the alt channel, Micah, that we can get to help me out with a little bit of the editing stuff and whatnot on that to get that channel going a little bit more. So I just am running out of hours in the day. Matty Ice, we get Jamal Adams back, and we love Dre Jones. And if we get Bobby and Clowney and have another crazy draft, I think we are the second best team in the NFC after San Francisco, given Philly lost a lot. Could be, man. Could be on that, Matty. I love where your head's at with it. I'd love to see it. Seahawks, Jose says, Charbonnet or Gibbs? Who do you like more? I got to go a little more Gibbs here, Jose. You know, Charbonnet lost 2 inches at the combine and probably another 10 pounds. And, you know, him at like sub 210, 213, whatever it was he came at the combine, kind of had me viewing him a little bit differently. Because I thought he was more of like a Steven Jackson type, and he's more at 6 feet tall. It's like, he's not going to be able to be as much of a hammer at the NFL level at that size, in my opinion. Gibbs, on the other hand, to me, Jose, offers you a guy that is as sudden as any running back in this draft on tape. And then he's a guy that is not just your sort of like, I don't know, like just your, you know, well, yeah, he can play slot if you want to like try to get imaginative. He can literally line up at slot and runs like receiver routes when you line him up into the slot, in my opinion. So he looks really, really comfortable there. Love what I see out of him in that respect of things, but Gibbs is just so sudden. I know we need more of the hammer like Charbonnet, but I can get my hammer later on. I can't get a guy that's sudden like Gibbs later on. So I'll go with the Gibbs early on in that, Jose, and I'd be okay even in the second round with him. He's a really fun talent to watch on tape. And folks, Jose, by the way, is trying to crack 1,000 subs on his side, and he is getting very close on his side to getting those subs cracked through. So if you haven't subbed up to our guy, he's a longtime mod here at the channel. He's been rolling his own content on his side of things, so please do get subbed up to Jose Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez on his side of it. I would appreciate it if you would. Area Nash says, what do you predict their record? What did you predict their record last year? I had their record, I believe, at 8 wins last year. I believe that's what I said. Somewhere in that neighborhood. I think I've been within, in my predictions over the last 3 years, I think I've been within about a win or two, one way or the other. MJ Daniel, D-line and linebacker, defensive back, some O-line depth. If JS and Pete Carroll trade around some, they could have a good number of picks. Indeed. That'd be a smart way to go with it, MJ. That'd be beautiful. All-Pro Seahawks, from what I heard from Bob Condotta, that John Snyder tried to sign both Jones and Zach Allen, but they couldn't fit into their books. So Allen chose the Broncos. Yeah, I saw Bob Condotta reported that as well, All-Pro Seahawks. My one weird part about that is that you're pivoting from Zach Allen to Jaron Reed. Like that's where you went from A to B on that one. You know, that was their A to B. Or is there another move to come? That's part why I say I'm not making any final assessment on this free agent period, just kind of what we're seeing from the first week of view. But yep, they were indeed trying to get in on the Zach Allen sweepstakes of things. Area Nash says, I think the Seahawks can be Super Bowl contenders depending on the draft. Inside the realm of possibility pretty handily, I believe. I think many do share your feeling on this area. So I think that there's a lot of people that look at this free agent class and where the team is at with what they'll get as far as draft picks and do believe they're there. So I do certainly understand that when it comes to my general thoughts and feelings on this one, I probably will be in a little bit of a different place than the rest of the fan base. It's not to say that I think everybody's crazy for thinking so. I can completely understand where folks get to on it. I just always lean in as I try more and more. And as I do this channel, the best place I'm in when I do this channel, and the place that I just like to be in the most, is just when I can be honest. And so if I feel a certain way, maybe I'm being emotional, or maybe I'm missing the mark on something, or but I always will lean back into just saying, I'm just going to be honest with my perspective and view on it, and then let the cards kind of fall where they may from that, as opposed to dressing things up. And I think that there's a little bit of a pull within this, in this content creation mode of things, to try to dress things up and make things look good at all times, which I don't like doing that, especially if I don't feel it. But I get it. Area. There's a lot of folks that are loving this off season right now. And I'm not hating it. I'm probably, as I said, more mixed bag in my outlook with it. All Pro says Denzel Perryman did sign with the team. Oh goodness. So he's off the board. Free indeed. Do we think we'll end up signing Ryan Neal? I'm surprised he hasn't had other offers. Yeah, he comes back on the 1-year deal, free indeed. So he's on a restricted tag. He'll come back and play on that 1-year deal, I would say. I don't think they'll sign him to a multi-year contract, though, especially after Julian Love's deal. Pandemonium Bath, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, last one, pineapple or no on pizza? No. It is a sin against God putting pineapple on pizza. Did you know that there's somewhere in the universe an angel loses their wings every time they put pineapple on pizza? Fact. True fact. That little cry out you hear when you see them doing that in a pizzeria is an angel dying as her wings are being ripped off of her back. No. I'm not a big fruit and bread guy, but I'm most especially not a pineapple and bread guy. That does not work. With pizza sauce, come on. No way. No. That's a big no on that one. It's a fiery hot no. Thank you for all the donos, bro. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, when was the last time we signed a free agent to a more than 1 to 2 year deal? Not many of them. Not many of them in recent years. You did when Carol and Schneider walked in the door initially. You were willing to do this, right? I mean, this was something that they were open to doing. Where Robert Gallery, Sidney Rice, Zach Miller, you signed some multi-year deals at that time. Once you had to start to pay Russell Wilson, and you're paying Legion of Boom players at the same point in time, you had a run of 4 or 5 years there where you just didn't have the financial availability to spend money whether you wanted to or not. The difference over these last few years is that you have had the financial availability to spend the money, and you have chosen to take the 1 or 2 year approach on the majority of those deals. And up until this year, and doing it now again in this year, over these past couple of years and taking this approach, it has not benefited you by doing so. So it may change this offseason. These 1 and 2 year approach deals, for the most part, may be the ones that now we're taken to the promised land on the back of it. But up until this point, that has not been the case. It's been a strategy that's not quite met out the returns. Thank you, Adrian X. Appreciate you. Robert, Random Mike Daniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, am I the only one who still buys the Lindsay draft mags? I like the one with player comps. Been checking every day I go to the store. Old school. That is old school, Randall. That is way old school. I don't even see them. They don't even have the magazine racks, Randall, on the shelves anymore to where you can see them out there. Remember, they used to put those front and center. Now, I don't even think do you even have them in the stores anymore? Like, most grocery stores just remove them off the racks. You got to go to like some specialty store to find that stuff now, Randall. It's a bit sad too, because those used to be awesome. Especially you had to wait for your mom. Like if you were a younger kid and you're waiting your mom to go do all the shopping and get through the road, and you're just over it. Just go to the rack and start looking up some of the magazines. That was the way back in the day, Randall. Good old memories. Garth, thank you for a $5 donation. Says, I think there is a number 80 in the top set. By the way, all the cards included are about $25 or so no need to be overly careful, but I know you respect those players. I'm still going to be, man, Garth, and you give me a gift like that, I want to take care of it, man. So, I just need to get to I know where there's a card shop here down the road, or I'll just go on Amazon tonight, just order them up. But I want to get them all protected and have them, in the right deal with it. So, that large one's going to be front and center, Randall. I'm going to have that front and center, that Largent card, no doubt about it, man. Thank you for sending that, bro. That was awesome of you. I can't wait. Can't wait. That Largent card will quickly become one of my most prized possessions. It will indeed. You're awesome, brother. You are awesome. Seahawks Gaming says, if only Odell Beckham Jr. played safety, then the Seahawks might have invested money in him. Exactly. Michael YT says, even Rob Stanton's very happy with our offseason signings. That's a good sign. It totally is. It totally is. And, I quite honestly, in a lot of respects on this, folks, it's been one that I've been aware of, knowing that the approaching stream's coming here a little bit, and knowing that there's an expectation maybe a little bit that I'm going to be in the same kind of place of like, yay, and I'm not quite in that spot. I'm not, again, it's just, I know folks, from some folks' standpoint, they're not going to quite understand maybe why I'm there, because there is so many universally in this spot. I'm not quite in that spot. There's more they can do to maybe bring me into that area of things. But I do look at this as like, okay, I'm going to be kind of covering another year here coming up of rebuilding, in my opinion, for the most part, that's playoff contending rebuilding team, but really going to still need to wait a year to get to a place of being, I think, truly elite. But that's my stance on it. That's where I'm at on it. You guys know this. I look at this stuff as deep as anybody else. I pay attention to everything as deep as anybody else. This is my outlook on it. I respect other people are going to have different looks and viewpoints on it, but I don't come to my positions lightly or without much thought or without considering kind of almost just about everything being brought into play. But I'm not going to get that, unfortunately, unless there's something else major coming down the track. Sky the boy, I don't think David Moore's coming back, my guy. No, he's out. He's gone. He's done. Jonah the Whale, let's try Pumpkin's sidekick ability first, seeing with who we are going to draft with our 5th pick. Put the little toy at the end of the hall with pictures of Carter, Anderson, and Richardson. Ha ha ha. I might have to try something like that. I might have to do something like that. And Michael Shin, yeah, that deal for Troy Gardner Johnson's great deal for them. It's beautiful. Donnie Pearson says, Hawks Nest, hello, Brandon all. Hope everyone is well on this final day of winter. Finally, we're almost out of it. One more. Megan says, Hawks Nest, you and me at the draft. We need to make that happen in training camp. For sure. Sure, Megan. If they ever do the draft in Seattle, I'm there. I'll do it there. I don't know about going to like Nashville or something, But I do that. Michael Jones says, Kevin Byard might be on the market soon due to pay disputes with the Titans. He might be. I don't think we would be in the market on him, though. I don't think we're going to sign another safety at this point. Though you never know, do you? Micah, to add on the Jamal Adams situation, the Julian Love signing means that this could allow Adams to play more weak side linebacker when he does return, per Bob Condola. That is, I'm hearing Bob double down pretty hard on the fact that this is not an indication that Jamal is potentially going to be cut, and it might not. As I posted my video last night on this, Micah, I think that this means one of two things. You are looking to go to more 3 safety looks, which would have Jamal in what would essentially be, you can call it the weak side linebacker role, or I think at Alabama they call it they call it the apex or the predator role or something like that. They got some name for it like that, some cool name, some super cool name. But you could do that too. Could be that. I'm not sure on either way what one it's an indicator of one way or the other on that one. But it does seem to be one or the other, and we'll find out once Adams gets to his physical. Let's get physical. I want to get physical. Let me hear your body talk. King Bomber, do you think we could bring in Calais Campbell on a 1-year, $5 to $6 million deal? Yeah, you could do that. That'd probably be about the cost it'd be to bring him in. I checked. He had another good year last year for them. So the guy's like a metronome of goodness. Just tick, good, year after year after year. Gene D says, who are we picking at 5? Oof. Buddy, I don't know, man. If the character concerns are clean on Carter, then you're going to go with Carter. If they don't like the character stuff, then they're going to trade back. If they can't trade back, then they're going to take Tyree Wilson. That'd be my take on it. Wu-Tang says, man, Tampa Bay be collecting Husky players lately. They do, man. They like, soon it's going to be Miles Jack. Or not, he wasn't a Husky. Sorry, he's UCLA. But yeah, they like themselves some Huskies, man. They dig what they're doing in that program. I always say what it really probably is, Wu-Tang, is you've got scouts in these rooms that are regional scouts. And I always wonder on some of this, if you don't have guys that, beyond being better scouts in a given region, you just have a guy that's more eloquent and able to sell his regional guys that he's been scouting better than the other guys can. You know, if he's more affluent, he's got a better way of writing his evaluations in a certain way to get the general manager's eye. But I would say that with Tampa Bay, whoever their Pacific Northwest regional scout is probably a pretty loquacious dude. Nicholas has got a crash. 4 a.m. comes fast. Haven't had a day off in over a week. Thank you, Brandon, for all your hard work. Well, thank you, bro. You get some good rest, man. Michael Shen, who's drafted in Bijan Robinson? Really thought for a while Philly is the team here, Michael. And it seems to go counter to their approach with the running back position and value of running back position. And that certainly probably impacts it a good degree. How about the Titans? You know, if they move Henry, then they're going to want a running back in there. What if the Titans on draft day move Henry for like a 4th round pick and then pick Bijan Robinson at like 12? How about that? No Tigers says we just need to take Cansey, Mozzie, Smith, and Schmitz in the first 2 rounds. I will be relieved. That'd be a good first couple of rounds. Start things off, cook things up. Kyle says, with us talking about how ownership might be the reason we don't spend the money, is that one of the reasons why Pete wasn't fired before last season? If that's the case, why didn't Russ ever get it? Why didn't Russ ever get it? I'm not sure on the last part of your question on that. I think the potential sale of the ownership impacts Pete's potential of being let go or staying. I think Pete having the success he did last year and being proven essentially right in the Wilson Carroll kerfuffle solidifies him here a little bit more thoroughly than ever before to a certain remarks. At least while this ownership group is in place here at this point. I'm not sure on your question on that. I'm sorry, Kyle. It's a little kind of confusing on that one a little bit. Anthony Grogan says, out of Anderson, Carter, Tyree Wilson, or Nolan Smith, who do you think will end up on the Seattle's team? And what kind of offensive moves will that make in free agency or the draft? I think Nolan Smith, of those 4 guys you mentioned, is probably the most likely to be a Seattle Seahawk. What kind of offensive moves do I expect in the draft? I think that they are going to probably try to take John Michael Schmitz or a center somewhere in the first 3 rounds. I do think they're going to try to find a guard somewhere in the first 4 rounds as well, 4 or 5 rounds, another guard in there too. I think they'll probably re-sign a guy like Marquise Goodwin when it's all said and done as the 3rd wide receiver, and then roll with him, Derek Young, and Eskridge to see what you can get out of those guys, I think, for the most part there. So, I think you're mainly just going center and guard offensive in the draft. I don't think there's any real free agent moves outside of the 3rd wide receiver role to be made out there in free agency on that, Anthony. Kyle says, I don't understand. Brando, can you help me out? A lot of people in the chat want Kareem Hunt, but not Jalen Carter due to character issues. Do they not remember Hunt kicking the head of the woman? I think a little bit of their assessment on that would be, Kyle, that they look at it like Jalen Carter's an ongoing issue with his problems and that was a one-off issue with Kareem Hunt. I'm not saying that's what my outlook is on it, but you're asking what they might be thinking in that situation, Kyle, and I think that's probably where they're leaning to on that one myself. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, better Wilson at 5 or Murphy at 12 after trade down? Probably Murphy at 12 for me, Randall, after a trade down, because you're probably picking up an additional 1st round pick. So it's Murphy plus a 1st round pick versus just Wilson. And I don't think Wilson is enough solidified to me to be that much of a difference maker in his pro outlook from Murphy to believe that it's worth turning down that future first round pick, especially it's for a team that's likely to be picking again back in the top 10. So I'll take the latter on that one, Randall. I'm not a huge, I like Wilson. He is better than Murphy. He's definitely a brighter prospect, but neither two guys are just have me like over the moon on him either. Right, Randall? So yeah, I like trading back at this point, no Anderson, no Carter. Let's just move it on back. Move it on back a bit. Just get that sucker going. Let's go backwards. Appreciate you though, Randall. Thank you. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. Who is the best at Carter's position currently? What's his ceiling? Can we honestly pass on Richardson with the support system we have to develop a quarterback? It really doesn't make any sense to bring back Drew Lock at this point to go draft a quarterback and have 3 quarterbacks taking up the roster spots, Taker16. Remember this, when you're paying now Geno on a deal, now you've got $4 million more invested into Drew Lock, and whoever you pick at number 5 is going to make, they're going to be about a $9 million cap hit or something on the cap next year. So you're slowly now continually increasing your quarterback cost. Well, there's only one of them that can play. It's just, at this point, it doesn't make any sense to me to take a quarterback at number 5. I don't see they would have to just be so in love with Richardson's upside and thinking he's going to get there to do that. And with the moves that they've indicated here, that's not where their headspace is at with it. If they had not signed Locke, I would have said, okay, maybe that's more of a pot, but you don't sign Locke to then have, no, it just doesn't make any sense to me, Taker. I think it removes Richardson off the board pretty much completely at this point. And that decision got made with Drew Lock signing. In regards to who is the best at Carter's position currently, I mean, technically it would be an Aaron Donald or Chris Jones, in the league right now at that position. I think when you look through the league, though, the thing that stands out to you is you got about 5 really dudes at the defensive tackle position. 5 guys that are like, ooh, these guys are different from the rest. Like I said, Carter, Chris Jones, Allen, the Giants kid that they've got out there, Jeffrey Simmons of the Titans, DeForest Buckner. Those are your 6 kind of guys. Those are your 6 kind of, I don't know if there's a lot of other defensive tackles in their same kind of realm in the league. And Carter's in that kind of talent base as well. So there's not a lot of them, Taker610. But no, I don't think you can do the Richardson thing with the Lock signing. Just, it doesn't quite add up. Megan says, at the Hawks Nest, 100% was thinking defense. Why not still try for BPA though? Because I think at the heart of it, you have more of this growing need that now becomes even bigger with free agency. And it's good to bring in Draymond Jones. It's good to bring in Jaron Reed. But you also brought those guys in at the cost, Megan, of releasing out Shelby Harris, Quentin Jefferson. Poona Ford's been lost. Brian Monet's not going to probably be coming back next year. So you have so much. It was your weakest position last year, Megan, and you're so weak there right now. And you don't have a process to go out into free agency and now address it in a way to really boost it up. And that the combination of that leads me now to going, I don't like it, but it draws me to now having to go more defensive line early because I have to substantially upgrade the talent. It's beyond getting bodies here, Megan, or getting, staying in that BPA approach is like I say, you try to do it as much as you can, but you can't always apply it. There are spots where you're going to have to step outside of it and go into a different direction. And unfortunately, because they haven't made a more aggressive nature, I think, in dealing with this, / also just the general weakness of the position in general, I think you've got to go defense and defensive line, or especially. It's just the talent is there too, that whoever you're taking at that point, Megan, really is going to be on a pretty equal chart. It's hard to look at that BPA thing at 5 and you have Tyree Wilson there, right? Or you've got Johnson there, who's looked at as the number wide receiver, or Jackson Njigba there, who's some people look at as their number wide receiver, who's a slot guy only, Megan, right? And then you've got Bijan Robinson there. And then you got, I'm trying to think of who would be the best guys available there, but you got Paris Johnson, a right tackle there, right, Megan? Their best player available. Like, who's the guy offensively to make you go outside of just going to the defensive lineman? So even if you're looking BPA, there's not a better BPA offensive player that's available at that spot where you're picking over the defensive talent that would be available to you there. And if that's the case, then the need of the position wins out to me. John Acevedo says, I'm really liking Jalen Hyatt. It's a great deep threat, one of the better ones in this draft. It's a good player. Love below. Your Seahawks are going to be good, but how about my Dolphins? Your guys' quarterback situation still gets me worried, man. Like the QB situation is still kind of concerning there on that. But you guys are going in the right direction. I like how aggressive you've been with your moves, and you're going for it, which is always good to see. You just never like to see the quarterback position be in the place it is right now as it stands with your Dolphins. That's my one worry. If you guys had a little bit more of a certainty there at QB, and I know that Yuri put up statistically and all that, but I'm talking health and lasting and not being knocked out of the lineup. That's the part I'd be most worried about as I was a fan, and just like we got to get this a little bit more on tap. You don't even need like a guy that can wreck shop. You just need a functional guy with how that offense is set up. Vegas says, Hawks, I keep telling you, Pumpkin needs to go on a diet. I know. One of these days. Anthony, could we get Anderson, and what kind of offense moves will Hawks make? Another wide receiver, do you think we will get T. Wilson or Nolan Smith? I'm not sure on that. I mean, I think they would get Nolan Smith. I don't think you have to get Nolan at 5, but I think he's the one that's likely to be a Hawk. So I just answered up on that above there, Anthony. I think we go Marquise Goodwin as the third guy there. Go Hawks 2023. Brandon guy was trying to tell me Hawks have moved Jamal to linebacker. I told him no, they won't due to his shoulders. He said, wake up, they already have. Might have missed it, but don't believe it at all. Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is here with Adams at this point on the Go Hawks 2022. My initial feeling on this is that the Julian Love signing is happening because the Seahawks don't feel like he's going to pass his physical, and they're going to put a post-June 1st designation on Jamal when they get to the point of running his physical. That's the way this sort of feels to me right now. I could be wrong on that, but like I said, I'm not sure of it. It could also be that they're looking to go to three, they're looking to go to 3 safety looks, which is a part of the Fangio defense. Go Hawks 2023, that's a utilization of the Fangio defense. Now at that point, are you going to move Jamal down to linebacker, or is that now more about having Jamal at a safety role and you're moving Julian Love to slot? Who's hard to say at this point. The coaching staff hasn't indicated what they want to do on this one, and it could kind of mean a variety of different things. With me, I've been very reticent to believe that you're going to want to put Jamal down in linebacker situations where he's taking on 300-pound linemen coming downhill at him at the second level and just eviscerating him. I don't think that that's going to be really good for a guy that weighs about 210 pounds. So, I mean, maybe they do that. I don't see how that works. That seems kind of a little bit too light to be asking a guy that small to be pulling that off. But, I've heard it from a bunch of people that have wanted to see it, that have longed to see it go Hawks 2023. This is a narrative that's existed out in the fan base for a while, that we should just pop in Jamal into the linebacker and he'll be sensational in that role. With me, I don't get it. I don't see it myself, but it's spoken about a lot, and many people seem to believe that it would be a beautiful fit for him. But I do remain skeptical. Megan Hawksnest got the set of large mint conditions I showed you in Seattle. I'd be willing to send you those your way at a price. I know. Tempting. Very tempting. Yeah, Wu-Tang, pineapple's fine in itself, just not on pizza. It's just not a... Tanner says, Colton says, do you see any players with trade potential before during the draft? I could see Darrell Taylor and Noah Fant both being draft day trades if we get certain positions. I could too, Tanner. I tell you, if I would love to find a way to try to circle around the second round, especially here, and trying to get more picks into the second round. Some of that could be on the back of trading back, but some of that could also be on the back of moving one of these two guys you talked about. What stands out to me on both of these two guys is that they're both quality players. It's not that they're not bad players. Both only do have one more year on their deals, and neither are likely to be guys that I see into the future, Tanner, that are going to be guys you're looking to sign on long-term deals here. And so if that's the case, maybe now is a good time to get a little bit of value back for them at that point. And especially if, again, it can met out to us getting another second round pick in this draft. To me, that's a good way of going with this. I would be very much in favor of it. So I think you're right. Those are the two guys of any of the people on our roster right now that I think are the likely ones to be moved potentially on draft day, if there is any potential. Vegas says, I'm not in the same spot B either. I love what has happened in free agency, but I'm worried about the draft and pick 5. Understandable. I got to say, having Geno speak in interviews is refreshing. He seems loyal, mature, and sincere. Loved Russ at quarterback, but boy, was he cringy. Yeah, he could be a little cringe on that. Little cringe. Pedro says, of the Hawks Nest, Brandon, would you like Henley in our first pick in the second round? Yes, Pedro. He's a middle linebacker 2 on my big board right now. So getting him in the second round would be great. Great. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate it, Fat Daddy. And I promise you, man, I'm going to get that honey, but I had free agency this week, so I had to constantly put in Hawk videos together. Just didn't have a chance to get out there and check that out. He says, using future cap space is like using a credit card and maxing it out. When ready for a Super Bowl run, no funds available to sign the difference makers, in my opinion. Agreed, Fat Daddy. That you want to make sure when you're in a go forward mode, and I think you bring up a good point. As I say, the biggest mistake teams can make is that they're an in between team, and they're thinking they're an elite team if they just do give and move A. That's all they need to do is just this give and move A to get that done. And that's what gets teams into that trappings of then setting them into that place where now they're going to be stuck there into the immediate future. And the moves that they've made this offseason, Fat Daddy, are not moves that are indicative of that. They have not stuck themselves to the future of anything at this point. They've provided themselves a lot of versatility to go in a lot of different directions when they're ready to go make that Super Bowl run. And I don't have any issue with that. I'm not angry about that. I'm fully supportive of that. I would say, Fat Daddy, that I would have been a little bit more in favor of, if you're going to take the slow roll approach, if you're going to say, no, this is just simply year 2 of the rebuild. Well, then at that point, you don't really need to invest as much into the quarterback position. As we just saw with Drew Lock, you could have gone back to Drew Lock at $4 million price with some incentives like you gave Geno, and continue to build up that young team and continue to save that money. And if anything, at that point, Fat Daddy, roll the saved money from this year into next year's cap and do just what you're advocating for. Well, we're now not only am I not pulling from the credit card, but I've put future money into savings for that point as well. So I'm okay with them going that route, but then go that route, go that direction, make that choice. Don't go halfway this way and halfway that way, because you'll end up not accomplishing either. And that's the one worry I have from that a little bit. So I'd be fine with that, but then just be more consistent on the front end with that back end approach, I would say. Makes sense though, man. Thank you for the $10 donation. Kevin Mullen, thank you for the $2 donation. Is Nolan Smith the Bruce Irvin of this draft? I think you're meaning this in a different way than potentially the way you asked it. Because I think what you're meaning of is this the edge that fires up in this draft, who goes up much higher than anybody thought he was going to go as people were going through the evaluation process, where Irvin might have been viewed as a late second round guy who the Seahawks ended up picking at number 14 or something. I forget, was it 13, 14, something like that in the first round. In that respect, yes. Is he the Bruce Irvin in this draft in the respect of their skill sets are very closely aligned and similar? No. They're very, very different players, kind of in almost inverses of each other as far as like how they win, how they play ball, how they are good ball players, so to speak. They got some of the freakishness and the twitchiness and all that, but Bruce couldn't really play the run, but he's a great pass rusher, especially early in his career. Nolan can play the run like nobody's business, but he's not necessarily the greatest pass rusher. But yes, as far as the guy that elevates into this draft higher than you would have thought going through the process, then that is certainly the case. A month and a half ago, Nolan was probably viewed more as a early second round guy, and he's going to draw his way up into probably the top 15 at this point. There might even be a chance Seattle looks at taking him at number 5, which would, I really hope they don't do that. Thank you, though, Kevin. I appreciate the donation. Roy Froelich with a $10 donation. Thank you, Roy. He says, Eskridge. Sigh. That's about the right, that's the right about expression of it. And, it's when people wonder a little bit why there's times where I don't just draw into just being super positive and happy and hey, no, this is a great move. This is the best move ever. No, now this is the best move ever. No, now this is the best offseason ever. No. This is the best offseason ever. And one of the reasons I don't do that is because when I tend to have this gut instinct about situations, I can tend to be pretty close to right on the button with it. And if you want to look at what I thought about Eskridge, go look at my draft day assessment on him on the night that we drafted him and my worries about picking him where we picked him. And it's proven out to be the case, proven out to be true. I would love to tell you guys that Eskridge is going to be able to bounce back at this point and that he's somehow going to be able to, earn that second round rep that he had. It's not his fault. He was probably taken as high as he was, but it's probably not going to happen. He's probably not getting healthier as we go forward. And his route running has not shown any mightily improvement over the last couple of years. His hands have not shown any great improvement over the last couple of years. Which is troubling when you're a receiver. You can't run great routes and can't particularly catch the ball excellently. It's kind of a hindrance for the position just a little bit, but that one's a sad miss, unfortunately. That's a sad miss on that one. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you. Fat Daddy, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you as well for all the donos and support. It says, it feels to me that they have a 2-year plan based on the defensive players available next year in free agency, although playing to win this year. Agreed. And I think as you kind of set up in your donation there, you're making one of two choices or one of two to be the priority in that situation. And when you do make one of those the priority of the situation at that point, it's going to come at the expense of the other. You can't do two things at the same time, in my opinion, in this day and age. If you have one a year, particularly you want to go get a Super Bowl, the cost of doing business for that is not one of now it's all organically driven from within and we'll get there by that. Now you need some outside help. And so they got to get to a place of getting there, making that decision. But you're right. I think that this leans back to telling us this is more about the 2-year plan. This is more about this being year 2 of a rebuild. And that means we need to have a little bit more patience in this process to where, yes, we can commit next year. Yes, there could be some crazy thing happen where there's injuries across the board and it's a lightened NFC and somehow you slide your way a few more games better. But if things fit the type for what it is, it's probably more about waiting another year out before we can truly get ourselves to an elite fashion of things, in my opinion on it. Thank you, though, Fat Daddy. I do agree with you there. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation, Randall. Appreciate you, brother. Hope the baby's doing well out there tonight. Says the sweetest spot is when BPA and biggest need intersect. There's a possibility that happens for us at 5. I think that you put that in the way that I think is much more much more fluently put than I put towards Megan a second ago. But Megan, that's kind of the bottom line there a little bit with it, where, your BPA intersects with the biggest need. I think that's what does happen with you at number 5 here now, which is a little bit unique. But what is that then draws you, Megan, to picking in that spot at 5? So Randall, that was a great way of putting it. Much better than I did with my long drawn out, meandering response to her in regards to that. But yeah, I would say that's the good part about picking 5 with the defensive lineman. You're not stretching it for need at that point. Yeah, you are picking to need, but it is the best player versus up the other offensive options or other players you have that you're measuring it up against at that spot. So well said, Randall. Well said. Mr. Isaac says, hey, Brandon, how you doing tonight? Good to see you and hope you're enjoying your Sunday night. I am. I'm with my people. I'm doing great. Active week of free agency. A lot to talk about. A lot to discuss. Pedro, I don't know what happens to the Pac-12 if Washington State, Oregon, Washington leave. I don't have a good feeling on that one. I'm sorry. Or not a good feeling. Haven't been paying attention much to it. Matthew Smith says, what's your thoughts on the Rodgers situation trade? I think both with the Ravens and the Packers, they're both being ridiculous this offseason. And, the Packers, they couldn't figure out what the hell they've wanted to do the last couple of years with Aaron. They've had no idea what they want to do with him. And they continue to look even more, confused to me in this situation. And it doesn't make any sense. Like, you want to hold and draw the line on these 2 first-round picks now. You want to hold and draw the line. No, we need 2 first-rounders for a 40-year-old quarterback. It's like, dude, get over yourself. Eat the money and move on. Like, these places are like drawing this stuff out, some of these organizations. And the Ravens are an organization I usually think they do a lot of smart things. But quite frankly, they look like morons in this Lamar Jackson situation to me. Everything's being played publicly with them leaking stuff. No, we showed him with this contract. No, do you want him or not? Do you trust him or not? You chose the Ravens to run him like a running back through his first few years. Now he's like, I got to get my money because I'm going to have the hell beat out of me by the time I turn 29 years old, which is understandable on his part and realistically applied on his part. So now you as the team make 1 or 2 choices. You either sign back up for the guy and you go, okay, we're going to just sign up for this process. We love him here. He's going to be a running back. And when he breaks, and we just got to accept it. That's what we signed up. Or you pivot off. Send him to another team. Don't ask for all of the draft capital in the world in return, and understand that you made this choice to do this way. Instead, with both of these 2 teams, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too a little bit. And I think that it's silly. I don't think any of them are going to get out what they're trying to get for at the end of the day as far as the returns they're trying. And they just look, they make themselves look more dysfunctional with this the more time that this goes on in both of the 2 situations. So I think the Packers are being silly here, Matthew. I also think it's kind of dumb that you have Rodgers even talking with New York if you don't have on the surface of this some kind of skeletal deal put into place between the Packers and the Jets. That's them also dropping a bit of the ball with this, which like we need to understand if we're in the same ballpark. And the Packers are like, no, it's 2 first-round picks, and the Jets are like, no way in hell. Well, then why even get into point B of talking to Rodgers and having the owner meet with Rodgers? And doesn't make any sense. The Packers are eventually going to, take it at the end of the day with this, but they're going to make this thing as painful as possible. DJ Jimenez says, appreciate this, Brandon. Your hard work doesn't go unnoticed. Neither does Megan. No, Megan out there doing the hard work out there with the subs on the mod duties. I appreciate that, what she does. Appreciate you too, man. Thank you. Nate says there's no other wide receivers you can get besides Goodwin. Why the older guy and Goodwin? I feel like Hawks need another 3rd wide receiver to help DK and Tyler. I know what I'm getting in Goodwin, Nate. We've tried to go with some of the cheaper wide receivers through the years, like Philip Dorsett, and you didn't know what you were getting and you didn't get nothing out of it. Part of this has to do with the fact that it was a weak free agent market as far as wide receivers go. Robert Woods, off the market. Adam Thielen, off the market. A collection of other wide receivers, off the market. There's not a lot of other good names out there or available at this point, Nate. You also look at the wide receiver class, and it's very, very weak. There's not a lot of good options to be had out there. And so you take that all into account from my perspective of things, and I'll go back with the devil I know a little bit with Goodwin and roll with that and trust in a little bit more of the development of Derek Young to go forward. But this is really comes down to, Nate, where you're not picking always the best of the best available options. Sometimes, the cupboard's been pulled bare and you're just having to reach for the crackers and hope it can subsist you for a little while. Kyle says Panthers are the worst in mid-franchise. Trade all those picks and DJ Moore to bring in Thielen and Miles Sanders. Let go of Foreman, sign Andy Dalton, and don't know what you want. Dysfunction. I thought they re-signed Foreman. I don't know, Kyle. I don't know. I don't like the Miles Sanders signing is but the Moore to Thielen thing is a different deal because the DJ Moore was essentially, by moving him, they were getting a first-round pick back. Whereas when they signed Thielen, they're just signing him off the street. They're not giving up anything for him at that point. So they had to include that to get that move up. And that was that was more about getting the quarterback in there. I'm not anti their moves. I think they're putting together a smart thing so far. I don't like necessarily them moving up and giving up the hold of the Bears. So don't get me wrong there, Kyle. And you're right about their whole dysfunction with the first round pick thing was silly too. But I haven't hated their moves this offseason. The trade up's weird though. Megan, Megan, look at Randall's comment on that with the donation. That's what I would just point you to on what I'm trying to mean by the BPA thing. Yeah, you're BPA at 5, but you're going for the need. The options are all pretty equal across the line there. There's no player that's offensively, Megan, you're going, okay, well, there's a guard there at 5 that's the reintroduction of Steve Hutchinson, but I'm reaching for a 5 defensive tackle instead. That's not the way that number 5 lines up right now. Space, how much do we pay Carter if he's drafted at 5? I think it costs like $9 million a year or something. $9 million. Stephen Patel, have I looked at Charlie Jones, wide receiver of Purdue yet? I have not yet, Stephen. He is on my list, but I have not gotten to him. I'm getting through my couple every day. Pedro says, so what happens to teams that are over the cap? You could be over the cap until you get to a certain place. And then when you're at that place, you got to get under the cap. And if you're not under the cap, then the league offices would take draft picks away from you and probably fine you. No team has ever done that. Seahawks blue and green. I want another big receiver to pair with DK. Doing some mocks. That Tennessee receiver who's 6'3" might be good. He's a big possession guy to me. So, he'd work good with DK because you'd have your possession guy inside the big play of what DK brings. And he's a big bodied guy in a draft that doesn't have a lot of big bodied wide receivers. He's not tremendously explosive, not tremendously fast on film. I know he tested pretty good, but just on tape, I mean. Free indeed. Do I think Eskridge will have a breakthrough year? No, I don't. Problem comes into play. He's really explosive. He's really fast. He's really good with the ball in his hands. He doesn't run particularly good routes. He doesn't catch the ball well. He doesn't work off of contacted catches situations. So, you have a guy that doesn't run very, very good routes. That means he's not going to get very good separation, speed or not. If he doesn't get very good separation, then there's going to be a lot of contested catch situations. So now if he can't lean back on the contested catch situations either, it's kind of hard to see where the upside lies with him a little bit. And now I don't, unfortunately. I think that's just a miss of a pick. And Sam the Great, I think Odell's asking for all the money right now. That's the reports. Fun P. Jamal Adams is running. I don't know if he's going full speed yet. He's been on the treadmill, but every time that I've seen him on the treadmill running around, it's not looked like a guy that's at anywhere near 100% or going full speed. Yeah, sorry if I'm a little bit behind the chat. For new folks, I try to read pretty much every comment as I can or look for every question I can in here. So if I do miss your comment on this, I'm seeing something Matthew mentioned. Y'all get swept by the Jets. Oh, yours. Yeah, we got more people than ever in my chat. So folks, please be patient with me if I miss your comment or whatever. You know, we got 300 people in here and the chat flies fast. I try to respond to each question as I can. So if I do miss you, it's not me being personal or missing your question on purpose. I'm just trying to flow through the chat as quickly as I can so people don't have to wait on the question being answered as much as I can. But it certainly is a challenge with the growth that we've had, kind of staying lockstep with it and being able to stay on every single one. So if I do miss you on that one, or I'm not trying to on purpose for sure. Jack says, Scott McClellan said that Carter was associated with gangs growing up and is still hanging around the wrong people. Thoughts? So I posted a video, Jack, just 2 days ago. My hope is that, you know, with the Jalen Carter discussion on this, Jack, I've 100% reached the point with it where it's no longer interesting or fun for me to talk about it. I don't like talking about off the field stuff with players. I don't like talking about things where I don't have all of the information or know what's really going on with what's what. And this is the place that's fallen into. So I know that Jalen Carter is one that I'm going to keep getting asked about on the channel a lot over the next month. But one of the reasons that I just put the video out yesterday, I put a lot of work into it. I tried to make sure that I covered the whole Carter situation from end to end in that video for what's going on and where my thoughts are at on it. And I said in the video, and I'm going to say now, and I'm hoping that if you're hearing me on this, you guys can understand, like, you can leave the Carter questions out for me going forward. You really can on this, unless you want to talk about him as a player. If we want to discuss the character stuff, I don't really want to do that anymore. It doesn't interest me. And I'm so tired of it. I'm over it in so many ways. So Jack, I made the video just specifically to kind of put that out there and say, here's my thoughts. My thoughts on this are not changing between now and the draft. And so please go and watch that video for me, Jack. That's where I land on this situation. Random comments or random sound bites from former general managers or from people connected to leak here or from a reporter here leaking this out. It's not going to add up to a hill of beans for me. I'm going to trust in my general manager armed with more knowledge and information on the subject than I have. And I'm going to let him make that determination at that point. And that's the final place that I land on this. That's not changing. That's not moving. That's not going off anywhere else. And if he's okay with what he sees on the table, I'm going to be okay with drafting Jalen Carter. But by God, my man, I love you all to death on this stuff, but I cannot do any more of the Jalen stuff as far as talking about this kid's off the field stuff. I can't do it. I'm so over it. It's just such unfun discussion for me. So that's it. If you want to know my Carter thoughts, please go watch that video. I released it out 2 days ago. I put every bit of information into that video on this situation that I possibly could posit. And nothing's going to change between now and the draft on that one. Always Compete says, greetings, Seahawks faithful. I'm interested in knowing an offensive and a defensive draft choice. You can't stand the idea of them not being Seahawks. Sorry, man, I don't have one on either side of the ball. Always Compete. So I don't have a lot of like guys like that in this draft in that way. Sorry, I just don't. And Megan, I'm okay if people bring up the question. So Jack's okay to bring it. And Jack, I get you asking. So Megan, I'm okay. If people bring it up as a question, I'm okay with it. I don't want to be pushed out of the chat or timed out or any of that other stuff for me to have to ask about Carter. I get it, Megan, it's going to come up and there's not going to be a way for me to run from this. So I know that people are going to keep bringing it up on it. But if you guys understand, you're going to hear me now starting to say this message again and again on this. So it's not me being a dick. It's not being an a-hole with it. It's not me being like, I'm trying to be, giving you guys anything. So I don't want anybody pushed out. I want to make sure I'm being clear on this, Megan. I want anybody pushed out of the chat for bringing it up. They can bring it up. They don't need to be warned on it, Megan. I'll ask them about it. But I am asking you guys, just as we go forward on this, when it comes to Carter stuff, ask me about what he is on the football field. Just ask me about that stuff. And if it's not that, and if it's off the field stuff, know that I put a video together to let you guys know what I think about this. I put that video together just to specifically do that. That was my whole reason. I didn't want to do another Jalen Carter video. I didn't want to put that video together. I got it because every single time I do a stream, I am asked 45 times the same question about Jalen Carter over and over again. So I'm 2 months into this, 2 months into every show, getting 40 questions a pop, and I can't do it anymore. Everybody, you hit your line on stuff where it's like, I can't eat another bite of this. I can never do another shot of tequila after I took all those shots and I had that horrible hangover. I'm at the point with Carter where I can't do any more Carter stuff. Daniel Pollock, I'd love to take DTR in the 3rd or 4th round, but that's now off the table with Drew Lock being brought back. It doesn't make any sense to me to do that. I don't think you're going to carry 3 quarterbacks on your active roster. And I don't think that DTR is going to make it on the practice squad for a full season without getting plucked. Kelly, how you doing, Kelly? Says, hey, B, gifts look awesome. So happy for you. We appreciate you. And sorry, things got crazy the other night. It's all good. Question. I know we don't need a corner, and I was against us even signing safety, but I was surprised there was a lot of buzz about Sean Murphy Bunting. Loved him. Think he had an injury, but thought he was a good player. Yeah, I think especially with Julian Love having the versatility he provides a little bit, because I think Murphy Bunting's gives you, again, a guy that's a little bit of the skill set of what you get from Julian Love a bit there, Kelly. So I think you go a little bit more into just you feeling okay with it at that point of things. And as we stand right now, we're good on the corner spot. I mean, we really are. We're stacked deep on the edge. We've got a couple guys for the slot now. We've got good talent on the front end, and we've got depth. You could maybe take a late round flyer guy at this point into the draft, but absent that, I don't think there's a whole lot you got to do with that going forward with it. Megan says, what happens with BPA if we trade down from 5? Hawks Nest. I guess I would put it like this on that, Megan, is that I don't think that you get to a place of BPA. I don't think that you get to a place of BPA overruling defensive line for another position until you potentially get to like the 20s. Because you're picking at 12, you'll have Murphy, Cansey, Breezy on the board. Who's the offset guys? Maybe Johnson's still there. Offensive lineman maybe still there. You could maybe make the argument, Megan, that a Skoronski move to guard would be better than the defensive lineman that you could take there. Right? So like if they view Skoronski as a guy to be an upper level guard in the league versus Cansey or Breezy, that could be the place to override you at 12 maybe on that. But there's still so many more defensive players there where you're picking 12 or 14 or 17. It's still much more drawn by the BPA to go defense there, especially with even in addition to what the needs aspect of it, that I just don't think that you would want to look at it anywhere else but that line. It still is BPA at that point. Pretty far into the draft there, Megan. I mean, even we get to the point of taking a guy like John Michael Schmitz and we go, okay, we're willing to go offense here. Well, you're doing so at that point, grabbing a guy that's kind of at that point, you're just trying to get ahead of the stack, not because that's where that guy should really go in a draft. He should probably go in the early 2nd round, but because teams know the value of a center and the best one always usually goes in the 20s, you got to pick that guy a little bit higher at that point. So you're getting stretched more for need to the offensive side of the ball, kind of no matter where you're at in that first round, rather than overruling the offense for the other one, so to speak. R. Sanchez, thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 5 long months. And I'm going to be working on some member benefit. We're going to be doing, just want to announce this as well, folks. I'm going to be starting to look into doing kind of a sub daily show for members of the channel here soon. It'll be like an hour show a day. I'm playing with the notion of it as we go forward a little bit to try to get some more membership benefits to my patrons and members of the channel. So I'm still working out the finer tuned details of it, but be on the lookout for that as members of my channel, as we're going to start to expand some of the benefits to you guys, as I've got enough members and stuff to be able to do this and kind of lean in this way a little bit. So thank you for that. He says, put in lock. You never know, man. You never know. AD37, thank you for the $2 donation, says, great show. What's your gut at number 5? I want Levis or Rich. My gut at this point, AD, is that I don't think that quarterback is in play with them signing Drew Lock and bringing him back here. So I think that really my gut instinct on this is we trade back. I don't think that we sit down at 5. We move back. I don't know how substantially far we move back, but I do think that Schneider at the head of this really is chomping at the big bit to move at least 5 or 6 spots back in this draft. To me, it makes a lot of sense for him to want to do that. The talent, especially if you're moving Carter off the board, Carter's likely to be available. If Carter's taken off the board because of character concerns, you're talking a lot of guys around that 5 level that are going to be very similar to the same guys you'd get at 12 or 13 or 14. And as far as their upside's concerned. And so if that's the case, then why not move back to pick up the extra future first round pick or a second and a third round pick in this draft, just get more guys on it at that point. So I think that that's likely to happen. I like both of your 2 quarterbacks. You mentioned AD. If they hadn't assigned Drew Lock, I think that still would have been a potential possibility here. I don't see them holding 3 quarterbacks on the active roster. They've never historically done that. And if you're going to keep 3 quarterbacks on the active roster, we have to remember then that comes at the expense of a positional group that you need game day to have the depth there for injury. And so you go into a game with, we're only going to have 3 defensive tackles active instead of 4 defensive tackles. And then 2 of those guys get injured and you get yourself into a desperate situation because you want to carry 3 wide receivers on the active roster. This is why you also don't have 4 tight ends on the active roster. This is the unfortunate part, AD, of the NFL system and how it does bind down teams as far as they can hold players and development players and have an extra quarterbacks and all that. But I don't think this team's going to hold 3 extra quarterbacks at that point. They're not deep enough in other areas to be able to get around that, I don't think, in that way. Or I don't know, just have the confidence to do that. I like both those guys. AD, if we pick them, I won't be mad. But I do think Locke takes them kind of off the table at this point. Not for sale. Thank you for the $2 donation. What would you take what round would you take future receiver, wide receiver 2 or 3? I would be willing to go. I got to be honest with you. I mean, let me just get to the bottom line on it. This draft's filled with a whole bunch of slot wide receivers. I think that the talent of this draft at the wide receiver position is a huge drop off of what's been in years past. You got a bunch of guys that are like 5'9" that weigh 175 pounds that can barely break 4'4". It ain't bad all the way, but it ain't strong either. I really wouldn't look for a receiver in this draft, to be honest with you. There's really not a lot of guys in this that I would feel really good about being my number 2 or 3 wide receiver going into the future. I just don't like taking a guy in the 2nd or 3rd round, say nothing of the 1st round that's a slot only. First off, I don't like these mighty might types like this Eskridge pick was. But the guy's, 5'9", sub 30-inch arms. I don't want that. And there's not a lot of guys with the size in this draft, and the guys that got size in this draft they're not particularly exciting. They all got their limitations. Take a Trey Palmer. I was watching him last night. He can take the top out of the defense, 4-3, right? But it's just like with Jalen Hyatt, super limited route tree, not the best of hands catcher, right? Kind of a body catcher at that size. Unexciting options out there at the wide receiver position in this draft. And I've looked at a lot of these guys. If I could take one of these slot guys more in the 3rd, 4th round range, if I could take a Nathaniel Dell or a Tyler Scott or a Zay Flowers, and get him more into like a third round kind of range of places for that, then that's fine for me. But as we saw with Eskridge a couple of years ago, you take a slot only receiver even into the second round, you're like, But I'm sorry, man, I don't like the receivers in this class. I could go blow for blow for you as far as why each of them doesn't kind of add up to me as far as being a very quality third, fourth, second round. But there's so much other better ways not for sale. You could go for other positions that are stronger in this draft that would more mightily improve this team. It is a need. I'm not saying it's not a need to get this for the future right now. It is. It's just that it's not there for you to address in this particular draft, in my opinion. If I go draft on Tavian Wicks or Parker Washington or Xavier Hutchinson or Josh Downs, do I feel that much better about those guys' upside versus Derek Young that's already on my roster from what I've seen from them in tape? I don't know. I don't know if I do. Don't know if I do. Henry Mars, thank you for the $2 donation, says this is a Jalen Carter free zone. Well, we can talk about him. Well, let's talk about the football field and what he does on that. Otherwise, I think all we're doing is we're speculating on stuff we don't know anything about. Let me tell you about the weather in Thailand today. I heard it's kind of breezy there. I don't want to talk about things I'm not armed with the information on. It's empty speculation a little bit at that point. And unfortunately with this Carter situation, I think that it's a little bit of empty speculation when we're just trying to pull from this kind of spot here or pulling from that spot, there. I think the background with the gang stuff and all that stuff that's a part that you see with a lot of players coming out of college too. But again, it comes down to I just don't care. I don't want to talk about it that much. It don't matter. Thank you though, Henry, for the $2 donation, man. I appreciate you. And if it's on the field, I'm down to talk about him as a player. Want to talk about that? I'm in. Andrew Rezidenko, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Andrew. He says, my idea, trade down from 8 to 11-ish and take Quentin Johnson, then go next 3 picks on defense and maybe a center. Finally, get a wide receiver 2 that can put up 16. They could put 16 in the slot. It's hard with the wide receiver 2 if you wait that long on it, Andrew, because I don't know if there's an outside guy that could really be good enough to push Tyler into the slot at that point. But that's a way of going at it, man. Quentin Johnson is the number 1 wide receiver in this draft for me. A very exciting kid, fun kid. The route running is a little bit rough for the West Coast offense, Andrew. You got to run these really precise routes, and Quentin has his own kind of methodology and approach to running routes a little bit that I don't know if would be exactly as much of a fit with a West Coast scheme like we run, but he's very uber talented. And like I said, Andrew, I do have him as my number 1 wide receiver on my board. So he's a unique guy in this draft and that size, and being the size he is on this and versus some of the mighty mites that we have in here. Definitely a pathway to go, man. Definitely a pathway to go. And I like trading down as well. I do. Daniel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, just learned that some honey is an aphid poop eaten and then vomited by bees. Poop puke. Also, getting wags will make me feel much better, more comfortable. Well, Daniel, if you like vanilla ice cream, just go look up, you really want to start pulling, you want to start pulling that top open, and it doesn't just stop and end with honey, my guy. You know what I mean? Go look at where they get the vanilla flavoring from. Okay. Go look at where they find that in vanilla ice cream and vanilla products. There's a lot of stuff we taste that's come from some nasty places that taste so good. It's the way it goes in this world. I don't know why, but it is the way it goes. And yes, I would feel a lot more better about B-Wags coming back. That would make me feel a little bit better. A little bit better in that respect of things, man. And that is true about honey. That is. Thank you for the dono. Appreciate you. Duran says, do you believe Jamal Adams will come back next season, stay healthy, and have a great year? My feeling, Duran, is that I thought he could come back still and be just fine. I think the signing does indicate something to me right now. You're spending right now at this point about like $34 million on the safety position. I would be surprised if there's an NFL team out there spending more than about $22 million on the safety position. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money to be spending especially for a safety unit that's not giving you those returns for putting all, it's like you just continue to put more assets into it. Is it John Schneider doing that? Like, let's keep it, make it even stronger. Or is it an indication to him of maybe looking at it saying, I think Jamal's not going to bounce back from this thing. And I think we need to get, beyond getting insurance, we need to get the replacement employed. And I think it's more of that to me, Duran. But that's me guessing here, admittedly. It could be just as likely as I posted out in my video yesterday that they're just looking to go to the 3 safety looks. And that it's all about just trying to more modernize this Vic Fangio scheme. It could be that too. Big Country says the Ravens are arguably the best organization in the NFL, but they haven't handled the Lamar situation well at all. No, these teams have these pathways they'll choose to go down, and then they suddenly like want to double back and reach, like, oh no, we want to do that. No, we don't. Yes, we do. No, we don't. Yes, we do. And both with the Packers and the Ravens, it seems like they had an approach on this, an outlook on this a couple of years ago, and a plan in place a couple of years ago, and now they're suddenly trying to like change their process through on it, and it just leads them to look like they're not being very forward thinking in their approach, but actually reactive, and that's how this all feels. And it's not normal for the Ravens. They're usually pretty smart about it. They're usually a lot smarter about their process than this. New phone, who this? Says, what's going on with Tyreek Smith? I haven't heard anything new updated with him. He'll be in the mix next year. Try and make the roster. Daniel says, what about taking Zay Flowers? Not sure how high he goes, but he seems like a good talent in the draft. He is a good talent in the draft. I do think he's going to go high in the second round. I don't think that he's going to be able to consistently play on the outside, in my opinion, Daniel. There's a lot of people making comparisons between Zay Flowers and Antonio Brown, which I can see those comps. I see why people will go there. He moves a lot like Antonio does. And he's a very sudden athlete, but I don't think with his arm length and the way he's got to try to fight so hard to get around press coverage on the outside, he's going to be inside, I think, in the long term at the pro level. You would have to go high second round pick, Daniel. So, you're talking about taking Zay Flowers or going with John Michael Schmitz. If you're talking about taking Zay Flowers and passing on Dan Henley, I'm going with about any other option other than going with Zay Flowers at that point. Not because I don't like Zay Flowers, but because I think those players are at the very least equivalent to his upside, if not better, for a position that's more of need. And so I do like Zay, but I part of the outlook on Zay is going to be whether or not you believe that he can play on the outside with 30.5-inch arms or something at 5'9" or wherever he's at. And I just don't think that there's many players that can do that. Yeah, I do think Lamar should have got an agent too. I think both of these things can be true where it's both the Ravens looking silly and Lamar also being silly for not getting the agent going. That's for sure. Yeah, no worries, Megan. I know. I wasn't being very clear on that. That's why I wanted to just make sure I was clear because I know it's going to be something we're going to be going with. Kyle Brando, remember when all the old players from the Super Bowl were saying they need to talk to Jody last year when it was Russ or Pete within the fan base? Wonder if they helped get rid of Russ. I'm sure they did. Sure they did. They had their coach backing, I would say. I would be surprised if they didn't. Andrew, thank you for a $2 donation. Thank you for the double donation there, Andrew. Says, you think B-Wag signs with the team this week? I would think he would, Andrew. The money's starting to run out. And you look at the middle linebacker dollars they started way up here, and it is going like this, the water's running out the bottom of the barrel. And if you don't start to jump here, if you're Bobby here soon, there's not going to be any money left over, I would think. Maybe he's that guy that can just get that money at any point in time because he is good enough still to do so. But I would think that he's got to probably make his decision here. Yeah, the next week would seem about right. I can't think there's going to be the money available at that point to do that unless he's just maybe trying to count on a situation where he'll catch a team that's, perhaps maybe desperate down the line a little bit. They get an injury situation or something, and then they'll be willing to pay him more money on this. But hard to predict with him too, Andrew, because he is his own agent. And so it goes at a little bit of a slower speed because of that, I think, in my opinion. I'd like to see it, though, one way or another. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. I do appreciate it. He says, pretty sure Young, Stroud, and Levis have pro days this week. AR is next week. Be interesting if John attends any or all in person. It would, Randall. I mean, I think that he would do so anyway, because I think what he would do is he would attend the one, Randall, of the guy that he knows is likely to be falling to where he's at, because I'm sure they're getting a pretty good read on this one about who's going to be where. But I don't know if it's an indication of interest, right? It would be as much of we want to show our interest, we want to feign interest in order to then bring back a team that then thinks, well, they'll pick them there if we don't go. They'll be willing to do it. They don't care. They don't care in Seattle. They'll do it. They'll do it. And so if that's the case at that point, John, or Randall, that would be a reason to just join up, show up there and just want to just try to keep drawing that forward. If I was John, I'd show up to the pro day and I'd be like, whooping it up, right? I'd be like, they'd have the cameras. I'd be there over there just like every throw looking super hyped, right? Like Anthony Richardson makes some crazy throw. I'd be like, John, I'd be like, oh my God, like jumping up and down, like, oh, I'd look so interested. I'd be trying to talk to Anthony Richardson every other time. Like just, I'd be aggressive with it, real aggressive with it. So you never know, Randall. I think it could mean a couple. It could mean just the smokescreen side of it too. We are in the off season of disinformation as far as drafts are concerned at this point. The ZXQU, thank you for the $10 donation. I do really appreciate it. He says, "What if Anderson or Carter at 5? What if Carter or Anderson at 5? Who at pro day? Carter, Nolan Smith side by side drills at the same time, 90-degree change direction. He bent lower and quicker versus Smith. Wow." Jack Campbell, second round. Yeah, Carter can get low. Carter's got dip. Carter's got bend, ZQ, ZX. There's no doubt about that when it comes to him and the difference between him and any other defensive tackle. He's got that edge-like bend to him from the defensive tackle position. Yeah, he can get lean. He can get skinny. I think that the Carter Anderson decision will come down to this. I think that if it comes down to as I say with the ZX, if the background checks from Schneider and all of his private investigators and his scouts contacts with Georgia tell him that, in fact, this kid is not the big character problem that has been so thoroughly spoken about throughout this course of this offseason, the pick is probably Carter. If Carter has a tip of the iceberg situation going on with these character concerns happening, then the team's going to just go for the safe option of Anderson if they have the choice between the two of them. I tend to think Anderson's probably not. There's part of me that's like, well, 4 quarterbacks will go in the first 4 picks, but then the recent trend has been a little bit of, well, no, 3 will go, and 1 looks like they may drop at this point past 4. So if that happens, then Anderson definitely goes at that point, in my opinion. I would be shocked to see a guy like Tyree Wilson going instead up ahead of that. So that would be what would draw that choice to go one way or another. There's the X. On just pure talent basis alone, you go Carter, but if the character impacts come in, you take Anderson. Zach Campbell in the second round. I thought Jack Campbell did enough at the combine there to cement himself now into the second round. I do think he's a later second round pick because he is a guy that is more of your old school linebacker who's he'll be in the right place and he'll eventually get to the right place at the right time. But he is a guy that's not very fleet of foot. He's not fast. He's not really sudden. He got some good explosive scores. He can stack and shed as a linebacker with the best of them in this class. But when it comes down to it, there is some athletic limitations to Campbell. All that being said, I think he's a guy that gives you a high floor, low ceiling kind of player in what he provides you. And that provides you some value, especially if it's going to be for a position of need. If we're going to roll into this draft with Devin Bush and Jordan Brooks, and you're sitting there with that second pick in the second round, taking Campbell there makes a lot of sense. And he could be your best player also on that board as far as, for the most part, against who else you had kind of sitting there and available. So could make a lot of sense. Could make a lot of sense. Thank you for the donation, though, ZX. And yeah, Carter's got some nasty dip. Nasty. Kyle says, Rob Stan brought up a good point. Carter's supposed to be a generational talent and so great, but he's only played 30% of the snaps on defense. I think he's generational talent. Take him. Yeah, I don't. That doesn't preclude me. Doesn't stop me. So, yeah, I get that he's rotated out. Defensive line rotates Georgia heavily. You know, what was Nolan Smith's snap count? What was Trayvon Walker's snap count? I bet we'd find that not super insane amount, much more, maybe a little bit. So, and this is part of also, Kyle, where I see defensive line going into the future, which is being more about a rotational basis more than it is about firing a guy out there for 60, 70% of the snaps. Just don't. Duran says I would take defensive line, linebacker in the first round, offensive line in rounds 2 through 4, and take some receivers and defensive backs in the later rounds. Got to get some running backs in there too, Duran. But I like it. Jack, no worries about asking, man. It's not you asking that's a thing with it or anything. It's more of just I'm going to try to push people to that video if I can as we go forward, just because it's my opinion won't. I swear to God, it's not going to change. Absent us finding out that Carter's somehow been outed as a serial killer or something down there in Georgia, I'm going to basically be in the same lane all the way up until draft day on this. And John, I will trust. I don't trust him in all things. I do trust him in some things. But in this thing, I will trust. But no worries, brother. Sanchez, if we could get Denver to flip us the third for Fan, I'd be all over it. I'd be all over it. Tanner says, I see everyone preferring Kalijah Kancey over Adetomiwa Adewale, even though Adewale is larger and tested significantly more athletic than Kancey. Thoughts? Well, this is part of the problem, Tanner, that you can get into, I think, a little bit if you lean too heavily into the testing period over versus the film. Adewale is a tough player. Adewale is going to test scouts in the NFL like no player in this draft in many respects of things. I think Nolan Smith is kind of similar in this respect, but Adewale even more so, because at least with Nolan, you have the floor of the fact in Nolan, you're getting the best edge-setting run defender in the draft when you pick him, right? You pick him 15, you're getting that minimum, and then whatever he gives you pass rush will be added on top of that. With Adewale, the tape isn't great. You know, he's not using his hands. He's not using his length. He's not, using the natural leverage that he gains at his size at the position he plays. But then he comes into this offseason and he lights the offseason on fire, Tanner, where he has a great Senior Bowl. He's tested now amazingly. And so that gets everybody interested, rightfully so. But going back to the tape, if you go, Tanner, and you turn on game film of Kalijah Kancey, and then you go turn on game film of Adewale, you're going to say Kalijah Kancey is a much better prospect than Adewale. But this isn't about, where they're at right now. It's about where they're going. And so this is the part where I've got to admit where it's Adewale's got that tantalizing, I guess, potential there in the physical makeup of what he has. But is he going to go get there? He hasn't kind of reached it yet. It's more of a question mark whether he's going to reach it. Whereas with Kancey, there's more of a finished product there. I know this kid's going to come in and provide me some impact kind of right from the jump with his skill set. With Adewale, it's more of the developmental angle of it. So yeah, he did test better, but the film on Kancey's better. As King Bomber says on this one too, Tanner, if Kancey had a mere 2 inches longer arms, Kancey had 2 inch longer arms, 2 inches, not size difference, not more weight added to him. If he had 2 inch longer arms, he would be a top 5 pick. He would be a Seattle Seahawks probably almost guaranteed with that top 5 selection at that point. Isn't that weird? Just 2 mere little inches. Big O says, elaborate more on the 3 quarterbacks on the roster thing. What if CJ Stroud is there? Well, I think Big O, then you're probably likely to trade back because there'll be a quarterback team, hungry team that loves CJ Stroud that's going to be willing to give you potentially multiple first-round picks to come up there and get him. The NFL is really silly in this respect of things, Big O. They've got a roster size set right now where you can have only so many guys on the active roster. And if you don't have them on the active roster, you got to move them to the practice squad. And if you move them to the practice squad, they become available for anybody league-wide to come and take at any time for no compensation back to you. So if you have a guy that you draft, you've got to keep him on the active roster at all times. So NFL teams, if you go look at Big O NFL teams on a weekly basis across the league, and you go look at what they've got on their active roster, you're going to see 2 quarterbacks on every just about, maybe there are 1 or 2 exceptions to this, but it's for most part universal throughout the league. You're going to have 2 active quarterbacks on your roster, not 3. Your third guy is going to be down on your practice squad. So if you have to keep that third active guy on your roster now, so if you're deciding, no, we're not going to go with 2, we're going to take the third one on. Well, if you do that now, you've got to now pull that from another position somewhere else on the team that you have to go lighter in. And I tried to make the example of this of like the defensive line. Or you could apply it to tackles where you only have maybe one backup tackle for a game that you have to go less on. You're going to have to pull it back from another positional group because you can't create more roster spots. You only have so many roster spots. The NFL should expand it. The NFL should allow for more. You have more guys on the active roster, but those rules aren't changing. And so if you draft that quarterback 3, you're robbing from another roster area and you're setting yourself into a kind of a perilous point where you have a bad situation break out in a game from an injury standpoint and you don't have a replacement to call on deck because you want to have your 3 quarterbacks on the roster. You can technically do it, but it's not something teams tend to do, and smartly so. Daniel Pollock, I do think there's a big chance we pick up Dan Henley. We've met with him personally, so we have that already. His skill set fits to what we need. He's your modern linebacker that's great in coverage. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of connection there that makes sense. It's David says, we could honestly have an amazing jump this year like the Bills a few years back. We could be perennial contenders if we hit this draft hard. Well said, it's David. 100% agree. Jadon says, hope Seahawks take Carter. Money and NFL conditioning coaches will help. The pick is only top 5 because the Broncos were miraculously awful. Just take the risk. It's worth it. Good thoughts, man. Love it. Love it. Real Matrix Watch teams will pass on Carter because of off the field and he will be a Hall of Famer. It's possible. It is possible. John, I would love them drafting Richardson at 5 and would love to see him in a bunch of Taysom Hill packages year 1 and starting year 2, and then you can trade Geno and get some good picks. Could do that. Do have as I said, there's that issue with the 3 quarterbacks. Somebody else said there's this rule change coming with the quarterbacks. That'd be good. It's Looney says, you think we go linebacker in the draft? At least one guy. I don't know if we go multiples, but it's possible we even go multiples. That's been a kind of a keystroke of the Seahawks recently, right? Last year we went with 2 tackles. We went with 2 cornerbacks. We went with 2 receivers. So they have been doubling up recent history when they go in the draft with a lot of picks like this. Wouldn't be surprised to see them do that in this draft either. Daniel says, I had a real vivid dream from last night of OBJ being a Seahawk. He also dropped a pass in my dream. Not sure if it was a dream or nightmare. Thoughts? Hard to see a fit with that for me, Daniel. I think OBJ is going to want to go to a place where he can at least be a number 2. I don't think he gets to come here as a number 3, and that's going to be great for him at that point. I can't see him signing up for that. But it's possible, I guess, maybe. It's possible. It's ballpark. Oh, it's Looney. He said first 2 rounds. I think second round, it's Looney. You're likely to see one in the second round, then maybe 4th, 5th round. I don't think you'll see one in the first, absent it being Trenton Simpson with the second first-round pick. Whitebird says talks between Seahawks and B-Wags are still ongoing. That's good to hear. King Bomber says, I hate Campbell with a passion. John says, we need young linebackers who sell out every play and put their body on the line every play and lay people out. B-Wags is a tackle famer at this point in his career and makes business decisions. I liked his tape last year that I watched, John. I wasn't seeing a lot of business decisions on the tape. Dorian Williams is good, John. He's a good player. Seahawks Gaming says, seeing all the safeties signed for $10 million just shows you how the Seahawks mishandled Quandary and Jamal Adams, almost $40 million. We could have gotten a Buckner paired with Deron Payne with that. It's always the thing about signing contracts at players. It's not just about the players you're signing. It's about the alternative deals you could have made. Mr. Ollo, Jack Campbell's a poor man's Luke Kuechly from what I've seen. Yeah, it's kind of a welfare Kuechly. You know what I mean? And not a welfare Kuechly with some food stamps in addition, just straight the welfare, no food stamps on top of it. I just want the draft to happen already, don't we all? Save the Geese says, I think John is setting up to cut both Diggs and Adams in 2024. Wouldn't surprise me to see them draft a safety this year. They already met with a couple pre-draft. They have. They've met with Dan Howden out of Minnesota and Jamie Robinson out of Florida State. And that certainly is possible, Save the Geese. Very, very possible. He's looking at it in that way. What's up, Promise? One-eyed Whitley says also Kirby Smart said Carter was one of the best players in the first national championship team. Guys, trust the film. He's the best player in the draft. Speaking just football here. I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I watch this. I wouldn't mind a serial killer at defensive tackle if he's really good. Just means he's got that edge, right? You want those guys with that edginess. You want those guys with that big, deep edginess to them. Royan Linham, thank you for subscribing, Roy. Sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong, but I appreciate you jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. Klaus82, thank you for the $5 donation, Klaus. Sorry, I'm a little bit late in acknowledging the donation. Sometimes I get deep into the chat and I just sort of forget about the donos. He says, let's make Uchenna our middle linebacker. Hey, maybe. Couldn't be worse than some of the other options we've got right now on the roster, right, Klaus? And we got some depth in that edge. There's an outside-the-box approach there. He's quick. He's 6'2". He's got the size. He can handle it over there. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. And Klaus, I don't know if I figure you were kind of joking on that, but of course we can't move him out there. He's an outside guy. Garth, thank you for the $5 dono. It says, Brando, at Richardson's pro day would be as inconspicuous as Leslie Nielsen as the umpire in Naked Gun. Oh, yeah. I'd be out there just doing the dances around every throw. I'd be doing the gritty after every throw. You know what I mean? I'd be obnoxious with it, Garth. I'd be like going down the line of general managers like inches away from their face going, how am I going to pass up on this guy at 5? How do I do that? That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? I'd have to be insane. insane. I'd just be leaning on it, Garth. Leaning. I'm going to make them believe I want this kid by the end of the day. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation, says, if no quarterback, then we're planning to win Super Bowl with Geno. Yeah. I don't think that they sign this Geno contract unless they think that Geno's a guy that's going to get them to a Super Bowl. Otherwise, what's the point of signing Geno to this contract? To be a bridge? I don't think so. I think they're trying to, so that's where they look at it from. Yeah. And if you didn't kind of initially think that, then certainly I think the Drew Lock signing should absolutely tell you that. Because if they were really worried about Geno and they're like, well, we're going to sign him and we can get out after a year and then we'll bring in a rookie quarterback and bump, but you went back for Drew, which is more of like, well, we think we can contend. And then if Geno drops back, we want a guy that can jump in there and go and be ready to roll. So yeah, I think that's absolutely what they think. I think that's what they're telling you at this, Taker. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5 donation. Daniel, for the double donation. Appreciate you. Says, did you hear the news? Carter is a confirmed serial killer. He allegedly killed the egos and confidence of countless O-linemen during his time in Georgia. That's right. Mercilessly, Daniel. Mercilessly. You forgot that to put that part in. He just didn't get many step with it. They call him the Big Peach. That's his serial killer name. The Big Peach. Thanks for the $5 dono though, bro. Taker610 says, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate all the donos, Taker. Says, we need to focus on offense if we plan to beat the San Francisco 49ers. Well, I mean, you had the lead in that first game as much as anything, Taker610, because of your offense at halftime in that last game of the season, right? And it was really the defense just could not get any stops against that San Francisco offense manned by Brock Purdy was as much as anything within the reason of why you lost there. You can improve your offense, Taker, and I think the place to really go out here is the center position and guard position to get your trenches better so that you can go after a San Francisco 49er team and beat them, specifically really attack them in the running game. This is a team that wants to play that wide 9 approach with their defensive line, and so they're naturally going to be spread outside of their gap integrity a little bit, and if you can attack and hammer in the running game, you can go after that. Now, it takes guys that can move guys off the ball and move them off quick off the snap, but there's some natural holes built within that defense in attacking the run game if you have the guys up front who are talented enough to get the job done. But that's what's really needed there. And I do think center's a guard place, but I think they can be more surgical in their approach offensively, Taker610, whereas defensively, it's sort of like, we got to go stem to stern on this one just a little bit and looking at all places we could attack. That's why you got a Julian Love, even though you had your safety situation set. Everything kind of needed to be addressed all over the place a little bit. Thank you, though. Appreciate the donation. TJ says, if Anderson falls to 5 and Carter fell to 20, would you do it? Trade up, also get Simpson, best draft ever. Yeah, I'd do it. And yeah, your boy Michael, we're going to move off character Carter stuff. I'll talk about him on tape. Anything you want to talk about Carter on tape and him as a player, let's talk about it. But I'm good on the off the field stuff. I'm good. Yeah, I think Real Matrix, Carter can go to, if we pass on Carter, 6, 9, 10. There's a variety of places I could see him going if we do pass. TD, thank you for liking the stream. And if you guys haven't already, do me a favor, please, and do hit that like button on the stream. I would really appreciate it. If you're not subbed up, please get subbed up. On the road to 12,000, and we're motoring along. Fun B, I don't know if Jamal Adams is technically running. I don't know if he's running full speed, though. Save the geese. The issue with Carter, though, is love for football. He's had conditioning issues prior to his legal issues. Yeah, I mean, it again comes down to on this Save the Geese when it comes to Carter and stuff. Turn on the tape. Is the guy going to impact my defense heavily? If I bring out Save the Geese Carter and I get him for 35 snaps a game from the defensive side of the ball where he's not playing 55, 60% of the snaps, and I'm getting 35 snaps a game of high impact player, because we can talk about conditioning, right? Okay, the bottom line is I get 35 snaps of highly impactful player. of a game wrecker who could improve with that conditioning over time, whose maybe conditioning level at this point is not set to where it's always going to be, especially when you get him into a pro program. He's out of college now. He can concentrate on what truly is his job. So he's going to give you the impact within that, even on a rotational basis. If the expectation is that you want to get 60, 70, 65%, snaps out of your starters at that point, then he's maybe not going to give you that. But as I've said, I think that's not really where the NFL is going anyway, as far as defensive lines and how the rotations are going on that into the future. Part of the reason he gets so gassed out there is because he's going so hard every play too. It's the part that doesn't get a lot of these defensive linemen go out there and they'll take plays off where they might not look gassed, but they're not going 100 miles an hour at all times either on the other end of it. Every time, every snap you watch him, he's going all out, oftentimes having to take on double teams. Wu-Tang Financial, not going to lie, Georgia cops did Carter kind of dirty. Yeah, they did. It was a timing thing. I think they were trying to send the Georgia program a little bit of a message with this whole thing. I think that the timing of it was not coincidental in that respect of things. Space, I had a dream the other night. Hawks Nest was having a party. I rolled up in my BMX bike I had as a teenager. That's awesome. Oh, hell of a dream. Real Magic says Carter and Miles Murphy. I'm telling you, I'd be okay with that. Weston says, I'm really excited about this Love pick. The more I look into him, the more it seems like New York is really going to miss him. Undoubtedly. Zags pulled it out. Let's go, Zags. All right. And Zaga getting it out at the end. Nice job. Nice job, Zags. I don't know if the Zags can win one, Sam. They always just come up just a little short. Whitebird, better backup Mariota or Lock? I'm not a big Mariota guy. And he seemed last year, according to reports, to kind of quit on that team when he was no longer going to be the starter. Save the Geese says Bob Condota is reporting that Seattle has about $12 million in cap space available, not including the Love and Bush deals yet. Not a lot to work with. Nope. They made kind of most of the moves they're going to make at this point. So there's not a lot else coming down. They've got some flexibility here. Save the Geese to where they can convert base to bonus. They can do contract extensions. There's still some other places to create some money. You could release Al Woods, right? So they're not locked in that respect of things, but it's getting tighter. It's getting more compressed. I think the Hawks Pumpkin woke up when you said insane. That sounds about right. She knows her dad well. She's like, he's about to go. He's about to go off. Real Matrix, what happened with Miles Murphy? Why has nobody mentioned him? I think that the tape's just entirely really inconsistent this year. And, you can see the physical ability there, but you don't see it turned on enough on tape. And he just kind of disappears through games at times. And it's tough with that whole Clemson defense. Every one of those guys probably put out, I don't know if this is the case with KJ Henry, but every one of those other guys put out better tape in 2021 than they did in 2022. And what to make of that? In the case of Brian Breesy, you can explain it away with the torn ACL and the sister dying, and he had to deal with some stuff. Murphy didn't have any major injury. You can explain it away with Trenton Simpson, where you had to move from the outside to the inside, and so he's becoming a little more comfortable operating from the inside in the more middle linebacker position they had him in this year. So, it's tough with Murphy, though. Why the drop off there with him? Why did he get worse when he should have been getting better? Why didn't he take that step forward? Still like him a lot, but yeah. Save the Geese. Nolan Smith is a middle linebacker, an inside linebacker, fits the 3-4 scheme, just a little undersized as a true defensive end. I mean, he's never played any of middle linebacker in college. You know, somebody was just asking above on that geese about moving Nwosu to middle linebacker. I don't know of a lot of guys that I can think of in college who played edge who you now move to middle linebacker in the modern era. I can't think of many guys. So, I mean, he's a really good run defender off the edge. Would that make him a good run defender as an inside linebacker? I don't know. I just don't have any track record of remembering guys that have been moved in this way. It seems like this would be kind of a first to do that. Brody13, what do I think about taking Carter at 5? I think, so I just dropped a video 2 days ago, Brody, where I really went end to end on this one and really went expansively into my thoughts on whether or not I would take Carter. The bottom line is that I would trust in my general manager at this point. I'm not going to try to play private detective. This ain't PI Brandon on the scene, right? You know what I mean? I'm not going to be like trying to pick through the evidence to figure out on my own on what this is. When it comes to off-field stuff, Brody, I will always say, when it comes to not just Carter, but any prospect in the draft, the one place I can make evaluations on a player that I feel pretty good with, I can look at film and know what I'm seeing. And I can know that through 35, 36, 37 odd years of watching football, that when I see things on tape, I can trust in what I'm seeing. And I don't feel like people can come back and go, well, you don't know. What do you know? You never, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you can miss me with all that. Now, when it comes to character, I can't know that. I don't know what these guys' background is. I don't have a private investigator on my staff. So, you know, Brody, I'm going to trust John Schneider. I'm going to trust where he stands as far as his outlook on it. And whatever he chooses to do in this situation, I'm going to trust in the fact that indeed it was that this was a tip of the iceberg situation if they do pass on him. I would hope the team would not just simply pass on him because of Malik McDowell. I think that if they're just doing this because of some fear that they're going to run into Malik McDowell blindly 2.0, that would be silly to do so. But let him kind of pass the mustard one way or another on that one. I think from John's standpoint, we'll trust in that. In utero, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, Brandon, I'm sorry for adding to the Carter drama last week. I love your channel and all of the work you put into it. Us Hawks fans are lucky to have you. I need to get over a little bit to myself with it in utero, so it's all good, man. I appreciate it. I might have been, you know, there's times I probably come on here and I'm a little bit probably moody too. You know, I'm human like you guys are. I probably have my good and my bad days as well. So, you know, I probably just am a little bit, you know, moody. I think the troubling part is I just don't want to talk these kids' background with it. Is just, I hate talking about a 21-year-old kid or making passing judgment on a 21-year-old kid that I don't know anything about as far as their character goes. And I know we have a lot of information in this day and age. I know that we're armed with a lot of knowledge that, you know, former generations didn't have access to. And there's a 24-hour media cycle, and there's TMZs, and there's YouTubes, and there's Twitters, and there's film on the scene, and da-da-da-da-da-da. But, you know, at the end of the day, I don't want to usually try to pass those kind of judgments on these guys. And I know that these guys can grow up, and sometimes guys can make mistakes, and some guys can do things that are a little outside the bounds. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily always should be colored in a way of being bad guys or it's now they deserve to be tossed away. But this has been one of the more, I think, divisive subjects I've seen in the Seahawks fandom. You know, I mean, over the last couple of years, I could go to the Russell Wilson, Coach Carroll, and Jalen Carter, I think, would now be number 3 as far as subjects that have come up that have caused the most derision and kind of fights that I've seen amongst the Seahawks fandom. And it's been interesting to kind of watch on that. But yeah, I'm at a point for sure where somebody else said above, I am ready for the draft, man. I am ready. I'm ready for it to go one way or another on this one. And then we never have to talk about really Carter ever again at that point. Or we talk a lot about him, I guess, one way or another on that. But thank you, man. I appreciate you. And I know I feel the love every time. I'm feeling it tonight. I always feel it from you guys. Nothing but support here. So, you know, if I get moody every once in a while, guys, give me some rope on it. I'll sometimes get a little bit I'll sometimes get a little bit up in my stuff. I'm like, I just got, that's my Nick Nolte coming out. That's all. I don't give a Jalen Carter. Who cares about Jalen Carter? Let's go down that route with it. KC Brown, thank you for the $2 donation. Twin Pines Burgers in Cle Elum. Have you partaken? I have not partaken, but I like the name alone. That's nice name. Casey, thank you for the $2 donation. I'll remember the name if I'm passing through Cle Elum. I'll stop in Clay Elm and get myself some Twin Pines burgers. They got some kind of unique setup there with it. Tell you what, man, just getting a burger out here in Spokane is brutal. Absolutely brutal. I don't know why they hate food here so much in the city, but they have an absolute, just like, it's kind of like a passive aggressive hate for food in the way that they choose have their options available to them here. It's brutal. Burgers lately, I've had a couple of them, just like, oh Lord, this is awful. But thank you, Casey, for the suggestion. I'll remember it. I do find myself through Clay Elm every once in a while. Real Matrix, we had Bruce Irvin and Michael Bennett. They have had off-field issues. We've had a few guys here. We've had the off-field issues. Some people are tending to believe that the Malik McDowell thing seemed to be a place where Schneider really went in the direction of saying never again, never more, never more. And that at that point, he'd make the firm decision of moving for more of the safe player backgrounds. I've been a little bit worried that might be their approach with this, though, because being a longtime Seahawks fan, as with all situations, folks, whatever's happening here with the Seahawks team here now is probably kind of in some other manner of way happened before. And what you had before was Mike Holmgren running this team in the early 2000s and him going for all talent, not caring for character really very much at all. Like, it wasn't a big driving force for him. He was just trying to put the most talented team up on the football field. This led to you having some guys that had some character issues and weren't maybe all about ball. This led you to then bringing in general manager Tim Ruskell. Well, Tim Ruskell came in and he was a guy that was the absolute opposite end of the scale of Mike Holmgren. He wanted 4-year starters. He wanted guys from major colleges. He wanted the clear backgrounds. He starts wanting all of these Boy Scouts, starts eliminating his list down of all the non-Boy Scouts that are available. His list gets pretty small and he starts picking a bunch of real nice guys, but he doesn't have a very talented team when it's all said and done. And that's the one problem with going down that approach of we just want the Boy Scouts. We just want the guys that tie their tie right and toe the line everywhere down the line. It's a great approach. It's going to be an approach that leads you to maybe not having the most talented of teams. Sometimes you need a little bit of edge. Sometimes that edge doesn't always come from the cleanest of places. Tanner says, what's your current Dream 3 mock for the Seahawks? Well, if you let me go dream, Tanner, I'll just go dream, which would be Jalen drops to 20. So I go Will Anderson 5, Jalen 20, John Michael Schmitz with the first second round pick. If I got to remove out Jalen Carter, Will Anderson, Kalijah Cansey, and John Michael Schmitz. I'd go that route as a difference one. The ZXQ, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate the double donation, ZX. It says Mozzie Smith, nose tackle, Cansey, and or John Michael Schmitz. Why go small receiver when there are a few nice tight ends? Fant with a fast tight end. I know Pete will draft a running back early. Call me Z. Z. Sorry, Z. That works better. That's a little more fluid. I like your draft. Coming out of it with that wouldn't be the worst way to go. Cansey and Smith would certainly help out that defensive line. The only thing with going with the tight ends is you got to move off a Fant to do it because you're not going to carry 4 tight ends on the active roster at any given time. So that's the only thing you got to do is a move that's going to move in conjunction with that. But I'm with it if they want to do that. I like the tight ends in this class. Would love to come with one out. You come out with this draft with a tight end like Michael Mayer or like Darnell Washington, and you flip out Fant. You've not taken a tremendous step back as far as pass catching goes, but you've now added a pick, lightened the load as far as the cost, saved $6.5 million on Fant at that point. That'd be good for me. I'd be in favor of it. So Z, I like your approach, and you're right. Pete will draft a running back. I don't know if it'll be early, but he will be taking one in this class. Undoubtedly so. Undoubtedly so. Appreciate you, Z. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 from Garth Knight. Thank you, Garth. It says, Randy really took me back when talking about reading hard copy draft guidelines at the grocery. That'll be a good story for the kids. No, it'd be great. You'd be like, so you used to take the magazine and you just took it off the shelf and started reading it? Yeah. Wasn't that weren't you like stealing it at that point? No, people just did that. They just read it and then you'd have to then buy it then. No, you just put it back on the shelf when you're ready to go. Wait, It'll throw them off guard. They ain't going to know what to say. They ain't going to figure that one out. Why would they do that? Why would they? No, I don't know. It just worked. It just worked. We didn't overthink it like your generation did. We just did stuff. Oh, Brian says Jalen Carter hasn't got any effing stamina. The Hawks Nest dude, Brandon can whoop his ass any day around the track. Well, he doesn't have to run track. He's got to play football. That's the key. Brody 13, you should try and get a job with the Seahawks organization. Well, if they ever come calling, man, I promise that I'll answer. I don't think they're going to be taking a lot of 40-year-old plus, they probably want a guy out of college or something, maybe for like the introductory jobs there that I'd have to take because I don't have much of a background in doing anything. So I don't know if I'd be a hot commodity as far as the Hawks are concerned, but if I promise you, if they ever come calling, I'm in. Jack Carter or Brandon in a race, who wins? I got him if we're going around the whole track, I got him. Now, if we're talking Carter for 40 yards or for a 40-yard dash, I'm pretty good. I'm actually still fairly good speed-wise for my age because I play so much basketball. I'm not saying I'm fast, but I'm like, I can still move pretty good. I think he nips me on the 40, but I got him at about the 50-yard line. I'm getting past him at that point. He's going to have to trip me or something. It's the only way. Casey says, NBA is fully against hoops in Seattle. We had a 40-year franchise that was loved, and they stole them from Oklahoma City. What a crap organization now. No love or trust for the NBA. No, rightfully so. I'm the same way. James Watson says, Laramie Tunsil was being outed by draft experts and by everyone, and now look at him. Get Carter. There's been... there's been 3 instances in the draft that I've seen with players that have had a situation close to what's happening with Carter right here. And there's only 3 situations I can think of that are in kind of an equivalent place. The first one would be Laramie Tunsil with the gas mask. And that happened on the day of the draft. Guy that would have been the number 1 overall pick falling deep into the first round. That was the first time that I've seen this happen with Warren Sapp, who eventually, of course, became a Hall of Famer. That there was rumors of him having failed drug tests with cocaine even. That's what was being mentioned at the time. Sapp went on to have a Hall of Fame career with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, went on to help them go win a Super Bowl too, in addition to that. The other guy would be Lyle Collins. Lyle Collins was reportedly in as a murder suspect on his girlfriend who had died recently leading up to the draft. And that dropped him down from a first-round pick, that draft, down into the, I think, 7th round to the Cowboys. In all cases of these players prior to the draft and where they were thought to be at, all of those players turned out to be great players that weren't necessarily problems off the field. Maybe there's something within that, James. Maybe that's very well could be the same kind of road we're walking back down again here with this situation. Casey says, oh man, you got me in stitches about food in Spokane. I hate it out here with that. I do love this town, but the food is horrible. And I don't know what's wrong with these people. Not everything has got to have a grease matter on the bottom of it that you eat, You shouldn't have to change your pants after every time you eat if you got some food on your lap. And that's the way it is here. John says, Bobby Wagner is just a very solid player, but has no spectacular left in his game, and solid is better than most in the league. Bingo. I mean, my thing with bringing him in, John, is that it's like, I'm not expecting prime Bobby, and I'll give you the fact he's not the best that he was ever best, but I also think that this linebacker class, I mean, even the guys that we talk about loaded up, and I know you mentioned D. Winters to me in the past, and Dorian Williams, and all those guys, but like, those guys don't come in and give you better play than Bobby next year walking in. And Bobby's impact also goes beyond what he provides to you, play impact, and just whether or not he's being a guy knocking down passes in coverage and being a good blitzer and getting a lot of tackles. He's also going to give you the leadership angle of things. John, if you go out, you get a guy like Dan Henley or anybody else, and I think we're in agreement on this, so I know you're not disagreeing with me, but you go get a Dan Henley, now you have him paired with Bobby. Bobby brings him along, and then you have also what he brings to the locker room and helping out some of these younger guys as well. So his impact comes from me with signing Bobby on a couple of different levels and bringing him in beyond what he just brings to the field. But you're definitely not getting anything near to what you had as far as prime Bobby back in the day if you brought him back. That's for sure. Poop Dog says, I predict B-Wags will sign with the Hawks on Monday. Well, if he signs, I'm going live tomorrow. So we get a B-Wag signing, I will definitely be going live. Randy Moss, that's another good one, Garth. Yep, Randy Moss, another character guy. Another one where it worked out, right? But yeah, that's another great example. Dirty D says, fill your locker room with players who win. I don't want anyone in my locker room who's used to losing. Well said. Amen. Amen. In utero, Brandon, can you dunk? No, I can't dunk. I can get up and probably touch a rim, which is pretty good for a guy over 40 at this point, 6 feet tall. But no, I never could get up and dunk. I never had the hops like that. You got to have some jumps at 6 foot to get up over that rim. Casey Brown says, Hawks ain't going to come calling. It's 710 that needs your expertise, although maybe too smart for that platform. Maybe so, Casey. Maybe so. It might be hard for me with the 710. You know, I think they're Disney, and I mean, I'd be biting my tongue a lot with some of the stuff I say, because I like having YouTube being able to say some things that I get to be pretty outside the pale. Hey, if they did, I would. You know, if 710 came and said, you know, look, we want you on at 11 o'clock at night, and we're gonna have you fill this late night spot, which is like the dead zone for our sports. I'll come in there and I'll tear it up. So, as I said to you folks, anybody wants to ever give me a shot or have me come in and do an extra stuff like that, you can better believe that I will absolutely take that opportunity if it comes down the track. No doubt about it. But I might be what is it when they say like a comedian's a little blue? What is it? I might be a little blue for them. Isn't that the technical term? We're a little too off color, a little too outside the lines. Christopher, 710, yeah. I 710 on some of the programming with it. I've just yeah. I'm kind of with you on that, Christopher. Kind of with you a little bit. Wu-Tang Financial says Lawrence Taylor was arguably the best defensive player ever, and he was snorting that fish scale. Yeah, didn't he drink like 40 beers on the day he was drafted? There's some draft story of him drinking like 40 beers the day he's drafted. Yeah, those defensive players are a little wild men a little bit. They got that wild spirit to them. Shoot, did you guys hear that interview with Derek Wolfe that he did recently with Rogan on it, talking about it, and you're like, Jesus, these guys are maniacs. Absolute maniacs. Especially those defensive linemen. Dirty Z says, look at what happened with Penny when Adrian Peterson showed up in the locker room. Exactly, man. It's an impactful thing. A little bit of a light bulb went on for me when KJ Wright was talking about his value with the Hawks. And he was talking a little bit about taking a discount with the Hawks and how he wouldn't do it, but he would take a discount with the Raiders. But he was also talking about a little bit of his impact in the locker room and his leadership, and that was worth a couple million on its own. And it got me thinking a little bit more about a part of the thing that I don't think about in this process, being these older players and helping the younger guys out, and then helping them to flourish a little bit more in ways you wouldn't necessarily consider. Because you always put that in more of the coach's ball. That's more of his deal to work with, to get more out of those young players. But indeed, it is a lot about those guys in the locker room showing them the way, showing them how it's done, and being there to be a resource for those young guys when the questions are going to come up, and how to get better and how to improve. So I think there's a value to that. I do. And it's another part that Bobby adds to. Mickle Cam 10, Brandon, how do you feel about us drafting someone like Sam Laporta? Fant is free agent next year and Disley is injury prone. To me, Laporta is a bit like Kittle. What's your take on tight end? Let me get my exact scouting report up on Mr. Laporta, because I have looked at Laporta. The one thing that stood out to me about Laporta, first off, is that he's like one of those guys you go, Jesus, is this guy as wide as he is tall? I mean, just kind of insanely wide is Porta. Oh, wow, important. There we go. So we got 6'3", 245, went 4.59 on his 40, 159, 10-yard split, 35 vert, 123 broad, 6'3", cone, 32 1/8 inch arms. So my initial words that I've got here, Mickle Cam, on my breakdown on him is he's wide as a fridge, yet nimble. Now he's obviously, I think, coming out of Iowa, you can't go wrong there, right? Iowa's produced a hell of a lot of good tight ends. You mentioned Kittle. Hell, we've got one on our roster right now in Fant. I think he looks to add to that list of guys that have come out that are going to be pro tight ends in this league. Where he is at on that scale, I'm not sure. I don't think I see quite George Kittle level of talent. He was lined up all over the place. I think he is more of probably an H-back type where he fits into, because he's not your 265, 270, more 245-ish kind of range. He can do some inline stuff, though, in addition, so he provides a little bit of versatility with that. He's strong, and he's dogged as a blocker as any in the position, I think, in this draft. So I think he's right probably behind Washington he's probably behind Washington and Mayer as far as a blocker in this draft. But very impressive. Quick enough. He's got some wiggle. I like that he gets low after his catch. Boy, when this guy catches the ball to me, Mickle Cam, he suddenly, like what they talk about a running back is he runs really well behind his pads. And what they mean by that is if you watch a running back, he'll really sink in his running style to where it does feel a little bit like he's leading with the front of his pads, where he can dish out damage with those pads because he's got a nice sink to his run, where you get those high runners, or they're up here and they can't really deliver it's like the same thing of a leverage game. You can't really deliver a pop because you're coming down low rather than up high a little bit in the way you did it. So I really did like a lot of my tape look on Sam Laporta. There's some guys that are a little bit higher in this draft on the front end of it that I like just a little bit more, but he's a guy that if you were looking to tap him a little bit third round evenish, I think that'd be a great spot to go pluck him from. So I don't quite see Kittle's spot to him, but then he's got a lot of gifts though too, Mickle Cam. So I may be underselling him a little bit in that respect. Gibson says, I want us to focus on the D number. Our rush D was terrible last year, but I'm in favor of making any moves to improve the roster. I'm with you on that. I would like to see that as well. Mark Davis, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard, Mark. Taker610 with the $2 donation. Thank you, Taker610. He says, Brandon is pretty set against Carter at this point. He is. And as you can no doubt see in my chat, Taker610, there's plenty of people that are out on Carter. I just don't, my personal self on this, I don't want to make that assessment. I don't feel the need to make that assessment. I think anybody that's coming to their conclusions on Carter at this point are doing so because of whispers here and general things here. And then you got the racing thing and they're trying to put everything together in their own mind. And I think that, as I said in my video a couple of days ago, Taker, on this, we're armed with 3-4% of the total data of what John Schneider is going to have at his disposal to make this determination. All of what the private investigator is going to get, all of what the contacts of Georgia is going to get, all of what the talking with coaches is going to get, is he's going to be assembled with much more data than you, I, Brendan, or anybody else has to operate off of to make a determination on Carter and where he is and what he is. And so I think that's why I do lean back and say I'm just going to trust Schneider's assessment, being that he's armed with more information. It's like if I was to make a bet, right, Taker 610, and somebody was to say, here's these two teams. Who do you want to gamble on of these two teams? You just got to make these two teams, we're in the NCAA tournament. Here's North Carolina and Kansas going at each other. Make a guess on who's going to win. Now, I could make that guess and just know the stars of those two teams and try to just make that guess off that. Or what if I have all the analytical data from those teams and their defensive metrics and their offensive efficiency? Now, I've got all this extra data off of it. Do I want to, if I have the opportunity to go to that data and use that instead of blindly making the call, I'd rather have all of that data to then make the more thoroughly intelligent call in the situation. And that's where I lean into with it myself. But there's plenty that are jumping saying they're out 100%, no doubt about it. I can't get there myself on it. The Z, thank you for another $5 donation, Z. Appreciate all the donos today. It's Enrico Palazzo. Enrico Palazzo. Why I say draft tight end. Fant and Parkinson are free agencies in 2024. Disley's a free agent in 2025. 2 years left at $19.2 million. A thought. Z, I'm in favor of completely going after a tight end here in the draft. You want to take a guy in the second round, Darnell Washington in the first round at 20. Hey, sign me up for it. I'm not anti-tight end. The problem with the only issue with tight end here, Z, on this is if you're trying to get out a year ahead of this, you go, okay, we're going to have Fant, we're going to have Disley, we're going to have Parkinson on the roster, and then we're going to go get another tight end. Is if you look at the team over the last 12 years, they historically do not have 4 tight ends active on the roster at one given time at the same time. So if they were to commit to doing that, that's a commitment that they've never done prior to this. So it's a little bit like having the 3 quarterbacks on the active roster here. The reason why you haven't seen them do that to this point, Z, comes from the part of you have to then take from another positional group. I have to have one less defensive lineman active on game day. I have to have one wide receiver less active on game day. I have one less defensive back active on game day. And coaches don't like to do this and teams don't like to do this because they get very uncomfortable about arriving into a situation in a game where they're now down an injury to a given positional group. They don't have a backup for that because they're carrying extra A on the roster or they're carrying extra B on the roster. So I'm fitting to just historical norms on this about this being what drives usually the decision-making on not only our front office, but front offices throughout the league. So I'm not against myself going for a tight end. I'm not. And if they want to rock with 4 tight ends next year, because even that I'd be okay with. Your commitment level to running the 2 tight end sets as much as you run, say nothing of the 3 tight end sets, certainly would benefit by having some insurance there. Not to mention the reasons that you provided being that you have, not a lot of guys under contract going into the future at the tight end position beyond this year necessarily. So it makes sense to me from that angle of it. I just lean back into those historical norms being that you just never been willing as an organization to go that road with it. But if they're willing, I'm okay with it. I'm good with it. Diggs Oxford, Brandon running the board for Wyman and Bob show on 710 would be good. I'd keep them on their toes. You know that. Megan says, I adore you, B, but your ego doesn't need the massage. Laughing out loud. Probably not. I might be a shock jock. I would. I'd probably be way too emotional for it. Just going off every night, you know? Space says, I live in Vancouver, Washington, near Portland. Christopher, it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful area. Cobra says, play basketball through childhood. Closest I got was barely dunking a volleyball, even at 6'1", 6'2". Yeah, I didn't have natural hops. I've been able to develop some hops through the years, so I can jump a little bit, but when you're 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", and you got to get up over that rim, you got to get up. You got to climb that ladder. Guard, that does suck about 7'10", man. You're right. I mean, with it, it's way more insufferable than it is good, and it doesn't have to be. You know, they could own the local area on things, but to me, they just don't take a lot of chances with the people that they bring in. You know, there aren't really anything that's like an outside the box hire when they bring people in to fill those roles. And some are better than others, but like, give me some difference. Don't make it feel like I'm listening to the same show all throughout the whole day. It's a little bit like I feel a little bit at times listening to it. I ran into Bump and Spacey at Hawks game. I walked right past Bump and told Stacy she's smoking hot, and that's all. Then left. Oh, goodness. Christopher, Brandon, once they let go Danny O'Neil to bring Salk back, I was done. Yeah, they were just kind of finally starting to get a little bit of their feel there. It seemed like they were getting their footing in the morning show with that. It took them a while, but it does sometimes take a while with the dynamic of new guys being brought in there. And I like Danny okay. I wasn't a big, I like Danny over Gallant, that's for sure. I was not a big Gallant guy. But yeah, Salk's come back there, and yeah, it doesn't feel like they quite have the same magic there with Salk and Brock like they once did, where those guys were really humming before, and it doesn't quite, I don't know if something's off or it's just they're not quite in that same whatever. Maybe I'm off on that. Maybe they're back into it. I haven't admittedly been listening as much to them. Jack, yeah, sports, the commercials are insane. It's crazy. I don't know how they're going to sustain on into the future with that being so heavy like that when you got free platforms like this where so you're not getting a commercial every 2 seconds. Addicted Ox, Brandon, how does Schneider swing a deal to draft Darnell Washington somewhere between 37 and 51 spots? I think he goes in the first round at this point. I think he's got enough acclaim that's being heralded behind him that he goes in the first round. If he doesn't go in the first round, then you're going to have to take him at 37. There's no way he lasts to 51. So, Addicted Ox, you could maybe move back off at 20 to 25, take Darnell then, pick up an extra third rounder maybe, fly through something like that. But if I'm putting my pulse on this one, it's telling me that he's going probably in the first round, and he'll be in my first round mock, my next one for the NFL, which I think is going to come out in another week or so. And I do like the 710 with Schneider. I do like that they've done those. Those are good quality stuff. Casey Brown says, wide as a fridge. My wife and I are looking for a fridge. They come in a ton of widths. You want a 26 wide, 30 wide, 36 W. Don't get me started on counter depth. And double compressor pushes height from 68 to 84. Well, he's a single compressor, and he's a single compression 30W on the refrigerator scale, Casey. Laporta is. So he's a low end on the double compressor, but he's mid on the width. You know what I mean? But don't even get me started on his depth. Don't even get me started on the depth. Dirty D says, yeah, like some Maurice Jones type bowling ball. Yeah, that's like Laporta. When he gets rolling with the ball, he's like a little bowling ball. TD says B's latest mock has Cartered 5. He had us taken 5. Brendan did. Nolan Smith's okay for me, WC. Jaboy Michael, no, Carter didn't participate at the Senior Bowl. He didn't kind of need to go at the time with where his draft status was. Casey Brown says Brendan's not out on Carter. He said he would be cautious or concerned to pick him at 6. That makes sense. Dirty D, didn't Carter come in at like 20? He came in at 10 pounds overweight, Dirty D. 10 pounds heavier than what he weighed in at the combine, which he's been going through some personal stuff. Maybe it's understandable with that a little bit. 9 pounds, I guess is the exact. Michael Cam, thanks for the answer. If Adams gets moved up to the weak linebacker position, weak side linebacker position, or the will, sorry, we still don't have a pure blue chip Mike linebacker. Would you feel comfortable if we drafted someone like Jack Campbell in the second? Yeah. I think Jack Campbell, Dan Henley, or Drew Sanders in the second would make a lot of sense for the Mike. Any one of those 3 guys in the second round. Those are the only guys I would take in the second round at the Mike, but any one of those would be fine. Campbell in addition to that. I think the second round pick you could wait on with Campbell, but that would be those guys I feel pretty comfortable with coming in being pretty good. Bird says, but Brendan put Carter for 5 with Scheider's choice. Makes sense. Makes sense. Jack says, I was in on Carter's last time with his shirt off. Well, he's not those big defensive tackles don't tend to come all cut up either, Addicted to the Hawks, I do feel like Washington is a kind of Kelsey Kittle 1 in a million type player. I would get him if I could. He's unique, man. And if they want to pull the trigger on him at 20 overall in the first round, addicted to Hawks, especially coming in conjunction with a Fant trade, I would be very excited about taking him there. I would not feel like that is a reach at that point. So I'm probably pretty closely aligned with where you're at on Washington as far as your favoring of him. I do too. I like the guy a lot. I think he's I think he's a really, really good player, and he offers such a unique skill set. It just doesn't come around every other year. You know what I mean? You're just not getting that every other season on that. And Utero says, watching Washington block guys is entertaining. Oh, yeah, he freaking pancakes. Pancakes all day. He stacks them up. Stacks them up. You want the big stack of pancakes? Well, no, I'm Darnell. I'm actually okay. I just want one or two. You're getting a stack. Darnell, I just want one or two. All the stack. Dirty D says you can have off-the-field issues with decision makers, poor characters. You can't have off-the-field issues with decision makers. Poor characters in those positions translate onto the field. Look at Jameis. Yeah, there's certain positions you definitely have to more favor having the cleaner guy. There's others that you can allow them to be a little more buck wild. The Z says trade Parkinson or Disley, not talking keeping 4. I think they need to restructure Disley. I want to keep it. Trade, then I'm with it on that, Z. I'm totally with it on that. Makes a lot of sense going that way. As long as we're not doing the 4 tight ends on the roster, because I just don't think that's a possibility of the team. But anything absent of that, you want to move Parkins, you want to move Disley, you want to move Fan. I mean, any one does make some sense with it because of this, the reality of money you can save versus guys going to be due to be out of contract for agent-wise soon. I'm with it. Christopher says, Paul Gallant was outside the box. I like that. I like the kid. Boy, I did not feel like he was outside the box. I think part of the problem for me with Paul coming in and the issue that I have is it's 7-10 on this with some of the stuff and in radio stations in general is like bringing in guys that are out there in Texas or Florida and then trying to make them into a Seattle fan like they care just doesn't work. You know, you can't fade the funk on that stuff. And like, you know, you got a guy trying to fake it and it just doesn't come off as genuine and doesn't work. I don't know why they sometimes get dead set on doing that, you know. Sean, with Julian Love signed, are we going to run more nickel defense or just have 3 safeties on the field and 1 less defensive back? Have Jamal play more up in the box? I think it's hard to establish that at this point, Sean. It's one of 2 things. It's either A, yes, you're going to look to run more 3 safety looks, which could be it's really 50-50 for me on this, Sean, where it's either that or it's the fact the team doesn't feel that Jamal Adams is going to be able to pass his physical. And that being the case, they're getting their replacement already ahead of time. And they're going to make him a post June 1st designation at that point. This seems to be more likely the latter, because if we're talking about signing Julian Love so that you can go to 3 safety looks, well, you already had Ryan Neal. You could have gone to the 3 safety looks with Jamal Adams here with Ryan Neal as well. So I don't really get the whole like, well, you're just doing to free up Jamal thing. To me, it feels more like the team's like, look, the guy's been injured every which way from Sunday. He's got 2 fused fingers, bad shoulders, bad groin, bad ligament in his leg. You know, it's sunk cost at this point. And I think that they are looking at this point like we're reticent to believe he's going to pass that physical. And then once he fails it, we don't know if he's going to be healthy throughout the course of the year. And folks, even if you're thinking they're thinking about keeping him, if they have a failed physical there and they don't have the confidence to know if Jamal's really going to bounce back by day 1 and be ready to roll, you know, I can't see how that doesn't open more and more the door of saying, we just got to kind of cut bait here a little bit. So I think it's more likely that, Sean. It could be the 3, I acknowledge it could be the 3 safety stuff, but it does feel a little more like the latter to me. Yeah, rest in peace, John Clayton. I miss my Saturday John Clayton shows, man. I don't miss the Irish Mickey. That guy, I'm glad I don't have to hear his voice ever the rest of my life, but the whole rest of the show I miss. Greg says Raiders traded Waller so that they could be a possible trade partner for Fant. What picks do the Raiders have in first and second round that the Hawks might like? Greg, if you can get a second round pick back for Fant at this point, I mean, don't you just all day long, right? If you could do it, that's a low second round pick you're pulling for Fant. You're not getting a first for him, and I don't think you're getting a second for Fant. I think third round is the best you could get for him. But if the Raiders are offering me a third round pick for Noah Fant at this point, yes, I would love to see it. I don't think I'd believe that they'd be willing to do a second though. Not for a guy that's, unless they're trying to get a contract done with him out ahead of time. I mean, hell, didn't they just trade Waller for like a fourth or fifth or something? Like they hardly got much for Waller in return. And Waller's probably a better player than Fant. Well, he's a better player than Fant. Hawk says, Brandon, you might be right. Washington goes in the first round. The spot that seems to me to be the likely one for me, Addicted Ox, if you're looking for the team that to me just feels like the shark in the water that's just, smelling that Washington chum, is the Dallas Cowboys. They feel like the team to me that's going to jump all over Washington. That feels like a Jerry pick. I'm going to give me my Darryl with Washington, right? I'm going to get Darnell Washington. We'll get the best tight end in this draft. I'm going to get 25. That's what Dallas Cowboys do. It just feels right to me on that. It does. Megan says, B, do you take Washington at 5? I do at the Hawks Nest. It'd be a little too high for me to do that there, Megan. Taking a tight end that high is just a bit much for me on that point. Am I going to be sad if they took Fant? Here's the thing, Megan. If we took Nolan Smith at 5, I would be angry. I would be visibly angry. If we take Darnell Washington at 5, I'm not going to be visibly angry. So I will say this. I'm not out on that as much as other potential realistic, feasible picks we could be making at number 5. But it might be a little high there, because Megan, you could move back and still get him deeper at that point. Even if you don't get a lot back in returns, right, Megan? Even if you move back 5 picks and you should be getting a second round pick, but you can only get a third round pick to do so. Well, why not do that at that point and then still come out with Washington with the third round pick on top? Mr. Dog says, of all of our holes left on our roster, what will be the hardest to fill in the draft? Kind of surprisingly on this one, Mr. Dog, I think the hardest hole for us to fill in this draft is going to be one of 2 positions, but I'll go with the first position being right guard. The free agent period this offseason has been horrible for the guard position. It has been so thin, so lean. There's not a trade partner out there to be had. And then you look at this draft, and the guards in this draft are not very good either. And even the guys at the top end, Osiris Torrance, Steve Avila, not very exciting to me, and certainly not schematic fits as far as their mobility stuff is concerned. So that remains to me to be the hardest one to address, surprisingly so, because right guard is usually the easiest of all the offensive line positions to go find. If not that, Mr. Dog, then the zero tech. Because outside of, going for a couple of these guys early in the draft at the 0, you're not going to get a nose tackle of good quality into the 4th, 5th round, in my opinion. So those would be my 2. Wujang says the only way we get Darnell Washington is if John pats him to get caught flashing a pistol or something. There's that. That's getting some of these athletes now. King Zoa says, I'm hoping we can pick up Cameron Peoples. He's a sneaky good running back who gives people a lot of Robinson Jr. from Washington vibes. A club hitting runner. Club hitting runner. I love that. That's a great term, man. A club hitting runner. I'll look him up, man. I haven't had a chance to take a look at him, but you say he's Cameron Peoples. I will take a look for sure. King Zoa says, Brandon, you coming around with Drew Sanders? Yeah. This is why it's always when I try to tell people on some people where if I've got an assessment, give me a little more time. I do need to go back to the film a little bit. And in the case of Drew Sanders, do a little bit more research on the guy. The part that I wasn't as aware of when watching the film with him was that at Alabama, he was more of an edge. He was only an edge at Alabama. And so he's coming to Arkansas this year for the first time playing Mike. And so when I see flashes or when I see inconsistency, is there a better explanation for why I'm seeing it outside of the kid's just not getting it? The light bulb's just not turning on. Well, understandable why I would see those flashes if it's really his first year trying to take on that position. So then the flashes start to look at a little bit more of like, well, I have better confidence I can get him to tap into that because he's going to have more time and more fluidity with working within this position that he's never played before. And the flashes are good enough across the board, on top of the fact that he does give you a background insurance point to him where, okay, he does give you a little bit of the Micah Parsons stuff. where if I've got to have him off the edge now from time to time as a rotational rusher, in addition to being Mike stuff, he can do that. And so that started to build a little bit more value for him in my mind and looking at him a little bit more completely in that realm. But I'm warming up. PTHV, if you had the decision to choose what would the trade, if you had the decision to choose what the trade will be between Seahawks and Commanders, what decision would you make for the number 5 pick? What would be worth it? The Commanders are back at like 17 in the first round. And if they want to move up, they got to throw me the 3-meal deal. I want the 3-meal deal. No, I want the entree, I want the main course, and I want the dessert. And don't skimp on any of it. And so what I mean by that is I want your first round pick this year. I want next year's first round pick. I want the year after that first round pick. And I want another second round pick. You can decide if it's this year or next year. Probably like this year, but I'll take next year too. That's the cost. They are moving up 12 spots into the top 5 in a first round to go get their quarterback. That's a huge jump for them to go up in there and do. That's a huge backtrack for us to make at that point. To me, they got to give up the goods to make that happen. That's not simply like us flipping back from 5 to 9 with the Panthers at that point and getting maybe one future first round pick. That's a substantial fall in a draft. And so they've got to give it up to do that, especially because it's going to be them getting their quarterback to do it. Cool Breeze's salmon treats time. Man, we got to get them some salmon stuff here soon. Whitebird, if Carter or Anderson is available at number 5, if we don't take him, he goes to Detroit, who we have to play this year and maybe in the playoffs as well. Yep, agreed. You pass on Carter, you say, well, no, there's character concerns. He goes to Detroit, wreck shop with Detroit, helps Detroit wreck shop on you for the next couple of years. Detroit passes on him and he goes and lands then at the Eagles. Could you guys imagine him landing on the Eagles? Number 10 falls down to them. I know everyone says the Bears will certainly take him at number 9, but what if that were to happen? You give the Eagles now Jalen Carter for the foreseeable future? Scary proposition. It can't be the thing that drives you to pick him necessarily. I get that, but scary proposition. The Z says, Brandon, you didn't get the Naked Gun reference. It's Enrico Palazzo. It's been a while since I've seen the gun. The name jumped out to me, but I couldn't. That's the. No, now I get it. That was the umpire's name. That's right. And then he takes off as he's just this whitest guy in the world. It's like Enrico Palazzo. Didn't he knock out he does the stars, doesn't he do isn't he, God, I got to go watch the movie now. It's been so many years, Z. I got to go back and watch the movie, but doesn't he knock out the guy that does the original Osei, can you see thing, right? Not this, you know what I mean? Enrico Palazzo. Ladies and gentlemen, Enrico Palazzo. It's him coming out. I remember it now. Yeah, it took me a second, man. King says Carter will be the only guy available at 5. Anderson will be picked by Arizona. Track record always shows Cardinals pick linebackers very high in drafts prior. I think it's potentially that way, yeah. Unless the Cardinals get an offer for a quarterback, some team that wants to trade up and get him. That's the only other way that could happen. JR says, don't fake the funk on the nasty dunk. No, you can't. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Yemen, are there any international players worth drafting on your radar? None that I've been aware of, Yemen. Not that I'm aware of, man. Can't say there is. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brando, the McLaughlin interview was interesting. He kind of says guys like Carter's speed and strength can't be quantified in a combine environment. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth, all the donations, and send the prize gifts as you did, man. And I listened to a little bit of the interview. I need to check out a little bit more of it. Just was kind of listening to it in passing a little bit. But yeah, I thought that he was talking about a little bit of the rarefied air of that talent. And it's a little bit of what I thought with this process too. You know, the combine is not always there. These testing numbers are not always there to need to be there for every single player, and different players, you need to have the data to tell you different things. And there are some players where you just don't need combine information. It's few and far between. There's not a lot of guys in these drafts that it's that way, but Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson, John Michael Schmitz, you know, these are guys that I know what I'm getting on a football field if I put them in the pros, and I don't need as much of that background of the running in their underwear to tell me what they are or they are not. Some guys it's not that case. Some guys there's question. Most of the guys there's that question where you got to let's say Jack Campbell. You watch Jack Campbell on tape, you're like, man, you know, he's really not fast, and I'm really wondering if he's even got the explosiveness or short area burst to make it happen as a middle linebacker. Well, then you go to the combine and you see certainly, yes, he is a little bit slower than what you like the middle linebacker. But now, at least with some of the burst numbers you see, the explosiveness numbers that are there, you go, well, wait, there is some of that in his game. So now, no, it's a little bit more. He does have some more of those pro traits that I was worried about him not having a little bit. So it's different guys. You're instructed by different players on different things in the combine and the pro days in different ways. And Carter is one of those rare guys that goes beyond that, Garth. And I'm glad to hear McLaughlin. Not surprised that McLaughlin sees him in that way. And views him in that aspect of things, because McLaughlin has as apt an eye for this as anybody that's come down the track over the last 20 years in football. No doubt about that. Enriquez 93, thank you for the $2 donation. Will Kobe Bryant play the same position as before? It's really hard to say, and I'm sorry that I'm not uncertain on this one as much, because it's tough to know what the Seahawks are feeling on this one, Enriquez. If you've made the signings of Julian Love to go to more three safety looks, and you're doing that, then that would indeed mean that Kobe Bryant would come off the field in those moments, or he would be going to then compete to the outside. If it's on the surface of what this looks like, Enriquez, then the answer would be yes. If it's not on the surface of what this looks like, being that you are intending to potentially make Jamal Adams a post-June 1st designation, then Julian Love remains your starting strong safety, and Kobe Bryant would remain your starting slot. So which one is what one is which? I'm not sure on that one. We'll know, Enriquez, once Jamal Adams takes his physical. Because if he takes his physical and he passes, he's probably on the roster. If he takes the physical and if he stays on the roster, then you're going to the 3 safety looks. If he fails the physical, then he's likely to be probably a post-June 1st cut designation. So it's a bit of the weighted between those two a little bit there. The Z, thank you for another $2 donation, Z. He says, best guess, which running back goes for and why? Best guess, which running back we go for and why? A 3-down running back? Which running back we goes for why? You put that a little weird, Z. Which running back we go for? I'd give you a couple of points in the draft. I think I would look at and say this guy or that guy. Let me give you just a group of guys that I think would be anywhere from the 2nd to the 4th round that I think would fit into the realm of something they would look for. Because I think Zach Charbonnet being a hammer is something he would look for. Jahmyr Gibbs and Kenny McIntosh being guys that could be, slot wide receivers and running backs. Tajay Spears in that maybe a little bit as well. Certainly would make them options in that realm of things. I think they also could look at Chris Rodriguez and Roschon Johnson as kind of your hammers. It's kind of now like Zach Charbonnet, Chris Rodriguez, and Roschon Johnson are your kind of Chris Carson types in this draft class in that respect of things, just being the grinders. And we need a little bit more of the short yardage kind of back. So those guys would also, I think, be in play. But I think there's a variety. There's not more than there being one back that certainly separates themselves or feels Seahawky to me. There's a couple of backs here that seem like they feel like they would be fits here. Or there's a need for this here. There's a need for a 3rd down back. Well, there's a need for maybe a 3rd down back that can do slot wide receiver stuff. I don't know if you're looking for as much the 3-down guy, but I don't know if you're not looking for just the specialist 3rd down back either here, Z. Probably also why they maybe potentially even end up picking 2 running backs in this draft, where it becomes a double. You get the guy that's like the McIntosh, Jahmyr Gibbs type. Who's the other guy? The kid out of Kansas. That's another guy you can look at there, or they grab that and then they get the Roschon Johnson Rodriguez hammer in addition to it. So that's really a position I could see them taking a 2-for on in this draft, being the running back spot, especially because they haven't addressed it in free agency yet. Mickelman says the Seahawks met up with JL Skinner, 6'4", 215. If they end up drafting him in the 4th or 5th, do you think if he develops well, he comes up here as a replacement for Adams or Diggs in 2024? Cam, I don't know as much really what the fit is with JL Skinner in this defense. You need hyper-athletic safeties in the Fangio cover 2 scheme. It's not the same old defense that Carroll ran before. In the old defense that Carroll ran before Cam, you ran 4-3 under, and you brought down your safety into the box to be a lurker. That's not what you're running right now. That is the type of defense that J.L. Skinner needs to go to be successful. If you put him in and ask him to be a hyper athletic safety and to rock cover 2 and be a single high safety at times, he will fail at that. He will fail mightily at that. So that's just not the role you can place him into. And so absent us changing our defense or trying to move J.L. Skinner to linebacker, I don't really see the fit there. But I have heard that they met with him. I have heard that. Wu-Tang says Jamal should have been in the tank full of stem cells for the last 6 months, Star Wars style. just breathing in the tank, the water tank. Whitebird says, no way we're playing a 3 safety defense. I thought, I know at the surface of it doesn't seem likely. And like I said, I think that this is more likely that Jamal goes. It's a possibility though. It is within the Fangio defense. Sean Desai was doing a lot of 3 safety looks in Chicago before he came here. There's been other Fangio schemes that have utilized the 3 safety look. So it could be a possibility within this. It could. I'm not saying it's likely, but I'm just saying it's a possibility. Cool breeze. The Jerry Jones bits are my fave. Oh, we're getting our damn in Washington. All right. You saw what we did today. You saw what we did yesterday. We got Brandon Cooks. All right. One of the best wide receivers in all of football. We got him for a 6th round bill. That's what we do. That's what we do in Dallas. All right. That's how we roll in Dallas. Okay. We go big or we go home. You guys go small out there, rest of the country. You go small and you go home. We don't do that out here in Jerry's world. Okay. I'm going to get the biggest damn tight end in this draft. All right. I'm going to get the gargantuan. He's going to be a gargantuan. Okay. You better believe that. That's how Cowboys do. That's how we roll. Dirty D says the cat looks like my cat. Eyes are a little bit lighter, but they are like the same colors. She's a good girl. She's a cutie. She likes to hang out next to me through the whole time there. Look what she's doing with her little hands. Look at that little thing with her paws. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculously cute. Rick says, don't bring Bobby back. Cool Breeze says, I say no thanks to Bobby. Tristan, love to see Bobby back, but he'll probably cost too much. He might. Christopher, standard time, the Commanders are dumb enough to do that. I know, man. I'm making a calculated choice by picking the Commanders on this too. They're just dumb enough to do that kind of swing. Casey says, thank you so much for the stream. As per usual, swung and belted deep to right field. Going back. Goodbye, baseball. My pleasure, Casey. We are almost to opening day. I will be going live opening day on my baseball channel. So if you're looking for Mariners content, subscribe up to the Crow's Nest. I'll be doing, my goal is to try to get 80 games in this year. 80. Might be aggressive on that one, but I'll try for it. Brody says, what if the Carter fell all the way down to the Niners? That would be unreal. Oh, that would be unreal. No way that happens. Niners don't even have a 1st round pick. Dirty D said, we got lazy with our cats one time. We just named them all Whitey, Blackie, Gray, and Orange Cat. Hey, sometimes you can't come up with a name, you know? Those orange cats are unusual cats, man. They got their own speed. Tristan, I agree with you, man. I think we'll regret that as well if we pass on them. Sean, with the Evan Brown signing, do we still do Schmitz? Does he get the 2nd round, or will we have to use number 20 to get him? Would you use the 20th? Great questions all around on that one. I think Evan Brown is really just a hedge, so they're willing to start him, but they would like to get, I'm sure, a rookie center in here to push him and let the best man win. So I think the competition will win out on this one. I don't think that this removes Schmitz off the board from Seattle. I do believe, Sean, that you have to take him at number 20 if you're going to want to take Schmitz. I think he goes somewhere probably in the 1st round at the end of the 1st round at that point, or he goes before you pick in the 2nd round. So I do think you have to take him at 20 to do that, but I would be okay with going that route, Sean, if they wanted to. Greg says, sorry, Brandon, I meant if the Hawks trade back with Raiders and included Fant in the deal, what picks do the Hawks ask for so they can draft Washington? What are the Raiders' first and second round picks to make it worth it? Okay, so I guess you could have, if the Raiders want to move to 5 for a core, so it's included the Fant. If the Hawks trade back, so we move back to the Raiders at 7 and we give up Fant, you could probably get a second and a third back, maybe doing that, Greg, if you're including Fant in the deal. So a second and a third rounder back, and then you have the 7th overall selection. They get their quarterback. I think that's what you would get. I don't think you're getting another future first or anything at that point to do it, but a second and maybe a third. Christopher Standard Time, you could potentially maybe cut Drew Lock's contract. But the team's not going to do that. It's a pretty cold-blooded move to do. And if you cut him at that point in time after the draft, after you signed him here, there's not going to be a lot of teams for him to then go sign him to. You've kind of screwed the player over at that point, which is just not going to be the modus operandi of this front office. That's not how they tend to go about business. Mega says, B, can you explain what the post-June 1st designation is, please? Yes, the post-June 1st designation essentially means that you push you take a release now, Megan, and you have it count right now, essentially before the new cap year sort of turns over. Then all of that hits instantaneously. So you release Jamal Adams right now, all of his full cap hit, something like $20 million or something, all comes due right now. The dead money, right, Megan? That leftover bonus money that we've talked about that hasn't bled out this deal, it all comes due now. If you put the post-June 1st designation on him at that point, you're essentially making it count like his release is happening into the next year's salary cap, so to speak. So now you split the dead money out over 2 years, which then allows you to technically save cumulatively money this year. But obviously next year now you're going to have some more dead money on the cap you're going to have to eat that Jamal deal. So it's essentially allows you to still go then sign another player after you move on from Jamal this year, rather than having to suffer the full hit of his cap in one season, which is a lot of money for one cap hit on a player like that. So teams do that as a way, Megan, to essentially get it into the next year's get it to the next year's cap, so they don't have to suffer the full merit of the bonus money hit in one given year. It spreads the cap hit out. Dirty, we do need a bruiser at running back. Yeah. Jonas says, wasn't Frank Clark a disciplinary problem coming out of college? He had an incident more than he was a disciplinary problem. So there was an incident that came out with him more than anything else. But there was a little bit of their background question marks on him, was definitely going to the draft. Wu-Tang, Charbonnet, or Johnson would be great for compliments to Walker. They would. And Z, I'd like to move Bryant back to outside cornerback too, kind of regardless. Move Bryant down. Z says, move Bryant to the outside cornerback. Love to nickel. Brandon, I suffer with oh my goodness. Sorry. The thing is dysgraphia at morning and night. It can be choppy. Oh, no worries, man. I get you. It's all good. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation, man. All the donos, brother. Brando, what is this crazy large in card set Megan has? Are they valuable due to pristine condition or because they are rookie cards rare? I guess rare. She's probably found Megan. She's found some of the rarest of the rare on that one. So I bet they're worth a nice little bundle. But I'm not sure on the large. I didn't have a lot of large in cards as a kid that I was able to get my hands on. I don't think I only got a couple of them. So I'm not sure. She's sitting on some kind of gold mine there, Garth. Garth, I appreciate the other $5 donation, another double donation from Garth. It says, if the Panthers truly are open for business with the number one selection, do you think NFL general managers would consider that dirty pool disingenuous? I think they more laugh at it, Garth. Like I think they're more like it. Like I said, but the reaction like, this isn't Kevin Costner in draft day. You're not going to move up there and it's like, well, you got the Bears to somehow bite early on the situation. And if you had just waited and held on a little longer, then you were going to get a desperate team that was going to be willing to give you more. which is a little bit of what the Panthers are intimating by saying that they're open for business, is that the Bears jumped too early. We're going to take advantage of this. And it's like, I bought this last week for that, but now next week I'm going to be able to sell it for double the price. And I don't buy it, Garth. I think the Bears were very well aware of what was available out there for them to get in a trade, and they got the maximum valued return. I think the Panthers are also aware after making that trade that people were starting to blow back on them, Garth, going, wow, you guys gave up a lot. I mean, a lot. And then they were like, oh, this isn't being as resolved as we thought this was going to be a home run, but it's kind of people going, why'd you give up all that much? So now they come back and go, well, we'll move it if we do get a better offer. I mean, we will. It's not that we're locked in here. We just wanted to make that move. Like, okay, guys. Okay. But no, I think the NFL laughs at it, Garth. I think that they find that funny. As do I. PT says, how would you feel about trading number 5 to the Commanders for their first, second, fourth, and their 2024 first rounder? Not enough. Not enough for me, PT. Close. You're close, PT. I need an extra future number. I need a future 2 in there. I want a future 2. And either I like the lock signing because continuity at backup quarterback is important. If he needs to throw in the game, it'll help. And certainly it's better than a rookie, man. You're going to have a lot more trust in Locke than you would if you're throwing out DTR or Max Dugan or Jake Haener or Stenson Bennett. Wu-Tang, I feel like the Niners trading up for Lance scared the draft trade market just a bit, although the Bears got a stud wide receiver in their deals, so I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I don't know, man. It didn't cause the Panthers to be scared off of giving up a mighty haul for moving up in this draft, Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you. John Brando, please don't speak Washington or Nolan Smith at 5 into existence, man. I thought John had outgrown overreaching by multiple rounds. Why would you say that's blasphemy? Laughing out loud. John, I'm scared to death for Nolan Smith at 5 right now. I'm getting legit, I started getting this. I was like, what is that itching? Why is my back suddenly getting itchy? I couldn't figure it out the other day. I keep scratching my back and I'm doing it like a crackhead here. What's going on? And then I was like, you're thinking of Nolan Smith at number 5. It's such a high character guy. He's got such high character. He's a high character guy. You could trust this guy with your daughter. This is who you want your daughter to date. He's going to be a mayor someday. John of the Whale, I like Tank Bigsby too, man. And I do. You're right on the button with that one, Jonah. You're on the button with that one. I've got a literal 4th round grade on Tank Bigsby as it sits right now. So yeah, I think you can get him in the 4th round. I do. Have yourself a great night, Z. Thank you for all the support on the channel, bro. You have yourself a good one. Megan says, the Hawks says, I showed you the large int card set when we caught up in Seattle. Oh, that's right, you did. It's all right, Megan. It's all a blur sometimes, But I do. You did show me that. Just to get me salivating. Megan says, B, there's a shirtless picture of our boys that I may send you for the wall, but will 100% get distracted. I don't know how people will feel about me putting up shirtless pics of dudes behind me. Even if it's large and Zorn. Even if it's that. Wu-Tang says, Brandon wants the 3-piece meal for that pick and some sauce. I do. Whoever trading up for us at that point is the desperate one. Who's ever trading up for us at number 5 at that point, if there's a quarterback available, everybody else is off the board. All the other quarterbacks have been signed. Tom Brady's retired. Aaron Rodgers has been turned away. Aaron Rodgers has gone out there to New York now, right? Everybody's gone. We're your last bastion of hope. We are the last glass of water you are going to drink before you're about to have to cross the Sahara Desert. You want this glass of water? You want to be refreshed in that fashion? You want to know you're going to be able to get along that desert walk and get to the other side of it? You're going to be able to get to the Mediterranean? Well, you better pay the price. You better pay the cost. Don't come in here with a discount asking. I ain't giving you no discount. You know what the going rate is. Raiders. You know what the going rate is. Commanders. Pay the price. Pay the price. Not for sale. Eskridge, no off the field problems, and he's completely trash. This thing I go to with the off the field stuff, we get caught up with the off field stuff and we go, well, no, off field, don't avoid that. There's a lot of risk with prospects. There's risk of injury with prospects. There's risk of a lot of things. I've said, I've mentioned this in the video the other night. You got a prospect that you picked in the first round, 26th overall, clean prospect, clean background, clean medicals. He came to you in training camp, neck went wrong, never played a snap for you. Guys like Aaron Curry that are clean prospects, clean background, clean this, clean that. Next, Lawrence Taylor comes in and he fails out. Guys fail for all different reasons, and every pick is going to have a risk established with it. There's no doubt about that. And there's different risks and different reasons applied to different prospects, but there is always risk that is inherent, in my opinion of it. Gar says, Utero says, with very few true first-round talent in this draft, I won't be surprised if we trade down if we have a dance partner. I wouldn't either in Utero. I think they're leaning in that way. I do. Cappy McCrappy says, I thought Brady was going to go to Miami. I don't think so now. They brought in a backup quarterback. They've activated the fifth-year option, I believe, on Tua. They seem to have made their bet on this one. Brady might come back if there's an injury. So I think there's still an outside chance that we still see Brady at some point, but I don't think it's in the cards as a plan. And did the Blades brothers play for the Hawks at one time or another? Yes. Both. Benny did it right at the end. Brian was, of course, here throughout his career, but Benny was right near the end. Gave us some good play at the end. He did too. Connor Oshwagler, what's your predictions for Charles Cross in his second season? I think if you're looking for really the upside of Charles Cross or where he's going to go with his career, look at Laramie Tunsil. He's never going to be a Trent Williams type player in this league where he's the best tackle in the sport, bar none, and there's no doubt about it. But can he be one of the upper level left tackles in the sport? Can he be a top 5 left tackle in the sport? Yeah, you better believe it. Is he going to get there by next year for me, Connor? I don't know if he'll quite get there by next year, but he will continue, I think, on his rise. So he ended out the season as a PFF guy at like 62, 63. He probably finishes up PFF next year around like a 75 kind of rating, just taking those next steps. And he probably ends up at around an 80 kind of level of things when it's all said and done as far as where he finally fits out to. So he'll be improved, Connor, he will. But I just don't think he'll quite be into that rarefied mark era of just, the best of the best or on some kind of Hall of Fame kind of track. I don't think he's quite in that territory of things. And Euro says, we need another Brian Blades type receiver for our wide receiver 3. We do. Yeah. Brian was a possession guy. He had a little bit of juice. He could run a little bit, but he's mostly a possession route running kind of guy. And that's what you need right now. We could definitely use that. And there is a lot of slot guys here from second to the 4th round. You've got your pick of about 9 guys that are only slot wide receivers, but they could give you some upper level play at the slot, even though that is their only spot. They're not going to be outside guys. They're only on the inside, but there's some good players in there. And Seattle could look to maybe, pick that here in this draft. I wouldn't be surprised on that. Cougar Fan for Real. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Cougar Fan for Real. I appreciate you joining up here to the Hawks Nest. I do. And let's go ahead, folks. We're 4 hours and 20 minutes in, so let's go ahead and put a little bit of a button on this one and start to kind of wrap this up. I will promise you guys, if we do make a Bobby Wagner signing here this week before the Wednesday show, that I will be going live on that. So if we do have any kind of breaking news on that kind of signing, I will be here we'll be here right now, folks. We've got ourselves a great band out here for you, folks. Tristan Levy B. How do you feel about Roschon Johnson out of Texas in day 3? I like it, Tristan. I do. I only hope that he can last to day 3. I think he probably will. But I think that there's not a lot of hammers in this. It's a very deep running back class, Tristan, but it's not a running back class with a lot of Brahma bulls. Not a lot of guys that are going to be able to just, grind out the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, drag tacklers, break tackles, be hard to bring down to the ground. Roschon Johnson, along with Chris Rodriguez, are one of those few backs in this draft that fit that. And so I like him a lot in that respect. And of course, within your question, you're acknowledging probably that this is something that we need on this team. You need a little bit more of the hammer here. You need the thunder to go with the Kenneth Walker lightning. And I do think that he would provide that. So Roschon Johnson, 4th round, Tristan, I think you'll have to take him 4th. So I don't think you wait 5th, 6th. No. We're going to have to go 4th. But if you take him in the 4th round, I would be perfectly fine with that. And I think he comes in and provides you a real helpful piece here. There would be a nice role for him right from the jump to come in, short yardage back, and then remove that from Kenneth Walker a little bit. Take that off his plate because it's really not as much his game. And I'd like to see that. Sean says, would you trade our 52nd and 123rd picks to get back into the 1st round to be able to get John Schmitz and then get Henley at 37? Yeah, I would do it for the 123rd pick, Sean. For the 123rd pick, I would do it. I wouldn't want to do it for the... I wouldn't want to do it for anything less than or more than that. I can't give up more than that. But yeah, I guess you got to do it, Sean. So I'd be okay with doing that. I'd be okay with it. The deeper talent in this draft, Sean. I mean, I like Roschon Johnson, like I'm talking about the 4th round, and there's some interesting guys in the 4th round of this draft. But let's be real. You get 4th round and onwards in this draft, and you're in real dark, muddled waters. Nothing looks really clear from a prospect standpoint beyond that. And so if you're moving any of those picks at that point to move back up into this draft, to get better players in this draft, to get to where the getting's good in this draft, I'm more in favor of going that route with it, I think. JC02, linebacker Henley from Washington State. He's absolutely a target, JC. The team has met with him personally. He's a fit for what we want to do. He's a tremendous prospect in this draft. I have him currently as my linebacker 2 in this draft, ahead of Jack Campbell, ahead of Drew Sanders. So I'm very, 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 very pro Dayon Henley. He's fantastic. Fantastico. PT, if one of our offensive tackles gets hurt, what type of position will we be in? Should we draft an offensive tackle? I think you only draft an offensive tackle at this point, PT, if you do not feel like either Jay Curhan or Stone Forsythe can come in and be workable if you ask them to do that. I think last year you kind of put Stone in a weird place at times when you brought him out to be a right tackle. He's really only a left tackle. That's what he is. He's not got the power and strength. He's not going to win with leverage enough in the run blocking game of things and he doesn't deal with power necessarily all that great either. You just don't want him over there on the right side. So he's a left pure tackle. And likewise, I think Jay Curran's a pure right tackle. I don't think he's a right guard, which they've tried to move him into. If they're really overboard on a particular tackle, then maybe it's possible and a guy drops in this draft that they just love. But being that this isn't the strongest class for tackles, PT, I think the good guys will be gone off the board by the time they have that conundrum facing them. So it's really about their personal assessments of things. I feel fine with both of these guys as swing tackles. It's hard to build up a crew where you've got great strength in your backup left and back. I think we're as good as you're going to get with how you have to kind of load balance the team in general in this case of things. So I guess there's really a sensational guy there, but I think if you're going to do that too, PT, you're looking for more of a guy who can also play some guard, a Skoronski type, a Cody Mock type, right? You're looking more for that guy who's going to give you some flexibility because he might not have any snaps he's taken at either tackle spot into the future. John says, you don't need hyper-athletic safeties to be in the Fangio system. That's the point. Since you're only covering half the field instead of that entire deep third, like Thomas, you don't need speed. I disagree on this one, John. And I'm kind of surprised you to say this because if you just do a Google search of Fangio's scheme, hyper-athletic safeties come up over and over again as a prerequisite of the position. So you saying this is kind of the first time I've heard anybody mention the fact that you don't need a hyper-athletic safety at the position. John, you want the safeties to be unpredictable pre-snap. So the point of the aspect of saying, I need my free safety to do strong safety stuff, and I need my strong safety to do free safety stuff. What you're meaning within that is there's times where I need my free safety to come up into the box. There's times my free safety is going to need to be single high. There's times my strong safety is going to need to be single high. So you're asking them to be ubiquitous in what they're bringing to the position. So there is times within that I'm going to need to have then JL Skinner, John, rock single high safety. Do I want to put JL Skinner in situations where he's a single high safety in a defense? No. But when you watch, and I've studied these defenses for a long time, John, the safeties move back and forth all over the place in this Fangio defense. But that's the whole point of it. The whole point of it is the exoticness of the secondary, is the unpredictableness of the secondary. I don't know what this player pre-snap is going to be post-snap. You don't get that if I can predict the strong safety to be up in the box 24/7. That's the opposite of unpredictability. So yeah, you need hyper athletic safeties. And again, I don't think this is really a point of contention out there, John. This is widely established with the Vic Fangio scheme. In fact, it's at the head of the whole scheme. Before you get to the front seven, you need the safeties on the back end that can do both of those two responsibilities and roles. Otherwise the unpredictability is out. You are predictable. Then at that point, what's the point of running the Fangio scheme? I know. Yeah, Danny, I did say I was going to do a short show today. I went long. This is still going to be short, though, technically 4.5 hours. So it's technically me being short. Technically speaking. Technically. JC, Jackson Smith and Jigba, or Bijan Robinson. I would go Bijan Robinson all day long. Give me Bijan Robinson all day long over a Jackson Smith and Jigba. I like Jigba, but Bijan Robinson to me is LaDainian Tomlinson 2.0, in my opinion. Church of Genotology. I love your name, man. Thank you for the $2 donation, bro. And appreciate the first donation on the channel. So thank you for that. You're awesome. He says, this is why do I. Oh, wait, no, you're why do I. Okay. You've been on here a bunch. It says, what I do to be blocked in the chat? I didn't know you were blocked. Why do I? Let me get you up. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were blocked, man. I'll get you taken care of right now on that. Probably just happened by mistake. Let me get you here. Oh, whoops. Oh, damn it. AI just knocked out your deal there. Now I have to find AI and put that back in. Whoops, wait, cancel. Let me get you back here, man. My bad. Community. Where's my... Don't see. Why do I? Let me check here, man. Oh, there you are. All right. Must have just been my mistake, man. We got you back on, though. You're rolling. Thanks for letting me know on that. Thank you for the donation, though. Didn't mean to. You should be good to go, though, now. Levi Richards, how would you feel about Carter at 5 and Mozzie Smith at 37? Would Carter be a good fit as a 3-4 defensive end? Yes, he would be a good fit as a 3-4 defensive end because you do have more of an attacking style of a 3-4 defensive end here. You do more kind of single gapping stuff than you would do as a 2 gapping normal 3-4 defensive responsibilities. So it's a little different here. I would love both of those two guys in the positions that you talked about, Levi. Mozzie at 37 would be perfect draft spot for him. That's great value. Carter at 5 would be great value. The Carter pick for me, Levi, at this point is derived from one place and one place only. I'm going to let my general manager trust the whole background stuff. I'm not going to make the personal call on that. I'll only reference this of what I've seen from Carter is on the field. If his background checks out and they want to take him at 5, Levi, it would be a wonderful pick. He'd be a great scheme fit. And if you took both Carter and Mozzie, you got some big bad boys that you're now adding to your defensive line, and you're going to be a whole lot harder to run against as we go on into the future. So if they want to go that direction of it, that would be perfectly fine by me, but of course that's just all relying upon Carter's background stuff checking out with John Schneider, which is probably the key. It's probably the key on that one. Danny McCormick, all it takes is Arizona to trade down in the trade, and our starting defense, it looks like Anderson Jr., Draymond, Al Woods, Jaron, and Uchenna. Tell me that's not top 7 in the NFL. It's probably pretty close. If it's not top 7, Danny, it's probably pretty close, right? We got Eagles, Niners would be better. Who else would be better at that point? Yeah, it's not a lot, I guess. Cowboys might give us a run for our money. they might give us a run for money. But yeah, I think you're on the point with that, Danny. Top 7 is being realistic. No worries, Ethan. You kind of caught us at the end here, so I'm kind of wrapping it up just a little bit. So we're going to do a little bit of a shorter stream today, somewhat. Garth, thank you for another $5 donation, brother. I do appreciate it. He says, Brando, feel free to give to other subscribers anything I've donated to the wall when better items come in from the community. No, I think the better, Garth, is it's about filling the wall out. Like eventually, Garth, the plan would be like, I want to get the better camera eventually, right? And once I get the better camera, then I'm going to be able to go into like HD 4K, like really high quality. And then the background will really pop that much more. And then Garth, and looking it up with other subscribers other people that do channels like this, it's about then just filling it up. You know what I mean? Like you can never have too much stuff in the background, kind of as eye candy, so to speak. So no, man, it's just about kind of filling it up and look at all that blank space back there, especially long-term. When we get to the long-term place, it'll be one that'll have maybe even more, like when I get to my final destination, wherever that may be, kind of more of a full background to a Garth, to where there's a lot of room to add stuff in. And then I can set stuff up on the foreground and, desk items and stuff to have those kind of show up too. So we're far from getting to that place, Garth. We got a lot of stuff to add in the background on the deal, but thank you for those cards. I'm going to get those put into a little sheathing. I'm going to get them sheathed and then get them posted up on the background. It'll look sweet. It'll look right nice. It'll look right nice next to Ricky. Ricky running waters. Look real good. PT says, how do you feel about Bobby Wagner being hired as an assistant linebacker coach? You just give him you sign him as a $1 million veteran minimum deal, and then you give him $5 million as a coach. It has nothing to, we're not paying him as a player. We're paying for his coaching at that point. We're not trying to get around the salary cap at all. No way. And Space, get ready, man, because I got a video to show you. So you hang in here with me. Stay live with me for a second, because we wrap this up. I'm going to show you that cat video to finish this up. You got to check her out playing with these stuff. Danny, I'll trust John, Snyder, and Pete if they draft center. Doesn't feel like it'll happen, though. Oh, Carter. Draft Carter. It might not, Danny. It might. That's where I land with it, too. I just lean back on this rather than me making some sort of personal evaluation of the situation and trying to play psychologist, detective, conspiracy, all that. Rather than do that, I'm just going to say, they'll have way more information than you and I are armed with. We'll trust them in that and see where the cards fall from there. But you're right. It might not be. I'm with it though. If they do pass it, I'm with it. And Garth, thank you for all your donations, man. Space, you too. Thank you for the gifts too, guys. You guys are very kind. Connor says Giants could be eventually. Dexter Lawrence is a monster, and IMO the best interior player last year. He's great. And they could. I don't trust in Daniel Jones myself. Ethan says, I had the Mariners orientation today, which was super exciting. I got my work uniform too. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Even if you get around the players, you're going to have to give me some interviews for the Crow's Nest, man. You have to be my man on the scene, get me some interviews. In utero, Brandon, we need you to get a Hawks helmet for the background. That's a must. That is definitely a must at some point here. No doubt. I agree. I'm going to have to start looking into that. It's a great suggestion. Fantastic suggestion. Ethan says, so without watching the top of the show, would part of the plan becoming clearer include the fact that we are targeting young players that haven't entered their prime years? I think that that's more evidence of the patient approach that they're applying here, Ethan. We've seen how they've spent their money here in free agency, which is to give themselves flexibility into the future and not marry themselves to any player for years and years and years on end. I think that shows that they feel like they're still early in this process, not early in the process, but they're in the process of rebuilding. And then in rebuilding, that is to add young players on the rise who still have a little bit of maybe top end of left to them. You're not trying to find the last couple of parts here, Ethan, to sort of round this thing off, right? You're just this one or two guys away. You're recognizing that you've got to kind of stack this up bit by bit by bit by bit until you can get to the place of saying, okay, now we are one or two players away. Now we're one or two players away from taking us over the top, getting us to that other side of the edge of things. So I think that that's what this is showing you, Ethan, is that there is that patient approach in point. My part of this is it's good and bad. The patient approach builds a more sustained winner. The patient approach opens the Super Bowl window that much wider for that much longer. But the patient approach also probably means, Ethan, that I don't know that next year we're really ready necessarily to be jumping out there and competing for Super Bowls. So that's kind of maybe a bit of the downside of it on mine. Good and bad, you know, as I've said, bittersweet a little bit. Ring of Honor helmet might be the way to go, Megan. I do need a helmet's a great suggestion though. That's a must. You got to have the helmet on there. You do. And Ethan, no worries, man. Yeah, that's kind of my basic thought processes on it. I think this has been good and bad for me on the free agent thing. It's been more good than it's bad. I don't think, and I'm not mad about anything. I would have loved to have seen them go a little bit more harder on trying to go for it this year, Ethan, with Gino's contract. And when you made that decision to me, you made the decision of, okay, we think he can win us a Super Bowl, so let's go for it. You have a weakened NFC this year. Being a little more aggressive might make some might be a little more intelligent because of the fact that the situation's ready for you to strike a little bit. But they're going to be a little more patient with it, and I'm okay with that. It's not the worst of things. It's okay. And they're certainly being smart in their approach. Space, I got them on Amazon, eBay. Nice. Megan says the one I own already. I mean, at the right price. I might have to do some negotiating with you on that. Ethan says helmet on the bottom left from our perspective. Yeah, that sounds right. I'd have to set it up like that. It looked good though. Might have to get the 80s one though, you know. I'd have to go old school though. Space says that's a lot of picture of a cat on the box that looks like pumpkin. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. Isaiah says Seahawks have no plan. They got a plan, man. It's a patient plan. It's a plan built on patience. But they'll get there eventually. Let me get this media file up. I want to show Space this thing here before we do what we do here. Let's find this sucker. There we go. This is my little pumpkin thing for you, man. Look at her. She's loving it, dude. Look at that, Space. Look at her there, Space. She's going crazy on that right now. She was all over it. Appreciate you, dog, for sending her that. She's going to be loving that. The only downside is about 3 a.m, I hear. That's, and so everyone give a thanks out to Space. He's the one who sent me, or was this Garth? Was this you or Garth? This was you, right, Space? So this is one of our subscribers, Space or Garth, on this sent this way. So she's loving it. You guys can see she's into the whole thing. She was on it for a good couple hours last night. And yeah, she's a cutie. I got a couple pictures here at the end that are just ridiculous of her. But she's ripping it off. And then check out these pictures here. Hold on. It comes to the end of this. Look at these pictures of her. Look at this. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. She's such a little model. And then like I put on the cat thing on her, guys. She actually let me put it on her. So I might be able to train my cat this year to actually put on a jersey, a Seahawks jersey, folks. I didn't think she'd let me put it on, but she let me put it on. I couldn't believe it. I got both legs through the things and she was like dealing with it. So there may be some hope. There may be some hope, folks. There may be some hope that I'm going to get her to be able to wear this come game day here. Or I got her rocking this come game day. So I don't know. There's going to be some training period needed on this one. You can see her already like, yeah, I know what you tried to do with that earlier. I know what you tried to do with that earlier, but she was in it. She let me put her in. So I got to try the shirt too, Chase. This was the easier one to get on because I was like, she's going to tear me in half trying to put this on her. But she actually trusted me. She let me put it on. She didn't look she wasn't loving it. She's giving me a look like, why? But I had to do it. You said it. I had to get a shot of her in it, man. I had to do it. That workout's a little intense for the Zero Tech in this early off season. Well, you notice how she like starts out and like 15 seconds later, she's laying on her back, looking completely out of breath, Garth. She's like, that's enough for today. I'm good. I don't want any more. Ethan says, hey, Brandon, can we get a short video of your photo of your setup? You can. It might make some of you a little bit sad if you see my setup here, because it is completely the ultimate bachelor setup, my living room. Like, you guys would be like, dear God, you live like that? So a little bit of it's embarrassment on my part. If I actually showed it to you guys, you'd be like, my God, what are you living in an asylum? I'm the worst that you guys ever see as far as bachelors in their houses and like being just set up for dude time. That's all it is. But yeah, I'll do it at some point. I'll show you a little bit on the Instagram with it. Ethan, I'll shoot some for the Instagram. Megan says, there better be a salmon in my future, Dad. I got it ready for her. Space says, the smoked salmon's for you. Well, I got to give her a little bit, Space. She's going to give me that look. She's going to do a little paw on my shoulder. Salmon for me? How about for me? You give me that look. What am I going to say, right? I'm going to stream. Ethan, just your streaming setup. Well, my streaming setup is my living room, Ethan. So like my whole desk and the whole streaming setup in my living room dominates everything. I barely have a couch in here. Just because I had to get the angle right and everything, Megan says, B, how well do I know you? Nothing surprised me about you anymore. And that's how it is with me. What can I say? A lowrider Cheb 64. What is your way too early next season predictions for the Hawks? And never forget. Next season. Lowrider, I mean, there's more that they can still go out there and do. And I don't hate the moves that they're making right now. I think there's a little bit of a regression to the mean next year. And what I mean by that is I think that there's two aspects that really helped us last year. Number one, I think that the schedule was very accommodating. We had one of the easier schedules, I think, in Seattle than we've had in probably 5, 6, 7 years going back. And I think that substantially helped us to elevate our record past maybe where we really were as a team. I think as well, we were able to, benefit from a lot of good injury luck for the most part throughout the course of the year. And that allowed you to be healthier than you'd been in past years. I think both of those will probably regress a little bit more to the mean. So quite frankly, I think we're right around the same record as we were last year. 9, 10 wins is probably right where we'll be at. We'll be maybe an improved team, but we're just going up against the tougher schedule. We'll have to sustain a little bit more as far as the injuries are concerned. And we're hoping for these young players to really be kind of carrying the day more than we are hoping for veterans to come in and really establish on top of what the rookies are bringing in. So right around kind of where we were last year, but they're on the right path. They're moving this in the appropriate direction of things. Megan says, I have an article to send you about Spokane becoming cat dad capital of the West Coast. I could see it. Megan. We love our cats out here on the East Side. You know what I mean? We love our cats. What can you do? What are you going to do? Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. What do you project for Cansey on the next level? I think he's going to be a disruptive, either 3 tech or defensive end in a 3-4 defense. I think he's a guy that probably gets you somewhere between 5 to 7.5, 8 sacks a year. And it'll be an okay run defender, I think, with what he provides, but he's really going to be a guy that you just want to turn loose, and let him wreck shop. But I think he's a consistent guy that is an upper level producer as far as sacks from the interior goes. And he'll be unique in that way, where he's maybe flirting with getting around 10 sacks a year. He'll never be like a 13, 14, 15 sack a year guy, but flirting up in that territory of getting around, 7, 8, 9 sacks a year. I think he'll be that kind of guy giving you that from the interior, uniquely so, Chase. So I think he provides you pass rush, and I think he provides you pass rush very quickly. Very, very quickly. Garth says, I hear German people love cats. Any truth to this? I don't know about that, Garth. We don't have as much of the German contingent in Spokane. You're thinking of middle of the state, right? You're thinking of that little German place in the middle of the spot. I forget the name of it. I forget the name at this point. Why can't I remember that? You're thinking middle of the state, though, Garth. You're thinking mid. All right. Well, we were at 11 o'clock. I said I was going to be a short stream, but I did 4 hours and 45 minutes. So that shows how much I have as far as control. Leavenworth. Thank you, Spectre7. You saved me on that one. You're thinking of Leavenworth there, Garth. on that side. That's the German part of the state. Oh, goodness. All right. Well, we will wrap it up on that note of it, though, and call it. Well, let me get Lowrider Chev. What free agent signing do you see making the most impact? Drummond Jones, Lowrider Chev. I think if anybody else, he's going to be the one to come in and really give you something there. And this is a short one for me on that one, Megan. This is a short one for me on that one. But we will go ahead and wrap it up on that note. Folks, please do hit that like button if you could here as we do finish it up. If you haven't hit that like button, I would really appreciate it. Thank you to guys for everybody for all the support again coming to the channel 24/7 here, never unfailing, always here. I really do appreciate you guys and all you guys do to keep the channel rolling in that respect. Even as we're in the off season, I haven't seen some drop off in the support and that from you guys. We've got everybody still checked in, still really, paying attention to what's going on with this team, connected to the process. It's really great to see from this fan base that we're recognizing how important a time this is right now. And people aren't just like, okay, on to baseball, but actually like, hey, no, this is the decisions we're making right now in free agency, the decisions we make up in this draft are going to drive the success for as far as it's going to go. And the time is now. These moves that we make are going to determine this. And so I'm glad to see everybody is so connected to this process. It's been fun to see. It's fun to see the different varying opinions and the outlooks on this draft and which way the Seahawks should go with this. We still got a month out from the draft. So this is going to get further more distilled and more refined, but I have enjoyed going through this process with you guys, and it's just fun seeing people so connected to this franchise, even as the season's just ended, when many people were just like, oh, I'm over football. Give me the offseason. I'll get back to you in June. Marcelo, thanks for the show. As always, appreciate you, Marcelo. My pleasure. Garth Knight, can the Hawks Nest get a shout out to the video board? There we go. I need Ethan to put that message up on the board, Ethan. Oh, and yeah, do comment on the video after it is over, folks. It does help out the algorithm if you have a chance to do that. I would appreciate that. Brian, you have yourself a great night. Thank you for helping me out with the Leavenworth thing. I don't know why that one slipped my mind. Getting old sucks. You just forget stuff you shouldn't forget. Garth, thank you for the gifts. Space, thank you as well for the gifts, man. Those are such tremendous gifts. You get my cat active, which is awesome with the toys. We got the salmon. I got the Wonka bar. Got all of it going. So the cards, you guys are awesome in that respect. And as I say, the support here is absolutely amazing, you guys. People come in and they say, well, will you help me out with this bad problem? My life wasn't. It's just kind of good to go listen to you and help. Just kind of, it's good to hear you. And the same is true on my side. When times are rough or things are a little bit rough off stream of me, I can always count on going live here on the channel with you guys and you keeping me engaged and laughing and enjoying myself. I really do appreciate above the support of the channel. I appreciate that as well. It's just a great place here to come and be able to just talk Seahawks and have a ball with you guys. I really, really love it. Really appreciate it. And I hope you guys never forget that there always is appreciated from my standpoint all the way around, from the support to the engagement. Hey, to the presents you guys now send me in the mail. I really do appreciate it. We will be back on Wednesday, folks, absent maybe a big signing like a Bobby Wagner signing, what I will be bouncing back this week on Wednesday. So we'll be back 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. For those thinking about being a member of the channel, I am looking to maybe potentially expand here on those membership benefits. So that's going to come down in the next week. I'm going to make a decision on that. So be on the lookout for that, because if that does happen, I will be doing an hour show a day, 5 to 6 for members of the channel. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, I think is how I'm looking to shoot for that right now. So that may be coming up here soon. I want to be giving you guys those membership benefits as I can and kind of expanding those out a little bit. So keep an eye out for that. Seattle 808, you didn't miss anything, man. You can catch it right at the top of the show if you did on that. But I had to go to the beach, nailed it. I had to go to the beach. Hey, Seattle 808, it's a good day to go to the beach. We had some beautiful weather over here, 60 degrees. Spring is finally setting in. Winter is done. With winter being done and spring on the arrival, now that means we got the draft upcoming. And with the draft coming, that means we're just a little bit away from training camp, getting ourselves back to see where this Seahawks team is going to be and see if we're ready to be a contender. See if we're ready to be one of those elite teams in the NFC. I don't know. We will see. It'll be fun to follow it every step of the way with you guys, all the way throughout this process of the offseason on into next season. Thank you guys for everything you do. I'll see you guys on Wednesday. It's been a pretty good offseason so far. Let's see what the Hawks continue to do. We still got a little bit of money to spend. Not all the free agents are gone. Bobby Wagner's still out there percolating. Let's see if we still pull the trigger on that one and bring Bobby back to the fray. Continue to keep adding to this team and see if maybe there is still some room to turn this team into an elite squad yet this offseason. I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. But beyond all that, please don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.